Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto became the god of hell? Exorcism on the Percy verse movie. Crimson droplets of rain poured down on the streets of an isolated village within the outskirts of Japan. The soft din of footsteps reverberated throughout the humid air of the alienated sector. Naruto Uzumaki had a casa-styled hat planted on the top of his head. His sapphire-hued eyes scanned the civilians of the secluded village, and he noticed how stiff and unnatural they presented themselves. He clicked his tongue to himself when he discerned the mutilated corpse of a village boy. The tan face of the child was covered in multiple lacerations and his legs were chopped off to the knees. Naruto channeled a small amount of chakra into his hand. A blue-hued sphere in the form of a ginormous shuriken materialized at the top of his calloused palm. Naruto flicked it down onto the ground. The Rasen shuriken produced a shrill sound of destruction as it destroyed the village from the inside out. Naruto heard the strangled screams of the lifeless spirits float into his tympanums. He sighed. These villagers had been killed and replaced by a multitudinous number of Goryo and Onryo, vengeful spirits in Japanese folklore. Naruto blinked his luminous eyes and the village began to vanish. The spirits had created some type of illusion to replicate the village they had plundered and destroyed. Naruto mourned the countless lives lost in this incident until a gruff baritone echoed in his head. "You're wasting time." Kurama grunted. "Mourning these people won't resurrect them." "True." Naruto crossed his arms and his azure-accentuated gaze flickered up to the endless depths of the night sky. "I still feel bad." "You would, wouldn't you?" The Kyuubi had a sardonic smirk painted across his features. "Cheer up. You exterminated all of those spirits and avenged the people murdered and replaced by them." Naruto lowered his iridescent gaze down to the ground and smiled at the acerbic sincerity lurking in the pits of his partner's words. A low hum of sound alerted him to the presence of a surviving spirit. A Goryo stalked towards him in a garbled gait. Its scarred face was blemished by dried-up blood. The spirit had its head tilted at an inhuman angle. Naruto stepped 1 foot back and his body blurred. The Uzumaki produced a kunai from his sleeve and cleaved through the skull of the spirit. It stumbled onto its 2 knees and groaned for a second time. Naruto summoned another blue-colored orb. His Rasengan flicked itself into the sternum of the Goryo. The vengeful phantom crumbled into flecks of obsidian-tinted energy. Naruto grinned. "Now I've exterminated them all." Naruto adjusted his casa-styled hat and bequeathed the village another gander. His form was nothing more than a distorted outline as he rushed through the multifarious roads of the country. Naruto landed on the top of the railings to his apartment complex. He leaned his head back and stared at the beautiful constellations scattered across the ebony-tinged shards of the firmament. The Uzumaki hearkened to the air for a meager second and detected the presence of his best friend. Sasuke Uchiha smirked and tapped the sanguine-tinted metal of his scabbard. "Did you complete?" "I completed your assignment." Naruto gave Sasuke a casual grin. "I was ambushed by one of those Ganryo ghosts." "It's pronounced Goryo, dumbass. Whatever, bastard." The city was a beautiful sight to the eyes. Droplets of cold rain poured down on the pedestrians of the isolated streets within a secluded section of Tokyo. Cars drove across the public roads. Unadulterated silence filled the air of the large city. A single and indiscernible outline stepped out of an alleyway. Naruto Uzumaki grunted to himself when he felt the flecks of wintry rain touch his skin. He slipped his hands into his pockets and hummed. The beautiful skies possessed an obsidian-accentuated glow. Naruto gazed at the white-tinted moon and the gray-colored clouds. His blue irises flickered over to the multitudinous stars above his head. He walked forward and began his trek through the sequestered paths of Tokyo. Naruto paused at the front entrance of a cafe, where he could feel the powerful presence of his best friend. Naruto opened the door and the fragrance of coffee assaulted his nose. His sapphire-hued eyes glanced at the table in the corner. He grinned to himself and planted himself down on a wooden chair. Sasuke Uchiha had a monotonous expression and an impassive smirk on his pale face. His body was beautified by an exotic tuxedo and the expensive fedora on the top of his head. "You're late, dumbass." Naruto propped his calloused palm beneath his chin and let out a languid hum. "Whatever, bastard." Sasuke grunted and snapped 2 of his fingers. Naruto arched an unimpressed brow as a dossier materialized on the wooden platform of the table. He read through it and chuckled. "This is interesting." The Uchiha lifted the rim of his mug up to his mouth and took in a humble sip of hot coffee. Naruto's luminous eyes widened a little. The client's willing to pay 2 million yen for this assignment? Perhaps. Sasuke's face had an unenthusiastic smile. If you accept. Naruto produced a scroll from his pockets and sealed the dossier of multifarious amounts of information into it. Excitement illuminated his features. Are you kidding? Of course I'll accept this assignment. The Uzumaki waited for a response from his best friend and heard no sound. Naruto directed his gaze toward Sasuke, who had disappeared into motes of energy. Guess he was in a hurry. Naruto slid his sealing scroll into his pocket and walked out of the cafe. Once again, he could feel the granules of rainbrush against his exposed patches of skin. He sighed and vanished in a meager blur. November 18, 2007. Sasuke Uchiha was seated on his office chair and was sifting through the ginormous number of files at the top of his desk. He adjusted his glasses before the cacophony of footsteps flooded his tympanums. The Uchiha raised a calm eyebrow when Naruto Uzumaki stepped into the sector inside of his office. An irate countenance decorated Naruto's face. Sasuke, you bastard. You still haven't paid me. Pale fingers brushed the chin of the Uchiha. Sasuke rolled his chair backwards and opened a drawer, filled up by a large amount of letters, envelopes, and scrolls. 1 second, Naruto. Where is it? Sasuke nodded to himself and flicked an orange-colored envelope towards Naruto, who caught it. Naruto pocketed his paycheck and crossed his arms. I also wanted to ask you about this assignment. Sasuke lifted up both of his obsidian eyebrows this time. Is something wrong? If there is, I can always give someone else. No, Naruto growled. This mission isn't even from the Shinto pantheon. I swear to Kurama you only accept their commissions. Why the hell are you swearing on my name? Amusement glinted within the ebony irises of Sasuke's aloof eyes. I want to expand my company's reputation to more than one region. Oh. Okay. Naruto tilted his head. I better get a bonus for this. Sure. Sasuke shrugged and twirled his pen. Remember how important this assignment is for the company, okay? Whatever. November 25, 2007. Aureate rays of sunlight descended down onto the ginormous city of San Francisco. The cacophony of conversation inundated his ears. Naruto walked through a local lane and listened to Kurama's snores. The Uzumaki stopped as he noticed an unpopular cafe amongst the countless establishments on the street. Naruto walked in and his azure gaze settled on a handsome man, who reeked of power. Naruto sauntered towards his latest client and sank himself down onto the leather pad of the seat. He checked out the menu and ordered a cappuccino while smiling. You're my newest client, huh? His client was a man of incredible wealth. He wore a luxurious tuxedo and a simple bowler hat. The ebony eyes of his employer glistened. Power exuded from his presence alone. I am Hades, a Greek god. Naruto noticed how bluntly the deity presented himself. A lazy grunt grew within his trachea before he responded. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, an exorcist of sorts who hails from the territory of the Shinto. Sasuke was the one who had drilled the professional introduction into his head. Hades intertwined his smooth fingers. The ring on his pinky shimmered a brilliant light. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hades gave Naruto a humorless smile. The vessel for the Kyuubi. A sound of acerbic amusement boomed out from his nose. Naruto accepted his cappuccino from the waitress and took a greedy sip from the rim of his cup. Yep. I'm the vessel for that lovable furball. I am not a furball. Hades procured the espresso he had ordered earlier from another waitress and drank his coffee. The deity chuckled. The Nine Tails is a creature all gods and goddesses are prudent of. Shall we begin? Yep. Naruto yelled, ignoring the patrons of the cafe. Let's begin. The god of the underworld grabbed onto a napkin from the corner of the table and wiped off some stray spillikins of coffee from his lips. I've commissioned you to eliminate or subdue the Titan Atlas. Atlas. Naruto leaned back in his chair. What is he the Titan of? The Titan of Endurance. Hades sipped his espresso. A refreshed sigh filtered out from his mouth. A subordinate of mine found out about one of his plans. He intends to kidnap 2 of my children. Oh. Naruto clicked his fingers in Hades' direction, a bright grin decorating his coarse visage. You're a parent concerned for his kids. Indeed. Hades' unamused smile morphed into a guilty one. I was able to arrange a meeting between me and the Weavers of Fate. All they told me was that there would be a prophecy. This prophecy would lead its victims into the hands of the Titan of Endurance. The Uzumaki brought his cappuccino up into the air and flourished the cup his coffee was inside of. You want me to follow these victims to Atlas and eliminate him? Sure. I could do that for you. Perfect. Hades replied. He snapped his fingers and an obsidian-hued tattoo constructed itself onto Naruto's palm. My sigil. Naruto lifted his hand up and scanned the tattoo painted across his unsmooth palm. Another excited grin grew on his face. This is my first time working for someone from the Greek pantheon. One more question. Hades interrupted the rush of exhilaration within Naruto's blood. Are you capable of fighting a deity? Absolute silence blanketed itself over the atmosphere of the unpopulated cafe. Naruto stepped out of his chair and, for the briefest of seconds, his body was covered by an aureate cloak. Hades' lips were split apart into an insane grin. The rumors were true. You truly are an anomalous entity. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto watched as Hades dispelled into shards of obsidian-accentuated energy. The Uzumaki paid for his cappuccino and walked out into the busy streets of San Francisco, elated. Kurama? This is gonna be fun. December 12, 2007. The aroma of fresh tea wafted through the hotel room. Naruto was slumped on his bed and was yawning. His body twisted itself until he flung himself off of his mattress and onto the soft floor of the sector. Naruto appreciated how his hotel room always possessed the smell of fresh tea. He stretched his arms and legs before ambling into the bathroom. This one was adorned by a large shower and mirror. The Uzumaki brushed his teeth and left the bathroom. His abdomen still had an ache from all the food he had eaten yesterday. Kurama's laughter deluged his head. You knocked yourself into a food coma. Naruto grunted and ignored the raucous chuckles of his partner. He was wearing his standard outfit, blue trousers, a black t-shirt, fingerless gloves, and a pair of sunglasses. I'm skipping breakfast. You ate enough ramen to supply an orphanage. Kurama smirked. Humor danced inside of his crimson irises. You and your noodles. Naruto hiked towards the table in the center of his room and discerned a letter on top of it. The Uzumaki lifted a curious eyebrow, picking up the letter and ripping the envelope into shreds. The paper was charcoal in color and its letters were an iridescent white. It took Naruto a minute to read its contents. The victims of this prophecy are planning to visit his children in 2 days. Does he tell us the identity of these victims? Nope. Hades told me how the fates keep those details private. Naruto had already been notified by Hades about the isolated sanctuary of the Greek demigods and Greek demigoddesses. Camp Half-Blood was where all those of divine lineage lived and resided. The Uzumaki sauntered out of his hotel room and walked out into the public lanes of San Francisco. Sunlight filtered down onto his body as he slipped his hands into his pockets and stepped forward. Naruto perused the different establishments within the city. The 15-year-old stopped and glanced into an alleyway polluted by the stench of blood, rotten flesh, and death. He snapped his fingers and manipulated the mist, a skill he had learned from one of Hades' subordinates. The mist unveiled itself to him and he saw some type of hellhound feasting on a corpse. The hellhound was accompanied by a roguish cyclops, who was biting its teeth into the arm of the corpse. Naruto clicked his teeth at the sight of a 12-year-old boy being devoured by these entities. The sound produced from his teeth alerted the hellhound and cyclops to his unconcealed presence. Naruto grinned, a ferocious glint simmering in the blue of his eyes. Oh? You heard me, huh? He tipped his sunglasses down and presented his luminous irises to the two creatures. The blue of his eyes had converted itself into an endless vermilion. Naruto observed the hellhound rush forward. Nonchalance brimmed on his features. Naruto slammed his knuckles into the skull of the hellhound and its body crumbled into golden particles of dust. The Uzumaki smirked at the Cyclops, who yelled. It sprinted towards him in an unbalanced gait. Naruto extended his foot forward and tripped the Cyclops down onto the ground. He flicked a heel kick into its face and hurtled the creature backwards. The Cyclops climbed up onto its 2 feet and let out a strangled scream of aggression. Naruto grinned, canted his head, and laughed as the Cyclops, who he named Club, began growling. Naruto stepped 1 foot forward and crossed the distance between him and the Cyclops in an interval of a second. His fist embedded itself into the Cyclops' solar plexus. Can Greek monsters talk? Club was propelled backwards for a second time and his back was slammed against the wall of the alleyway. Insouciance was evident from Naruto's tone. Sorry, Club. But you were pretty weak. Club grunted. The Cyclops' voice was unintelligible. K-kill ya. Naruto created a Rasengan and smacked it into the chest of the foul creature. Club disintegrated into golden particles. The Uzumaki wiped a fake tear of despair off his cheek. They always die young. You could have ended that fight in a minute. He disregarded his partner's words and crouched down in front of the body of the 12-year-old child. Naruto gritted his teeth as he began channeling his chakra into the boy's body. Kurama. I'm sorry, Naruto. This boy is dead. Naruto gandered at the amputated arm on the ground. Club had been feasting on the arms of the child while the hellhound had been devouring the stomach of the child. Both were cruel and gross. Another Rasengan, much bigger than the last one, was summoned by Naruto, who drilled it into the corpse of the child. When the blue-tinted orb was dispelled, there were no traces of the boy remaining. The Uzumaki walked over to the severed arm until he was accosted by the tip of a spear. He tipped his body backwards and back-flipped, thus establishing a distance between him and his aggressor. Naruto manipulated the crimson inside of his irises into sapphire. He and his aggressor shared an impressive amount of resemblances. They both had blonde hair and they both had blue eyes. You are Jason Grace. The blue-eyed youth shouted, son of Jupiter. Naruto lifted an eyebrow at the rambunctious and serious introduction. He folded his arms, nodded, and hummed. Okay. I shall avenge whoever you devoured. Jason twirled his spear and pointed its tip down at the amputated arm. You humanoid beast. This was a complete misunderstanding. Naruto respected the tenacious passion the demigod possessed. Was he a demigod? The Uzumaki grinned. Hey, kid. Are you a demigod or something else? Flecks of vibrant electricity coated the end of Jason's spear. He bounded at Naruto and aimed his spear at the sternum of the Uzumaki, who gave the boy a languid grin. Impressive power. A single kick from Naruto had Jason rolling backwards into the ground. Naruto snatched the spear out from the demigod's hands and planted it onto his shoulder. Kid. Monsters can't bleed red. That's true. Jason grunted, agony flared up in his stomach. But you were going to devour the arm of whoever you killed. Naruto tilted his head and stabbed the spear into his solar plexus. An inundation of blood trickled out from his wound. He took the spear out from his body and presented it to Jason, whose eyes widened. The Uzumaki flicked the granules of gold dust off of his shoulder and watched as they flittered onto Jason's lap. Naruto dropped the spear back down into his hands. I got rid of the monsters. Oh, Jason hesitated. Where's the rest of the body, then? Naruto sighed to himself and grabbed the severed arm off from the ground and summoned a Rasengan. The arm crumbled into nothing when it was touched by his orb of blue-colored energy. Happy? Jason immediately stood up and bowed in front of Naruto. His voice was loud, apologetic, and passionate. Forgive me for my actions. Whatever. Naruto flourished his hand. So, are you a demigod? The Son of Thunder nodded and picked up his spear before shrinking it into the form of a badge. Jason had an amicable possession. Indeed I am. I'm Jason Grace, and aiming to become Praetor. Naruto had no clue about how much value the title of Praetor possessed and opted to direct a simple shrug over to Jason. He hummed. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, an exorcist of sorts. Naruto, sir. You're still bleeding. The Uzumaki gazed down at the stab wound from his solar plexus and transmitted a mental signal to Kurama. Jason watched in absolute awe as the punctured torso began to reconstruct itself. Jason stepped forward and inspected the healed-up wound. Mr. Naruto. Who exactly are you? I've never seen you before in the city. Naruto was baffled by how polite the boy was being. If he had to guess, Jason was about 1 or 2 years younger than him. He laughed. I'm an exorcist. My job is to take care of vengeful spirits and ghosts. Jason opened up his mouth until Naruto heard his phone beep. Naruto checked out the identity of the caller. It was Sasuke Uchiha. He grunted and vanished in a distortion of crimson and orange. See ya later, kid. Naruto reappeared on the rooftop of a sequestered building and pressed the phone against his ear. The smooth baritone of the Uchiha filled his tympanums. I trust your assignment is a manageable one. Yep. No issues, but I did blab to a kid about how I was an exorcist. That's fine. Sasuke's monotonous voice echoed out from the phone speakers. This is nothing more than a routine check on you. Whatever. Naruto rolled his intense eyes of sapphire color. How is it back in Japan? I wouldn't be surprised if I had to come back. Everything's alright in Japan, dumbass. Sasuke chuckled. This assignment is also my idea of giving you a deserved vacation. I went into a food coma last night. Naruto grinned, ignoring Kurama's cacophonous laughter. This is definitely a fun mission. I doubt there's a chance you would fail this task. Unadulterated confidence was evident in Sasuke's gaze. You are the strongest. Sasuke ended the call and Naruto listened to his phone beep. He returned to the alleyway where he had left Jason, but the Son of Thunder had already vacated the sector. Huh. What a shame. A low growl filled the air of the alleyway. Naruto groaned at the sight of another hellhound. The creature yipped and leapt at him. Naruto blurred forward and slashed a kunai through its body. Golden dust littered the concrete beneath them. Naruto ambled out of the alleyway and back into the public streets of San Francisco. He adjusted his sunglasses and felt rays of sunlight touch his flesh. Naruto walked into a populated restaurant and was guided to a table occupied by a group of 3 people. One of them lifted a suspicious eyebrow at him, irritated. Shouldn't you be in school? You truant. The Uzumaki stretched his arms and his neck until he heard an audible crack. He lowered his sunglasses before a laugh rolled off of the end of his tongue. I'm home-schooled by my parents, sir. The gruff man grunted and buried his nose into a menu. Naruto chuckled again and ordered a chocolate cake when a waitress went to their table for their orders. The Uzumaki yawned. I'm hungry. Wait for your food, then. Naruto perked up as the waitress dropped his meal down onto the table, once 10 minutes had passed. He dug into his chocolate cake and a radiant grin graced his features. This is delicious. The gruff man from earlier glanced at him in obvious annoyance. Another one of the 3 people on the table let out a polite cough and mumbled. Excuse me. Could you tone your yells down a little? Sorry. The smell of the chocolate cake polluted his nose. Even the smell is delicious. Whoever cooked this is a culinary prodigy. Naruto was a messy eater at heart and all 3 occupants of the table watched him in unhidden distaste. Chocolate was smeared across his lips. He grabbed a napkin and wiped his face. Sorry. The Uzumaki stood up from the table. The gruff man sighed in relief, and paid for his meal at the counter while leaving a tip. He left the popular restaurant and sauntered through the streets. Naruto stared up at the luminous skies. A few hours had passed and it was evening. The Uzumaki walked towards his hotel, checked himself in, and returned to his hotel room. That was fun. Especially the part when you splattered cake on the man's food. Kurama's throaty soprano had a sarcastic inflection. How fun. Whatever. Time for bed, December 13, 2007. The sound of his phone alarm woke him up. Naruto blinked his azure eyes open and a yawn rumbled out of his mouth. He rolled out of bed, crashing into the carpet of his ginormous hotel room. Naruto stepped into the bathroom and performed his morning rituals. It was 14:23 p.m. The Uzumaki changed into a similar outfit from yesterday before exiting his hotel room. I woke up a little late. A little. Kurama snorted. You suck at managing your free time. He slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and grunted in lieu of a response. Kurama chuckled to himself, sinking into his crimson fur. Naruto turned the corner and stopped in absolute shock. Kura. An ethereal amount of divine energy boomed across the atmosphere of San Francisco. As if a great beast had been unshackled from its chains. Naruto's shock transmuted itself into pure exhilaration. Naruto dived into an alleyway and gathered up an abundant mass of nature energy. 2 orange patches grew over his blue eyes. The Uzumaki extended his sensory abilities to their absolute limits. Divine energy slammed into his senses in droves. Kurama was interested by the origin of such a potent power. Naruto tilted his head. A single deduction filled his head. Atlas has been unleashed. Can you pinpoint where he is exactly? No. Naruto extended his senses to their limits for a second time, but was blocked off by a barricade of some kind. I'm being blocked. The Uzumaki expunged the nature energy from his system and the orange patches above his eyes crumbled. Excitement flickered within his azure eyes. This is going to be fun. I've been waiting for a fight. You're my vessel. Kurama reminded him while yawning. You better not be scared if your opponent is stronger than you were expecting. Sure. Naruto responded and hummed, I haven't used Sage Mode in ages. The nature in San Francisco is different from Japan's. The Shinto pantheon governs over Japan. Your use of senjutsu originates from those fancy toads Amaterasu had created. Mount Myoboku. Naruto stepped out of the alleyway, disregarding the weirded out stares people were flicking in his direction. Man, I haven't been there in ages either. A shame, really. The Uzumaki listened to Kurama as he gave him an unintelligible response before dozing off. Naruto grinned at the thought of his partner until his body was enveloped by a shroud of ebony energy. He tumbled through the portal and landed on a beautiful chair. Sapphire eyes of nonchalance perused the sector, noticing the skeletal entities who were occupied by their duties to their king. Hades sat in the chair across from him. They were divided by a table forged from white oak wood. The deity of the underworld snapped his fingers. A skeletal chef planted ramen down onto the table. Naruto instantly separated his chopsticks and devoured the spicy noodles within the ceramic bowl. A refreshed breath escaped his lips. Thanks for the food. I was starving for some good ol' ramen. I could tell. A pale hand caressed Hades' chin. I was wondering if you wanted assistance on this commission. I can provide many. There is something. Hades flicked his hand forward in approval. Naruto slurped in another flood of noodles and wiped his sleeve against his mouth. Can you give me some more ramen? I'm starving for my noodles. A skeletal chef settled another bowl down on the table. Naruto crossed his arms and let out a casual hum. Thanks for the offer. I'm pretty sure I got everything covered. There's not much else. The god of the underworld nodded and snapped two of his fingers. Reality flickered for a simple second. Naruto tumbled out of the portal before stumbling backwards and bumping into four people. Sorry. Naruto controlled the mist and pitted the four people against one another in a duel. It was a rather comical sight. The four civilians brought out whatever they had in their bags and began to battle. The Uzumaki produced his sealing scroll from his pocket and unsealed a bag of popcorn to watch the spectacle. People started to record the duel between these four individuals, who were shouting. One person was holding a pen. The second person was holding a purse. The third person was holding a compass. The fourth person was holding a chair they had snatched from one of the cafes. Someone tapped Naruto on the shoulder and pointed at his popcorn. Shrugging to himself, Naruto offered the citizens his bag of popcorn until he was dragged into the middle of the four-person duel. They all yelled out nonsensical battle cries. Naruto hated battle cries, despite using them himself, and rushed at one another. Naruto grinned as he crouched beneath a fold-up chair and pen. A purse was thrown at him. Naruto grabbed onto it and smacked it into the face of the pen wielder. He snatched the chair from one of the four people and swung in a wide circle, hitting all four of them. Naruto had not accounted for the compass wielder and a shallow cut decorated his forearm. Unbothered by his little laceration, Naruto stepped forward and slammed his arm into the person's neck. It was a harmless blow and the compass wielder collapsed down onto the ground. Naruto was the undisputed winner of the four-person duel. A whistle was blown and the audience scattered. Two policemen approached him. Naruto immediately manipulated the mist to conceal his true identity and vanished in a blur. His body flickered onto the top of a building, letting out a breath of relief. That was fun. Moronic if you ask me. Kurama grunted. You started a petty dispute and involved yourself in the same dispute you orchestrated. Who cares? An insouciant laugh bubbled out from the depths of his windpipe. Naruto smiled. I haven't had this much fun in ages. Sasuke was right when he had told him this was a highly deserved vacation. Naruto had been busying himself in work for the last year and hadn't taken a single break. This little holiday was therapeutic. The chakra from his partner scorched his skin for a second as Kurama healed up the tiny cut on his forearm. Naruto adjusted his sunglasses and gazed down at the sector where the duel had started. He laughed when he noticed the chair wielder smack his seat into the face of a policeman and begin his run down the road. The purse wielder took her purse and escaped. The compass man was asleep. Naruto had zero idea on where the pen wielder had disappeared. The Uzumaki slid his unsmooth hands into his pockets and felt the wind tickle his skin. He checked the time on his phone screen. It was 17:23 p.m. Naruto flipped forward and landed on a lower rooftop. There was some type of commotion happening on another road. His curiosity piqued at the sight of Jason, who was on the floor. The commotion was some type of robbery while Jason was in an alleyway. Naruto surmised he was investigating for more monsters. He was also accompanied by a demi-goddess. She wielded a blade. His azure eyes discerned the presence of a hellhound. This one was larger than the last two Naruto had battled. There was no value in interfering in their battle. This was a chance for Jason to improve. Naruto channeled chakra into the bottom of his feet and leapt forward onto another rooftop before running across its walls. The Uzumaki dispersed his chakra, falling down into an isolated path. There was a risk in being so blatant about his abilities in public. If, for some unexplainable reason, the mist failed, a countless number of mortals would be able to see a teenager sticking onto buildings. It would be hilarious to witness some people's reactions towards a super-powered 15-year-old boy. Naruto could imagine how shocked, terrified, envious, and baffled some people would be. Naruto slipped his sunglasses off of his face and slid them into his pockets. The evening skies illuminated the city. He stepped 3 feet forward until his body was nothing more than a distorted outline. The Uzumaki materialized in front of his hotel and returned to his hotel room. Clicking on his phone, Naruto was bombarded by several messages from his colleagues back in Japan. Huh? They had somehow procured the videos of him and his 4-person duel circulating throughout social media. Naruto was surprised how the videos had gained such a high amount of fraction in little time. He laughed and tapped on one of the messages as the video popped up on his screen. Kurama himself watched through the eyes of his vessel. Raucous laughter escaped his mouth. Ha! Naruto shared the amusement alongside his partner. The Uzumaki slouched down into his bed. He grinned and began to think. This was a vacation, but this was also a commission from his latest clientele. Exhaustion had settled into his system. Kurama had dozed off and he was tired himself. Naruto yawned and closed his eyes. 10 hours had passed and the second alarm of his phone woke him up. Kurama. I'm awake. Naruto cracked his neck until he heard an audible pop good. Kurama flicked his tails in a hypnotic array as Naruto materialized into the inner dimension of his seal. Naruto's sapphire-hued eyes reflected the vermilion of Kurama's gaze. I'm pretty excited. Of course you are. The Kyuubi rolled his luminous eyes, disregarding his vessel's grunt of frustration. Get out of my seal. He flicked 2 of his tails forward and Naruto was kicked out of his mindscape. The Uzumaki opened up his eyes before he walked into the bathroom, completing his morning ritual in 10 minutes. Naruto grabbed onto his room card and stepped into the lobby. The receptionist took his room card while checking him out of the hotel. He walked out into the public paths of San Francisco and smiled. The Uzumaki raised his right hand up and pressed his index finger into the obsidian tattoo decorated across his calloused palm. A portal opened beneath him. Naruto yelled out in excitement as he fell in. He planted his hands down onto the platform of the rooftop and flipped himself up to his feet. The portal above him disintegrated. Naruto stretched his legs, lowering his sunglasses to view the city. His sapphire eyes rippled into pits of crimson for a meager second. The firmament was beautified by its ebony-colored shards. Naruto converted the vermilion of his irises into blue. This vacation's over. Naruto could feel his blood rumble in elation. He extended his arm forward and a bloodthirsty grin of excitement grew onto his features. This mission was going to be a fun one in the end. The gentle din of footsteps echoed throughout an isolated alleyway within the sequestered depths of New York City. 2 luminous and intense eyes of azure origin peered up at the endless night sky. Naruto Uzumaki had a nonchalant expression painted across his face when he noticed a legion of monsters behind him. One of them hissed at him. The hiss was a high-pitched and sibilant sound. The Uzumaki tilted his head at the sight of the Empusa, whose crimson-colored eyes glinted a sadistic shimmer. Amusement flickered inside of his bright irises. And who may you be? Naruto watched as the Empusa, who he had named Sydney, bared her serrated fangs in his direction. She growled and another hiss rumbled out from her lips. My identity is not your business. He raised his hands up in surrender and remained silent. A hellhound yipped before charging forward. Naruto raised an unimpressed eyebrow and laughed. Does the doggy want to play? Such insolence. Sydney shook her head, a malicious smile growing onto her grotesque features. You are a fool for taunting us, mortal. Naruto let out an uninterested hum. The hellhound blurred in front of him and aimed its sharp teeth at his neck. Within 2 seconds, the Uzumaki had already crumbled the beast into golden particles. He stepped 1 foot forward and crossed the distance between him and Sydney, who stumbled backwards in unadulterated shock at how fast he was. Naruto flicked his foot into her abdomen. "How dare you?" Sydney screeched, the sadistic intent inside of her vermilion gaze increased. "You shall suffer a fate worse than death." Naruto ignored the hideous Empusa and directed an unconcerned grin at the Cyclops behind him. It grunted out a ferocious roar. The Uzumaki smacked his elbow into the foul creature's solar plexus. He took off his sunglasses and unveiled his sapphire-hued eyes to the army of monsters in the alleyway. Sydney was baffled at the luminosity of his gaze. Naruto grinned, pointing his finger forward. The moonlight. Naruto's bright grin transformed itself into a mischievous one. "It truly does highlight how weak all of you are." Those words of absolute mockery drove Sydney into pure insanity. The Empusa bared her fangs at him for a second time. Saliva frothed from her mouth. "Kill him. I don't care how. Kill this boy." Insouciance was evident on his coarse features. Unperturbed by the pure ferocity within her voice, Naruto produced a kunai from his sleeve and his body became nothing more than a meager distortion. An orange and crimson outline blurred through the alleyway. 15 of the hellhounds barked as they disintegrated into golden particles. Naruto reappeared in front of Sydney, who was hissing. The high-pitched noise filled the cold air of the alleyway. Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones and gesticulated his chin at the last 15 monsters. They nodded, stepping forward and vanishing. Naruto crouched down until his sapphire-colored irises met her vermilion-accentuated gaze. He gave her a casual grin, but a curious and aggressive glint boiled inside of the azure of his eyes. The Uzumaki tapped his finger onto the temple of the Empusa and knocked her unconscious. Naruto glanced at his 2 shadow clones. The 2 of them had destroyed the army of foul entities. He dispelled his shadow clones and crossed his arms. Who had ordered this Empusa and her army of monsters to attack him? Naruto clicked his fingers in realization. It must have been Atlas. Perhaps it was him. Kurama grunted in response, a languid yawn flittering out from the cavern of his mouth. That would mean he found out about my commission to eliminate him. Naruto groaned and slumped his shoulders. This sucks. What should I do? No clue. Naruto grinned at the languid response from his partner. The sound of a hiss reached his tympanums. He flicked his gaze toward Sydney, who had woken herself up. Who arranged this fight? Why would I tell you? A sardonic smirk of untainted mockery graced her monstrous features. I shall remain loyal to my lord. The Uzumaki clicked his teeth and rolled his eyes of a blue color. His presence extended itself over to her. Sydney gasped when the outline of a ginormous fox filled her vision. Kurama growled. His growl was a deep and gruff rumble. Sydney frothed at the mouth in obvious fear. She shook her head, but the outline of Kurama remained within her line of sight. The Empusa screamed. Luke Castellan. Luke Castellan, she shrieked. He found out about Hades hiring you somehow and ordered me to eliminate you. Luke Castellan. Rough fingers brushed his chin. Naruto nodded to himself and grunted. How did he find out about my existence? I'm not sure. Sydney slammed her head against the wall of the alleyway. Terror brimmed in her voice. Get rid of that fox. Naruto shrugged and Kurama retreated into his seal. The outline of the gargantuan kitsune left her vision. Sydney let out a breath of relief until a kunai embedded itself into her sternum. She crumbled. The Uzumaki slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and body flickered onto the rooftop of a secluded building. One of his hands were stretched forward as he gathered senjutsu into his system. Hades had told of him about the tale of a boy called Percy Jackson, who was the son of Poseidon and the child who had retrieved the Master Bolt. He was also one of the people looking for Hades' kids. Naruto extended his senses across the country and felt the presence of the ocean inside of someone. He grinned. Percy Jackson had to be the one in possession of such an oceanic presence. Bingo. How did Hades find out he would be looking for his children? The Uzumaki rummaged through his pockets and smoothed out the letter Hades had left in his pocket from their latest encounter. It read, Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, and Talia Grace. Naruto performed a double take on the last surname on the note. His aureate eyebrow lifted itself up. Jason had the same surname. He shrugged, pocketed the note, and leapt off of the rooftop. Luke Castellan stood within the sector of a ginormous room. The palace of Hecate, the goddess of magic, was an ornate one. His blue-tinted gaze drifted towards the crystal ball on top of a table. Hecate snapped her fingers and the crystal ball glistened a pink-hued light. The crystal ball presented to them the image of Naruto Uzumaki destroying an army of 30 monsters. Hecate scowled. This blue-eyed boy. Her lustrous voice echoed into the eardrums of the demigod, who arched a brow. He is a threat. How is he a threat? Luke folded his arms. Annoyance colored his unamused tone. All he did was take out 30 monsters. Big deal. The deity of magic lifted her pink accentuated gaze up to Luke. Magical particles filled the warm air of the castle and touched his skin. Hecate scoffed. Your sarcasm is not appreciated, boy. She clicked her fingers and summoned a screen. A screen created from her magical energy. Another image of Naruto Uzumaki was visible and, this time, his body was covered by an aureate cloak. Luke could feel the power Naruto held in this form from the screen. Hecate snapped her fingers for a third time and the magical screen dissolved itself into pink-tinged particles. He wasn't that powerful. Hecate rolled her bright eyes and created a picture book. Luke grabbed it out from the air. The demigod opened it up and was taken aback when he saw the illustration of a Kyuubi on its pages. The boy himself is not a threat. Hecate smirked. The creature sealed inside of him is a threat. That beast is the nine-tailed fox. Lord Kronos. The name of the titan lingered on the tip of her tongue. He wants to use the fox to become even more powerful. Oh, realization glistened within his gaze. Luke nodded. Lord Kronos wants to kill Naruto Uzumaki to steal this beast from him. Indeed. Hecate chuckled. The Kyuubi is a creature from the Shinto pantheon. He is feared and revered by all for his incredible strength. Hecate clapped her hands and a scroll materialized into Luke's hands. Luke unrolled the scroll and his eyes widened in intrigue. She smiled. Our goal is to capture or kill Naruto Uzumaki and steal the Kyuubi. Luke Castellan. Heed my warning. The goddess' pink eyes shimmered, power exuding from her gaze alone. You must be careful when facing Naruto Uzumaki. He is a complete aberration. Aberration. Luke tilted his head. How so? Hecate produced another scroll from thin air and opened it up. Illustrated onto the scroll was a picture of a blonde child. The stars and the heavens themselves held within his hands. What is this? Some fancy drawing. Wrong. Hecate clicked her teeth, irritated. His birth flipped the power balance of the Shinto pantheon itself. He is an absolute anomaly. Impressive. Luke whistled to himself. The demigod hummed. How did you find out he would be interfering in our schemes? The goddess of magic gave him a shrewd smirk. Particles of magic flickered across her pale palm until she forged herself a parchment. A vermilion-colored sigil glowed on the paper. I have my sources. It's a shame. Luke grunted, frustration bleeding into his rough baritone. He killed 30 of our monsters, including the Empusa. Not to worry. Hecate flourished her smooth hand and summoned a legion of 20 Empusa, who all hissed. I can create more. We mustn't be concerned by Naruto Uzumaki's presence. The goddess of magic reminded the demigod. She smiled. Our top priority is resurrecting Lord Kronos and ensuring his victory. Indeed, Naruto channeled an average amount of chakra into the bottom of his feet and stuck himself onto another building. The raucous beeps of the vehicles inside of the city deluged both of his tympanums. He flipped forward and fell down into an isolated lane. Cold air tickled his flesh as he landed onto the ground. Naruto grabbed his sealing scroll from his pocket and unsealed a bottle of water. Naruto flicked the lid off of the top and gulped all of the water in the bottle down his throat in 10 seconds. Wiping his wrist against his lip, the Uzumaki slipped his hands into his pockets and vanished. The Uzumaki body flickered 10 miles forward and settled himself onto the balcony of an abandoned hotel. His fingers touched the glacial metal of the railing before he gazed down at the city. Bright lights flickered within his vision. Multitudinous sounds filled his eardrums. A little smile graced his visage. Naruto left the railing in a flash of multiple colors and blurred across the large city. Sage mode allowed him to stretch his sensory limits to an unnatural level. Naruto could feel the oceanic presence of Percy Jackson and the electrical presence of Talia Grace. Jason had a similar presence. Naruto entered a forest, sprinting through an inundation of thick branches and green-tinted leaves. Chakra rippled into his hand as he grabbed onto a vine and swung himself forward into the woods. The Uzumaki reached a secluded sector, where he could see the outline of a ginormous school. Naruto's body flickered onto the rooftop of the frontistery and blurred towards another forest. A wide grin grew onto his whiskered features. Naruto watched Percy Jackson engage in a duel against some type of manticore. He tilted his head and summoned a massive Rasengan onto his palm. Massive Rasengan for the win. Exhilaration danced inside of the blue of his iridescent irises. Haven't used one of these in a while. Naruto slammed his gargantuan orb of blue chakra down onto the body of the monster. The smoke cleared up and unveiled the manticore to him, whose scales were beginning to crack. The Uzumaki directed his azure gaze to Percy Jackson and raised his thumb. It's a pleasure to meet ya. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. The pleasure's all mine. Percy blinked his emerald-hued eyes in absolute confusion, as if he was in a drunken daze. I'm Percy. Naruto laughed and his senses picked up on a multitude of presences. A languid hum buzzed inside of his mouth. He tapped his chin before flipping forward and disappearing in an array of orange. The Uzumaki reappeared on the rooftop of the school. Hades had wanted him to remain surreptitious in his mission and for him to keep his existence somewhat hidden. I have a plan. Would you care to tell me? Simple. Naruto grinned, sitting down cross-legged on the rooftop. I wait for them to leave for Camp Half-Blood and follow them. How exactly would that keep your existence hidden? Kurama grunted, unimpressed. They would notice you following them. True. True. Naruto nodded in response. Guess I have to suppress my chakra when I'm following them to Camp Half-Blood. Good idea. Kurama yawned. Camp Half-Blood is where these prophecies are given to demigods. Hades did tell us that whoever is given a prophecy this time would lead us to wherever Atlas is. Yep. Atlas was seated on the top of an expensive throne. An aureate goblet of wine was in his right hand and a parchment was in his left hand. Annoyance decorated his face. He rumbled out a low growl. The parchment was from Luke Castellan. It was filled by details about the nine-tailed fox Kronos desired to steal from Naruto Uzumaki. Atlas felt a shred of irritation from the last segment of the letter. Be careful of Naruto Uzumaki. The Titan of Endurance crushed the goblet of wine into golden fragments and grunted. Luke was growing more and more audacious by the day. He dared warn him about a future adversary? Atlas shook his head and smirked, elation rushing through his veins. He had been holding the sky for decades and was itching for a battle to the metaphorical death against a powerful foe. He clapped. A Dracena slithered towards him, stuck out its tongue, and hissed. It held a photograph in its reptilian hands. Atlas snatched the photo from the creature and lifted an eyebrow. So this is the boy. Two luminous eyes of an intense blue stared at him. The boy possessed a carefree and mischievous countenance. Atlas hummed. He wanted to change his carefree expression into a pained one. Atlas flicked his fist through the sternum of the Dracena. It crumbled into golden particles. The Titan adjusted the tie hooked over his neck and grinned. Naruto Uzumaki, vessel of the Kyuubi. I'm waiting for you to challenge me. Unadulterated rage was burning within the depths of his head. Percy clenched both of his fists and gritted his teeth. A disgruntled shimmer glistened in the green of his aggrieved gaze. He sighed. Annabeth had been kidnapped by Dr. Thorne. The manticore who was posing as a teacher in the school Nico had been a student of. Percy still remembered the blonde boy he had encountered. The thought of the blonde individual, Naruto Uzumaki, lingered in his mind. Percy was positive the poison he had gotten from Dr. Thorne was going to kill him until Naruto had interfered in their battle. His massive orb of blue energy had weakened Dr. Thorne enough for him to be disintegrated by a few arrows. Percy wondered who exactly Naruto was, and why had he disappeared. Another sigh escaped his lips. Percy tucked his chin between his knees as he stared out at the body of water in front of him. His ears perked up at the sound of a bright and nonchalant laugh. Huh? He snapped his green-hued gaze towards the source of the noise and his eyes widened in pure shock. Naruto Uzumaki stood in the distance, an insouciant grin beautifying his cheerful features. The Uzumaki raised his hand up, flourishing it and returning it to his pockets. Percy stood up to his feet, uncapped riptide, and brandished his blade in the direction of the stranger. You again? Naruto blurred forward and appeared behind Percy, who adjusted his stance until he was facing him. The demigod gritted his teeth. I'm not in the mood for your games. What do you want from me? Simple. Naruto shrank his grin into a casual smile. I have to speak to the director of your camp. I have some business for him. Percy capped Riptide into its pen form and nodded. Naruto arched a brow when he noticed the boy's emerald gaze lingering on him. The son of the seas began walking and mumbled. Who exactly are you? Naruto Uzumaki. He responded, feeling the warm air of the camp touch his exposed patches of skin. An exorcist for vengeful spirits. Naruto followed Percy to the big house. Chiron was on the porch of the building while Mr. D had already left to sleep. The centaur noticed Percy and Naruto, bemused. Percy. Who is your friend? Naruto Uzumaki. Percy shrugged, ignoring the expression of surprise on Chiron's ancient face. He wanted to speak to you. Of course. Chiron let out a gentle cough. Please get to your cabin, Percy. Maybe some rest shall help you calm down your nerves. The son of the seas grunted and left for his cabin. Chiron smoothed out the blanket on his lap before he sighed. I wasn't expecting the troublemaker of the Shinto to visit me at my abode. Naruto raised up his tattooed palm. Official business. Chiron discerned the sigil of Hades on the hand of the Uzumaki and pressed a finger to his temple in fatigue. Another sigh filtered out from his mouth. What has Lord Hades hired you for, Uzumaki? To eliminate Atlas. Naruto crossed his arms, or subdue him. Why are you at this camp? Chiron lowered his finger from his temple and down into his lap. There's no reason for you to be. Comprehension flickered across his face. His antique gaze drifted down to the ground as a despaired breath rolled out from his lips. Don't tell me there shall be another prophecy soon. There's going to be another prophecy soon. Naruto had an unbothered and peaceful expression. Sounds fun, huh? A prophecy ends in death on most occasions. Chiron glanced at Naruto in hidden distaste, intertwining his hands and humming. I assume you plan to stay at camp until the prophecy is given out? Bingo. Luke was seated on a luxurious chair. A chair created from a number of expensive and beautiful materials. On the table in front of him was a collection of delicious and edible meals. He licked his lips. The demigod gazed at the individual who sat across from him. Prometheus, the titan of forethought, stabbed his fork into the middle of a steak before guiding it into the depths of his mouth. Prometheus lifted a polite eyebrow when he noticed Luke was staring in his direction. Sipping a glass of wintry water, he smiled. Is there something on my face, young Castellan? Perhaps some food? No. Luke shook his head and grunted. Why exactly are you eating on my table? I'm sure you have subordinates to cook you meals. I'm of divine blood, young Castellan. Prometheus chuckled. There is no feasible reason for me to eat food. I merely do it sometimes. Luke ignored Prometheus and drank his cup of wine. Curiosity filled his voice. Have you been told by Hecate about the nine-tailed fox? Indeed. Prometheus nodded. I don't care much about that fox. Lord Kronos wants us to steal the fox from Naruto Uzumaki. Luke replied, taking another greedy sip of his wine. It's such a pain. The fox does hold incredible power. Prometheus reminded him. The titan stabbed his fork into a second steak. It's worth the effort. Maybe. Luke hesitated for the briefest of minutes and sighed. He snapped his fingers, summoning two of his monstrous subordinates, who waited for his orders. Clean up the dinner table. Prometheus pushed his chair backwards and stood up to his feet. A low hum of amusement developed itself inside of his windpipe at the sight of the monsters obeying a mortal of all entities. How funny. Divine energy erupted from Prometheus' form and he crumbled into brown-colored particles. Luke adjusted the collar of his outfit, walking through the ginormous doors of the dining room. The demigod stepped into his bedroom and clicked his fingers. Luke glanced back and watched as the doors behind him closed. A smirk graced his handsome visage. My skills in magic are reputable. He seated himself down on his office chair and stared at his desk. Strewn across it were all of the documents, dossiers, and scrolls Hecate had about the Kyuubi. Luke tapped his chin. The nine-tailed fox interested him to inhuman extents. He still felt the power Naruto Uzumaki was exuding in the magical video from when he utilized the abilities of the kitsune. It was impressive. Luke straightened his body as he heard an amused chuckle. Hecate teleported herself into his bedroom and inspected the documents scattered across his desk. You are a bit obsessed, aren't you? Not really. Luke shook and canted his head. I'm deducing if stealing the Kyuubi from Naruto Uzumaki is worth the effort. In my opinion, it's not worth the effort. The goddess of magic touched her cheek. This is the desire of our Lord. Indeed it is. December 15, 2007. Naruto woke up on the top of a soft mattress. Sunlight streamed through the unopened window of the guest room in the big house. A languid yawn filtrated out from the pits of his mouth. He flicked his hand through his face and removed the gunk gathered inside of his eyes. Naruto directed his gaze towards the door of the room when he heard the sound of footsteps in the outside corridor. The Uzumaki blurred forward and opened the door. Percy immediately paused in bafflement. Naruto rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Oh, Percy. Did you have a good sleep last night?" "I guess." Percy glanced at the trap door, the entrance to the attic. "I wanted to ask you this. What are you?" Naruto grinned. "I'm an exorcist of sorts." "Okay," Percy nodded. "What does an exorcist do?" "Take care of evil and vengeful spirits." Naruto answered and flourished a calloused hand. "And to keep Japan free of evil yokai." Percy ignored Naruto and began to climb up the steps to the attic. His eyes widened a little as Naruto morphed into an orange distortion and blurred into the attic. The demigod blinked in awe. "How are you so fast?" "Simple speed." Naruto yelled and laughed. "You should see Sasuke. Whenever he gets real in a fight, lightning covers up his body." Percy had zero clue about the identity of this Sasuke individual and clicked his fingers. "Oh. I also wanted to ask why you're at camp." The Uzumaki unveiled his obsidian-colored tattoo to Percy and slipped his sunglasses onto his face. "I'm on business for Hades." "Hades." Percy blanched. "What type of business?" "Private." Naruto shouted, a chuckle rolling off of the tip of his tongue. "My turn to ask a question. Why are you checking the attic?" Percy entered the attic and leaned himself against one of its wooden pillars. Crossing his arms, he contemplated on his response. "My friend, Annabeth, was kidnapped by a manticore. The one I used a massive Rasengan on." Naruto slanted his head. "I definitely weakened him enough to be killed or subdued at least." "You did." Percy unfolded his arms and sighed. "But Dr. Thorne was durable enough to keep us busy enough to kidnap Annabeth. I can feel an underlying affection in his emotions whenever he speaks about this Annabeth person. He's got a crush on her, then. Why are you in the attic?" The Uzumaki kept his head tilted, a glint of curiosity and confusion flickering in his gaze. "I want to ask the oracle about for some clues to find her." Percy interrupted him and pointed at the oracle. It had a lifeless presence and a miserable expression. "It has the power to give prophecies." Naruto nodded and stepped towards the oracle. Nature energy entered his system until 2 orange patches grew over his eyes. He extended his senses out to feel the presence of the lifeless entity. The Uzumaki detected 2 emotions, fear and despair. There was also some type of residual presence lingering in the aura of the creature. Naruto could feel shards of Hades' divine power. Naruto stretched his sensory capabilities to their absolute limits. Interest shimmered in the blue of his eyes for a second. Hades had imparted some kind of curse onto the oracle, a curse of death. He dispelled all of the Senjutsu chakra within his system. Naruto seated himself down on a wooden chair while Percy started to speak to the oracle, but he was given no response. "Kurama?" The Uzumaki stared out of the window in the attic and scanned the gray-tinted clouds strewn across the bright skies. He propped his palm beneath his chin. "I wonder how long this is going to take." "Maybe months." Kurama grunted. "Maybe a few weeks." A frustrated groan rumbled within his trachea. Naruto sighed and gandered towards Percy, who was kicking his foot into the wooden pillar of the attic in irritation. "Hey, Percy. Is something wrong?" "There is." Percy kicked the wooden pillar of the attic for a 4th time. "The oracle didn't give me a clue on how to rescue Annabeth." Naruto crossed the distance between him and Percy in an interval of a second. His shoulder leaned itself against the wooden wall as he raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't your fault she was kidnapped, was it?" No. You have to focus on rescuing your friend." Naruto smiled. "You have to stay calm and collected for yourself and your friend." "Thanks, Naruto." Percy inhaled and exhaled. "I have to stay calm." "How about a little spar to keep you calm?" Percy stepped backwards when the end of a kunai touched his neck. The demigod swung riptide forward and aimed his blade at the ear of Naruto Uzumaki, who backflipped from him to create distance. Naruto had a wide grin on his whiskered face and produced another kunai from his sleeve before blurring forward. Percy gritted his teeth in concentration, using the end of Riptide to block off the kunai. The Uzumaki twirled his kunai and directed it towards Percy's temple. Percy smirked and smacked the weapon down into the ground. Naruto shook his head and disappeared in a distortion. Percy raised his hands up in surrender as Naruto held a third kunai against his neck. The demigod capped Riptide into its pen form and grunted. "Why the hell do you have so many knives in your sleeves?" "They're not knives." Naruto had a gleeful smile on his visage. "These weapons are called kunai. Most shinobi use them in spars or fights." The son of the seas glanced towards the small crowd gathered outside of the arena to view their little spar. Every camper was confused about the identity of the blonde-haired and blue-eyed boy. Naruto adjusted his sunglasses and gandered at the audience who were watching their harmless battle. He had failed to heed Hades' orders of keeping himself and his existence surreptitious and hidden. Percy noticed one of the members of the audience approach him. Talia arched a brow when Naruto lifted a hand up. She crossed her arms and glared at Percy, who shrugged. "Who's the blonde?" "He's an exorcist." Percy answered while slipping Riptide into his pockets. He rotated his wrists. Naruto was an unpredictable foe. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Someone who has a lot of knives. "Kunai." Talia flicked her sapphire-accentuated eyes towards him. Naruto stared at them and realized how similar they were to the eyes of Jason Grace. They had to be related somehow. "Nice to meet you." "The name's Talia Grace." She rolled her blue eyes and grunted. "Never seen you at camp. Are you one of the new demigods?" "Nope." Naruto presented his calloused palm to Talia and the crowd outside of the arena. "I was hired by Hades for a mission." "Hades." Her eyes widened in curiosity. "What kind of business?" "Private business." Naruto lifted a finger up to his lips, a cheeky smile decorating his features. "Sorry. I can't blab about my task." "Oh." Sarcasm filled her voice as Talia snorted. "A secret spy." Naruto ignored her sardonic words and flicked a few heaps of snow off of his shoulder. Within an interval of a second, Naruto had collected all of the kunai he had left on the ground in a blur. The Uzumaki brought out one of his sealing scrolls and sealed his kunai into it. Humming to himself, Naruto channeled some of his chakra into his arms and legs. "Wonder what Sasuke's up to." "I couldn't care less about the Uchiha." Kurama growled. "All of them deserve to burn in the deepest levels of hell. Every single Uchiha." Naruto laughed and stuck his feet onto the trunk of a tree without using either of his hands. Another chuckle teetered out from his mouth. "Your vendetta against the Uchiha clan is hilarious." "And Naruto." Percy watched him in unmuted awe. "How are you? How the hell are you climbing up that tree?" The Uzumaki blinked and realized he had unconsciously transmitted his chakra into his arms and legs. Laughing and grinning, he flipped forward and settled down on the concrete. "It's a special skill." "Special skill?" Percy grouched to himself, disbelief evident in his tone. "Could you teach me this special skill of yours, please?" Naruto pondered for a minute and extended his senses towards the inner energy system of the demigod. Percy possessed no chakra points or a chakra pathway system. "Sorry. I can't teach you this." "Huh." Percy nodded and shrugged. "That's fine." An apologetic smile graced his features. Naruto grunted when he felt a shard of energy touch his skin. His gaze flickered towards the tattoo painted on his right palm. "Kurama. What's going on?" "The tattoo is checking your whereabouts. Hades is ensuring you're on task." The Kyuubi grunted in response. "Nothing to worry about." Naruto grinned. "Okay." The Uzumaki vanished in a distortion of crimson and orange. He unveiled himself and entered the guest room. Naruto planted himself onto a chair and yawned. His mission was starting soon. Granules of iridescent moonlight decorated the beautiful planet in an endless illumination of an incandescent silver. Flecks of snow trickled down onto the ground beneath him. Prometheus hummed. His brown-hued eyes gazed in the direction of the island, where he noticed the barricade-covered entrance of Camp Half-Blood. Another pulse of mana alerted him of a powerful and warm presence. Prometheus glanced in the direction of an indiscernible outline. Naruto Uzumaki stepped 3 feet forward until he was in front of the Titan of Forethought, who possessed a pleased smile. "Who the hell are you?" There was a somewhat calm inflection within the annoyed pits of his aggressive baritone. Prometheus blinked to himself, coughed, and gave Naruto a polite bow. I am Prometheus, champion of fire. Oh. Recognition glinted inside of the luminous blue of his vibrant gaze. Naruto clicked his fingers. You're the Titan of forethought. Prometheus chuckled and nodded. Indeed I am. I carved man itself from my imagination and bestowed fire upon them and their spawn. That's why you called yourself the champion of fire, huh? Naruto grinned before he tilted his head. What a badass nickname. Thank you. Prometheus had a gratified expression. He intertwined his scar-covered hands. There is something I must ask of you. A multitudinous amount of runes materialized themselves beneath Naruto's feet and trapped him inside of some type of magical cage. Naruto grunted as his body was electrocuted. What the hell? Prometheus walked towards the Uzumaki and stared down at him in hollow amusement. The Titan reached a calloused palm onto the ground, murmuring an incantation to himself. Naruto gritted his teeth. Naruto closed his beautiful eyes of sapphire origin and gathered an abundant amount of nature energy into his system. Orange pigmentations grew over his eyelids. The Uzumaki grunted. Prometheus gandered at him in unadulterated shock until the mana-constructed cage around Naruto was obliterated. Naruto stepped out from a cloud of dust and slanted his head. Such incredible power. Prometheus mumbled to himself. Awe colored his tone. You truly are a monstrous individual. The Uzumaki ignored his mumbles of reverence and slammed an unsmooth palm into his stomach. Prometheus coughed out globs of blood. Naruto grinned and disappeared in a distortion of crimson. An imperceptible blur appeared behind Prometheus. He clenched his fists and aimed a ruthless punch towards Naruto's sternum. Naruto watched him before he planted his knee into Prometheus' stomach. Sage Mode gave its user enhanced strength, speed, and perception. Naruto summoned a massive Rasengan onto his palm and slammed it down onto Prometheus' body. A strangled groan filled the air. Naruto sensed a buildup of mana above him. Iridescent eyes of azure color gandered up at the beautiful night skies. The Uzumaki discerned Prometheus, who had conjured a giant blade of mana. Prometheus let out a grunt of determination and exertion. The ginormous blade of magic directed itself at Naruto before it glowed an ominous brown. Naruto squinted his eyes and vanished. Rasengan. The Titan of Forethought detected the powerful presence of the Uzumaki behind him within the air and chuckled in disbelief. Naruto constructed a Rasengan and drove it through Prometheus' skull. Globs of aureate blood covered his calloused hand. Naruto descended down and landed on the isolated road of the island while Prometheus' decapitated body fell down into a large crater. His blue eyes widened in amazement at the sight of Prometheus' regeneration. Ichor and flesh combined to recreate his skull and head. Prometheus cracked his neck. What impressive power. Thanks. Naruto smirked. I wanted to ask you a few questions until you trapped me in that damn cage. Are you Atlas' subordinate? Subordinate. Humor illuminated Prometheus' scarred features. Prometheus laughed. Why would I be my brother's subordinate? What a valuable piece of information. A languid yawn of interest bubbled inside of Naruto's head. Prometheus is Atlas' brother. Your Atlas' brother. Naruto tapped his chin. Would you be able to take me to him? I have some business for your dearest sibling. Prometheus raised an eyebrow in unveiled curiosity. Business for my brother. What could you seek from Atlas of all divine creatures? Nothing much. The Uzumaki possessed a baleful grin on his whiskered features. I intend to hunt him down and eliminate him. Prometheus rushed at Naruto and blurred forward in a flash of brown and beige colors. Naruto smirked to himself and felt Prometheus' presence in front of him. He flicked a right hook onto his cheek. Naruto channeled an average amount of Kurama's chakra into his knuckles and slammed both of them forward. Prometheus' head rattled when it was touched by his two chakra-enhanced fists. A powerful punch from Naruto had Prometheus stumbling onto the concrete underneath them. The Uzumaki crouched down until his sapphire eyes met the brown ones of the Titan. Naruto scowled. Why the hell did you trap me in that magical cage of yours? Naruto let out an irritated grunt and sighed. Kurama. Stop laughing at me. Prometheus clicked his teeth in agitation until he felt a wind-enhanced kunai touch his neck. Ichor dribbled down from its laceration. He had a composed smile on his bloodied visage. We seek the nine tails. Kurama. The orange pigmentations on his face disappeared. Naruto widened his eyes in surprise. Why the hell would you? I do not care for that pathetic fox of yours. A chortle of unadulterated mockery escaped his mouth. My lord desires the Kyuubi's power. Naruto grabbed Prometheus' collar and picked him up from the ground. Aggression blemished his whiskered face. He gave the Titan a wide grin of ruthless determination. You won't ever take Kurama. Are you sure? Prometheus possessed a small smirk and whispered. Luke Castellan. Come out wherever you are and help me, please. The Uzumaki back flipped from Prometheus and established a giant amount of distance between them. Rolling his shoulders, Prometheus noticed a portal construct itself in the air. A hooded silhouette walked out from the golden portal. Luke Castellan stared at Naruto and glanced towards Prometheus, amused. He snapped his fingers and an army of monsters left the portal. 20 Empusa slithered forward until they surrounded Naruto, who was somewhat confused. 20 hellhounds barked. They stood in front of him, hunger evident in their crimson gazes. Interest shimmered within the sapphire irises of the demigod. Luke clapped his calloused hands and whistled. Another portal opened and an aureate blade flew into Luke's hand. He entered a stance. You must be Naruto Uzumaki. A boyish smirk of feigned warmth blessed his handsome visage. My name is Luke Castellan. Naruto rolled his blue eyes in concealed annoyance and answered. Okay. I remember Sydney, the Empusa, told me your name. Enough nonsense. Prometheus interrupted their short-lived conversation. We must harvest the Kyuubi from his abdomen. The seal is on his abdomen, huh? Luke hummed. Golden motes of mana covered the end of his blade. You and I are enough for him. They call him the strongest shinobi in history for a reason. The Titan responded in disapproval. You can't consider him an average foe. The Uzumaki had a confident smile and a prudent expression. He scanned the monsters within his immediate vicinity and registered all of their weak points into his head. Luke sprinted forward. An unsmooth hand gripped onto Luke's head and bashed him down into the ground, thus creating a gargantuan crater. Naruto gandered at Prometheus, who had somehow summoned his familiar. Familiars were creatures who were bonded to their owners through some type of magical contract. Prometheus nodded at a white-furred wolf. The wolf opened its maws wide and produced a bolt of thunder. Naruto performed the hand signs for Earth style, mudwall. The concrete under him trembled for a second before it created him a rock-constructed barrier. The electricity slammed into the rock wall. A pack of hellhounds rushed towards him and unveiled their sharpened teeth to him. Naruto's blue eyes transmuted themselves into vermilion. Kurama had leaked some chakra into his system. The Uzumaki swung his hand forward and a massive shockwave was manifested. All of the hellhounds were blown backwards before they crumbled into golden particles. Naruto sensed Luke's mana stir. Naruto leapt off of Luke and jumped out of the ginormous crater. Luke climbed out from it while he tilted his head. Blood dribbled down his face. Naruto Uzumaki, the rumors of your power were true. The demigod twirled his blade. Naruto summoned an army of shadow clones and flicked his chin in the direction of the Empusa. Prometheus watched as Naruto's crimson irises dissolved into two blue voids. I'm kind of surprised. Naruto murmured to himself. I'm surprised the two of you thought you stood a chance against me. Prometheus arched an unimpressed brow. Your confidence is impressive. I suppose your title of the strongest was not false. Luke gritted his teeth when an elbow slammed itself into his solar plexus. He sank to his knees in unadulterated pain. Naruto materialized a Rasengan and drilled it into Prometheus' chest. The Uzumaki vanished within a blur of crimson and orange and appeared above the both of them. Luke began to sweat. Naruto Uzumaki had to be some sort of monster. How powerful is he? Naruto activated Sage Mode once again and conjured a lava-style Rasen Shuriken. Prometheus teleported behind Luke and called for his mana. A shield of magical power erected itself in front of them. The lava-style Rasen Shuriken destroyed the magical shield and ripped it into shreds. Naruto landed down onto the concrete of the island and paused for the briefest of seconds. Naruto gazed up at the incandescent night sky and was met by the sight of 1,000 blades. These blades were forged from fire, ice, steel, electricity, water, wind, wood, rock, and pure mana. Prometheus had a relieved smile on his scarred face. Those blades were one of Hecate's most powerful spells. Luke let out a satisfied breath and stretched a pained hand forward. Prometheus. Right. The Titan of Forethought nodded in response. Prometheus reached his hand down to the ground. Let us begin the capture. The capture of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto gave the multifarious number of blades an unimpressed glance. Chakra built itself up inside of his system and unleashed itself in the form of over 1,000 duplicates. His shadow clones smiled. The Uzumaki grabbed onto his head in annoyance as it was overloaded by information and memories. All of the shadow clones he had created to fight the Empusa had eliminated them. Prometheus observed the shadow clones of the Uzumaki summon an endless amount of massive Rasengan and Rasenshuriken. The magical blades were going to be destroyed in no time. Incredible. Luke withdrew his hand and gripped onto his blade. They had to somehow weaken Naruto to capture him and extract the Kyuubi from his abdomen. He manipulated his mana to open up a portal. Naruto rushed towards them and slammed a heel kick into Luke. Prometheus staggered backwards at the touch of Naruto's foot. The demigod hissed in pure agony. We can't win this battle. Another kick from Naruto had Luke rolling backwards until he fell down into a second crater. Naruto blinked at the blade embedded into his stomach. Luke gave him a weak smirk. I was fast enough to stab. Vermilion motes of chakra manifested themselves on Naruto's abdomen and healed its wound. Naruto cracked his neck before he slipped his hands into his pockets. You're pretty strong. How kind of you. Luke had a sardonic voice. I don't suppose you'd let us escape instead of slaughtering us, would you? I ain't a fan of murder. Naruto shrugged, but an aggressive shimmer flickered within the sapphire of his eyes. I ain't against it, either. The sweat on Luke's forehead intensified until a portal constructed itself beneath him. He produced a sigh of relief, waiting in anticipation to be teleported into the central room of Hecate's ginormous palace. A rough hand grabbed onto his shoulder and threw him out of the crater. Naruto watched the portal disappear. His body flickered out of the ditch in the concrete and crossed his arms. Luke had vanished. Prometheus was the sole individual left in the sequestered sector. Naruto unfolded his arms and returned his calloused hands to his pockets. You were holding back against me, weren't you? Perhaps. Prometheus chuckled. Ichor dribbled out from his nose. I'd rather be called a weak individual than be called a powerful one. What is your goal? Naruto asked. A small amount of interest infected his tone. You told me you didn't give a damn about Kurama. I seek the Kyuubi. The Titan of Forethought answered. A little smile graced his scar-covered features. But not to utilize his power. Naruto canted his head in pure confusion and smiled. You seek Kurama? If you want advice, I'd recommend someone different. I give good advice. Kurama growled in his head and listened to Naruto's chuckle before he grunted in annoyance. You little brat. The Uzumaki closed his sapphire-colored eyes in brief contemplation and unleashed his full power. Sage of Six Paths mode and Kyuubi chakra mode were both activated at once. Prometheus clamped his mouth shut in absolute fear and luxuriated in the presence of the strongest shinobi in history. Naruto stepped forward, a serious countenance beautified his whiskered features. An aureate cloak of chakra graced his body and hugged him. Naruto stood in front of Prometheus in unadulterated silence until he grinned at him. This grin was bloodthirsty, aggressive, and untamed. What do you seek Kurama for? There was no mischief within his powerful voice. Naruto unveiled his luminous eyes. Tell me. The Titan of Forethought trembled at the incredible power of the Uzumaki and an amazed grin blemished his face. Prometheus hummed. I plan to create a world without mortals. Oh? Naruto lifted an eyebrow of bemusement. He slanted his head. I thought you created the humans of your pantheon. Then. Why would I desire to destroy them? Prometheus still had sweat on his face, but he chortled. I seek a world of only divine creatures. The Uzumaki took another step forward until his golden irises were at the same level of the humorless eyes of the Titan. Naruto kept his head at a canted angle and spoke. How would you succeed in this goal of yours? Good question. Prometheus smirked. The Titan mustered up his confidence and raised his chin. That is why I seek the Kyuubi. You want to seal Kurama into yourself. I'm guessing. Naruto crossed his arms and grinned. Kurama isn't a weapon to use. You understand nothing about the Kyuubi. Prometheus responded. The Nine Tails is the incarnation of hatred. He is strength itself. Kurama is much more than hatred. Naruto turned his back to Prometheus and exerted his powerful presence. He's my friend. I doubt that. The Titan grunted. The Kyuubi is revered across all pantheons for his power. Why would he consider you a friend? Ask him. Naruto gave Prometheus a flippant shrug. You're a dumbass if you think I'd let you use Kurama for your plans. Prometheus possessed an expression of sheer anticipation. Is that a challenge? The Kyuubi is a victim of the shinobi. They sealed him. Kurama is a victim of shinobi history. The Uzumaki nodded. I'd be a fool to deny that, but he's been my friend for the longest of times. I heard about the war that happened in your pantheon a few months ago. Prometheus smiled. You were the one who ended it yourself. I had help. Naruto squinted his eyes in suspicion. Why the hell are you mentioning the War of the Divine? Is it related to your goal? The Titan chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. I'm mentioning this war since you can't acknowledge the true reason you won it. The true reason I won it? Naruto had a confused expression. I didn't win the war myself. I had help from Kurama and my friends. Exactly. Prometheus yelled at him, outrage evident within his loud soprano. The Kyuubi is your main source of power. He is strong. If I seal him into myself, I shall surpass everyone in existence, he grunted and smirked. Not even you would stand a chance. Ha. The Uzumaki let out a nonchalant chuckle until he blurred behind Prometheus. Naruto scoffed. Stop calling him that. Kurama isn't some type of tool to use. Naruto growled. True outrage adorned his whiskered visage. He is a valuable friend of mine. You fool. The Kyuubi is. A punch enhanced by Kurama's chakra embedded itself into Prometheus' stomach. Prometheus rolled backwards until a golden hand grabbed his neck and slammed him down into the concrete. Naruto threw Prometheus into the endless night skies and summoned a lava-style Rasen Shuriken. It grew in size as it was hurtled at the Titan of Forethought, who possessed a composed countenance. The Uzumaki stretched out two chakra arms and gripped onto Prometheus' ankles before he slammed him down into the ground for a second time. Prometheus sweated. This was Naruto's full power. Prometheus remembered when he had begun his research on this 15-year-old child. Naruto Uzumaki was called the strongest shinobi of history and the strongest shinobi in his generation. He had been the dead last of his class for the entirety of his educational lifetime, until he had graduated from the Shinobi Academy. That was when his strength started to grow. Naruto possessed an incredible intellect out on the battlefield while his academic intelligence was subpar at best. The Uzumaki held an unnatural capacity of mercy for his enemies. He was an odd boy. The War of the Divine was the longest war the Shinto pantheon had experienced. One of the main players of this war was Naruto Uzumaki, who had defeated the Shinto god of war in a battle. At the end of the war, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were called the two strongest shinobi in history. Sasuke Uchiha was another individual who Prometheus had studied about. The Uchiha was Naruto's true rival and his sole equal in strength. People told tales about how, if the two of them desired, they would be capable of conquering the shinobi world through pure strength. Prometheus grunted in absolute pain as he was smacked down into the ground of the island. Naruto hopped into the crater he was inside of and deactivated his chakra cloak. The Titan sighed, relieved. He transmitted a mental signal to Hecate and felt a portal open up beneath him. Prometheus stared at Naruto, who had an insouciant smile on his whiskered features. He fell through the portal. Prometheus landed in the middle of the enormous room within Hecate's grand and decorative palace. Unadulterated agony shot through his body until a pink-colored glow illuminated his body. Hecate unveiled herself to him and snapped her fingers. A wooden chair constructed itself behind him. Prometheus grunted, stumbling into the seat and folding his arms. He was a powerful foe. I could tell. The goddess of magic smiled before her luminous eyes glinted an ominous pink. One of my strongest spells was useless. She clicked her fingers for a second time and summoned Luke Castellan, who was seated on a crimson-hued chair. Silence filled the atmosphere for 3 short seconds. We can't defeat him. Indeed. Hecate settled her pink-tinted irises upon Luke, pure power leaking from her gaze alone. I warned you to not underestimate him. You did. Luke nodded. Bandages surrounded his body. I can't believe he destroyed your blade spell through the use of clones. Do not be disheartened. Prometheus hummed, healing the wounds strewn across his abdomen. He is not unbeatable. The demigod lifted a bitter eyebrow and glanced in the direction of his multitudinous bandages. Hey, he sure feels unbeatable. Could we seal him? Luke pondered to himself. He tapped his chin in curiosity. Hecate, do you have a powerful sealing spell? I do. Hecate nodded. But none of those spells would be strong enough to seal him. We must find something able to hold him. An artifact of storage. Prometheus shook his head, an incredulous inflection within his voice. Nothing can hold him. Do not underestimate the power of magical artifacts. Hecate's luminescent eyes shimmered a pink glow. I have a different plan. You have a method to defeat him. Luke had a bloodthirsty smile of anticipation on his handsome features. What is it? Tell us. Patience. The goddess of magic answered. There is a powerful rune in my possession that could deprive him of his chakra. Chakra. Luke grunted. What the hell is chakra? The energy source shinobi draw their power from. Prometheus explained. Chakra is created from physical and spiritual energy. Is it possible to obtain chakra? A fascinated glint flickered across the ruthless blue of Luke's gaze. We could turn the tables on him. No, it is impossible. Hecate cut him off and hummed. The Shinto pantheon engineered chakra to only manifest itself in their humans. Damn. Absolute irritation blemished Luke's smooth voice. Then how about your rune? How long would it deprive him of his chakra? That is the issue. Hecate gritted her teeth, annoyed. The rune would only deprive Naruto Uzumaki of his chakra for 20 minutes. Luke grinned. How is that an issue? The three of us could take him down in under 30 seconds if he doesn't have his power source. This discussion is over. Hecate interrupted him and snapped her fingers. I'm transporting you to the medical wing of my castle. Luke vanished within a swirl of pink-colored particles of mana. Hecate glanced at Prometheus, who had teleported himself out of the central room within her castle. The goddess let out an irritated sigh. Even without the use of his chakra, Naruto Uzumaki was still an incredible shinobi. All shinobi possessed phenomenal physical ability. Chakra was capable of enhancing their impressive physical prowess. The second issue about the energy suppression rune was that it was a type of enclosed barrier. This barrier would suppress the energy of all individuals inside of it, including Naruto and his opponents. She clicked her fingers and dispelled herself into a vortex of mana. Hecate reappeared inside of her office before her eyes shimmered and glinted. A magical screen materialized itself within her vision. Hecate watched through the screen how Naruto Uzumaki had summoned over 1,000 clones and obliterated the blades from one of her most powerful spells. He truly was a monstrous child. Naruto walked through the sequestered roads of the island until he stopped in front of the entrance to Camp Half-Blood. His body flickered forward and appeared behind Percy, who stumbled in surprise. The Uzumaki produced a laugh of childish amusement from his mouth and sauntered into the forest of the camp while listening to the faint voices of the campers fade as they turned in for the night. There was a massive oak tree within the ginormous woods of Camp Half-Blood. The Uzumaki seated himself down onto the ground and yawned. His battle against Prometheus and Luke had tired him out a little. Another yawn leaked out from the cavern of his mouth before he closed his iridescent eyes. Naruto fell asleep. Soft snores of exhaustion filtered out from his lips. Kurama's hum filled his mind. A gentle slap graced his cheek 3 times. Naruto opened his iridescent eyes and noticed Percy, who was crouched down in front of him. Percy huffed to himself in relief. Good. I thought you died. Ouch. Naruto raised a sarcastic eyebrow and touched his cheek in feigned pain. Hello to you, Percy. How can I help you at this hour? Sorry. Percy scratched the back of his head and let out a somewhat embarrassed chuckle. Naruto, can you help me out? The Uzumaki shrugged. Sure. What type of help? You want me to kidnap someone? Do you want me to take you on a magical trip? Funny. Percy had a wry smile on his amused features. The oracle told us a prophecy when you were out on a run. I think. You think your friend, Annabeth, will be involved in this prophecy? Yes. He yelled in response before he clamped his mouth shut in concealed embarrassment. Naruto, do you think you could help? Of course. A wild grin beautified Naruto's whiskered features. I always help out my friends when I can. So, when do we leave? This must be the prophecy that shall lead you to Atlas. Yep. Now. Percy responded and patted his pockets. All I got on me is a magical pen and an invisibility cap. How about you, buddy? Naruto unveiled the scrolls hooked onto his belt to Percy. The grin on his coarse face widened a little. Don't worry. I'm ready for this trip. An endless amount of silence filled the atmosphere within the camp. Naruto and Percy walked through an isolated path and reached the entrance of Camp Half-Blood. Percy scratched his chin. They had no form of transport since Zoe, Bianca, Grover, and Talia had taken the camp's van for their mission. Naruto nudged Percy and the Son of the Seas peered up into the abundant ebony of the sky. Black Jack neighed and landed himself in front of Percy. The demigod patted the head of the Pegasus before he glanced in Naruto's direction and hummed. How are you going to travel? Percy blinked in unadulterated shock as an aureate cloak of energy surrounded Naruto's body. Naruto's presence was incredible until the Uzumaki suppressed his power and smirked. This is how. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet for 3 seconds and leapt into the beautiful heavens. Sage of 6 Paths plus Kyuubi Chakra mode gave him the useful ability of levitation. Percy whistled, impressed. The demigod climbed onto Black Jack, who flapped his wings before he ascended into the skies. Naruto followed behind them. The golden glow of his chakra cloak illuminated a path for all 3 of them. Black Jack, Percy, and Naruto hovered through the morning skies and followed the van of the questers until they had reached a monument. Percy hopped down from Black Jack and nodded. Get some rest. The Pegasus neighed and flew into the clouds. Percy watched him disappear and turned to Naruto, who had deactivated his chakra cloak. Naruto crossed his arms and drew in nature energy. 2 orange pigmentations grew over his eyes. Naruto sensed the presences of the questers and the familiar presence of Dr. Thorne. Percy was staring at some type of car in the short distance. Dr. Thorne stepped out from the car and Naruto felt Percy's emotions fizzle from hope, confusion, and anger. Percy breathed to himself and followed behind Dr. Thorne while Naruto vanished in a meager blur. The Manticore stopped for the briefest of seconds and stepped towards another door. This door was closed for a private event. Percy walked through the door and entered a gargantuan chamber. Naruto's body flickered behind an invisible Percy and squinted his eyes forward as Dr. Thorne had 2 guards open up a pair of ginormous doors. Percy sprinted in. Naruto slipped his hands into his pockets. He checked out the 2 guards' presences and sensed something hypnotic within their systems. These 2 individuals had been mind-controlled by some kind of magical, supernatural technique. The Uzumaki exerted his presence and knocked the 2 guards unconscious. A flick from his calloused hand opened up the door and unveiled to him the sight of an enormous room. Naruto blinked. When Naruto had opened the door, it had produced a loud boom. All of the demigods, monsters, and mortals inside of the room stared at him. Percy suppressed the urge to slap himself in the face. Naruto. You. Dr. Thorne let out an enraged and strangled scream. You were the one who destroyed my scales. Insolent child, I shall destroy you. Silence. The composed voice of a muscled individual echoed throughout the ginormous room. Percy flinched back at the powerful presence of the humanoid entity. His footsteps shook the very room itself. Obsidian eyes of unadulterated battle lust and sangfroid illuminated the unlit atmosphere of the sector. A rough hand adjusted the cuffs of an expensive shirt. An amused chuckle filled the tense air. Atlas stood in the middle of the gargantuan room and clapped his calloused hands in absolute excitement. The Titan of Endurance nodded at Luke, who landed in front of an irritated Percy and smirked. Motes of divine energy surrounded his knuckles. Atlas gazed down at Naruto and felt his incredible presence. Within his mind, the vermilion-hued glare of the Kyuubi materialized itself. Such raw and untapped power. Atlas had an amazed and psychotic grin on his handsome features. Naruto Uzumaki. I shall end you. Naruto entered an MMA stance and squinted his eyes at Atlas. They gazed at each other for an interval of a second before they disappeared in a distortion of obsidian and crimson colors. The Uzumaki appeared in front of Atlas and slammed a chakra-enhanced elbow into his abdomen. Atlas' head butted Naruto backwards. He rushed forward, infusing more power into his fists. Atlas smacked his hand down onto Naruto's sternum. Naruto stood up to his feet and caught Atlas' hand. A heel kick from the Uzumaki drove the Titan into one of the thrones in the room. Atlas laughed in glee. You're strong. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet and smiled. Kurama. I'm gonna borrow some of your chakra for this fight. Sapphire eyes rippled into vermilion pits of aggression. Naruto's whiskers thickened and his teeth sharpened themselves into fangs. Atlas smirked in elation and summoned a golden spear. He hurtled the spear at Naruto and watched as he crushed it into nothing more than shards of aureate steel. Naruto materialized behind him and landed a powerful right hook onto the back of his head. Atlas gandered towards his hired mercenaries. They had begun the ritual to resurrect the Nemean lion. The Titan tilted his head and felt Naruto's chakra-enhanced fist tickle his ear. He slapped his face. Naruto rolled back until his body crashed into one of the thrones within the room. A cloud of dust had gathered itself in the air. The Uzumaki walked out from the fog of dust, a massive Rasengan on his palm. The massive Rasengan flicked itself forward and drove itself into Atlas. Atlas gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and smacked his knuckles through the spherical mass of blue-colored energy. Naruto blinked in shock at how his massive Rasengan had been dispelled and grinned. He blurred forward and bashed his head into Atlas' sternum, hurtling him through the room and into the concrete. A loud growl flitted across the atmosphere and filled the ears of every individual inside of the gargantuan sector. The Nemean lion roared as it rushed out of the room and picked up on the scent of its targets. Hum. Luke let out a nonchalant hum and deflected a powerful slash from Riptide before he chuckled. The Nemean lion. The Nemean lion shall target your friends until they are dead. Percy clicked his teeth in aggression and grinned. Don't underestimate them. They could surprise you. The Son of the Seas stepped backwards and slashed Riptide forward. Percy's most trusted blade swept through the air and cleaved itself across Luke's chest, opening up a thin wound on his sternum. Luke tilted his head in empty amusement and activated his mana. Ropes of magical power touched his chest before his wounds were healed. Percy grunted when a punch landed onto his abdomen. Percy folded in on himself and Luke slammed his face into his knee. He grabbed onto Percy's shoulder until Percy drove himself into Luke. They both toppled down onto the ground of the unilluminated room. A kick to the head from Percy disorientated Luke. Confusion penetrated his mind for the briefest of seconds. Percy kicked Luke in the head again and watched him climb to his feet while panting. Atlas' voice filled Luke's head and his blue eyes widened. Scoffing to himself in unadulterated frustration, Luke opened up a portal and stepped through it as Percy clenched his fists. Damn, he escaped. Naruto appeared behind him and observed the portal dispel into motes of crimson energy. He slipped his hands into his pockets and disappeared. Come on. This isn't over. There was a curious expression on Naruto's face. The low hum of some type of unhinged and hungry creature filled the tense atmosphere within the enormous museum. Talia Grace bristled at the sound of loud footsteps in the distance. She cracked her neck. Unadulterated instinct fueled the Nemean lion. It produced a hysterical growl of hunger from its wide maws. Zoe Nightshade glared at the creature in unconcealed disgust and nocked an arrow. Talia flicked her spear forward and an endless amount of lightning decorated the end of her steel-constructed weapon. Her sapphire eyes glinted a powerful light. Grover Underwood trembled a little. The Nemean lion charged at her and opened its mouth. Talia's blue-colored irises shimmered a luminous light before the Nemean lion's entire body was cocooned in a cloak of electricity. A moan of absolute pain leaked out from the creature's large mouth. Talia gave it a smirk of perpetual mockery and tilted her body as several arrows embedded themselves into the lion's skull. Impressive durability. Talia squinted her luminous eyes and hummed. How much electricity would I have to use? She stretched a smooth palm onto the vulnerable creature's tousled mane and exerted more of her power. Flecks of iridescent thunder electrocuted the Nemean lion until it was unconscious. Ha! Talia twirled her spear and slammed it down into the body of the foul monster. It shuddered and trembled, disintegrating into golden particles of dust. All that remained was some kind of fur coat. Oh! A pleased smirk graced her dust-covered features. A sweet reward for all of my hard work. I'll be taking this for myself. The sound of nonchalant applause filled her eardrums. Talia glanced to the left and to the right. Naruto Uzumaki and Percy Jackson had somehow followed them to the room in the museum. Percy. Talia let out a perplexed yell and shook her head in confusion. Why the hell are you and your blonde buddy? Talia. Percy interrupted her and ignored the casual arm Naruto had hooked over his shoulder. This quest could lead me to Annabeth. Okay. The daughter of Thunder raised an unimpressed eyebrow. She pressed a hand to her hip. I intend to rescue Annabeth. So. Talia planted her spear onto her shoulder before she glanced at Percy and Naruto, annoyed. I don't need yours or Blondie's help. I'm wounded. Naruto murmured to himself, a sarcastic inflection within the insouciant depths of his voice. Kurama. I'm bored. I still can't believe you let Atlas escape. You had him. It wasn't that simple. The Uzumaki's answer was a flippant one. These titans and deities, they sure love holding back their power. Come on, Talia. Percy clasped his hands. I'm sure you can convince Zoe to let me and Naruto on this quest. Please. Hell no, Talia snorted, amusement evident on her face. That type of crap would work on Annabeth, but not on me, Barnacles. We also fought Luke and the general of Kronos' army. Percy shouted at her and clamped his mouth shut. Should I have said that? No clue. The Uzumaki unhooked his arm from Percy's shoulder, sensing multiple presences. Yo. It's the quest squad. Percy turned around and was met by the sight of a meek Grover, an indifferent Bianca, and an enraged Zoe. The huntress jabbed a finger into his chest. Irritation laced her tone. Thou followed us. Thou. Percy murmured to himself. Confusion flickered inside of the iridescent green on his gaze. Zoe, please. You have to let us help. Thy's help is unwanted. Zoe lowered her finger from his chest and folded her arms, outraged. Return to camp, boy, and leave us. Drama. Naruto whispered to an amused Talia. He leaned himself against the wall of the museum. Kurama. This is pretty fun, huh? Pretty funny, you mean. Raucous laughter boomed within the sequestered pits of Naruto's head. These new friends of yours are hilarious. Naruto nodded and transmitted a mental signal of concurrence. The sound of a disgruntled grunt and a relieved sigh filled the silence between them all. Percy had won the argument. Huh. Good for him. You. A stern and annoyed yell streamed into Naruto's ears. Zoe glanced at him in unhidden disdain. You are of the Shinto, correct? Crap. Naruto blinked. Kurama's loud laughter of unadulterated amusement intensified itself. How did you find out I was from? You'd be a buffoon to think that I wouldn't sense the chakra inside of your disdainful system. Zoe snorted. I shall let you accompany us. Naruto sighed. Thanks. The Uzumaki felt a nudge on his shoulder from Percy, who possessed a rather curious expression on his entertained features. Naruto. What did she mean when she asked if you were of the Shinto? Brief flashes of contemplation flooded his mind. Naruto tilted his head, cupped his chin, hummed, and slipped his hands into his pockets before he answered. I'm from another pantheon, the Shinto one. An inundation of confusion illuminated Percy's iridescent and emerald-colored eyes. Percy groaned. Every time I talk to you, the more confused I get. You're such an odd dude, aren't you? The oddest. Naruto yelled in response. Vibrant laughter rolled off of the tip of his tongue. If you asked Sasuke, he'd call me a dumbass. That's not something to be happy about. Talia interrupted their amicable conversation and arched a brow. You saying you're dumb? Huh. Naruto gritted his teeth, offended. I ain't a dumbass. Sure. I was the dead last of my class, but I'm the strongest ninja in history. Incredible. The demi-goddess clapped her calloused hands. All praise to Naruto Uzumaki, strongest dumbass in history. Hey. Naruto had activated his combination of Sage of Six Paths mode and Kyuubi Chakra mode once again. He flew through the endless azure of the beautiful skies in a streak of aureate and luminous light. His golden eyes glanced down at the van underneath his form. Percy had been somewhat insistent Naruto remained in the air to scope out potential enemies. Naruto perked up at the sound of a helicopter. The helicopter had 3 hired mercenaries inside of itself. Naruto gandered down for a second time at the van, where he saw Talia pointing her finger at the helicopter behind his aureate body. Naruto smirked and turned around midair. A chakra arm materialized itself out from his shoulder before it summoned a wind-style Rasen Shuriken. The Uzumaki hurtled his jutsu forward. He watched as the mortal mercenaries leapt out from the helicopter and tugged on their parachutes. A hiss of wind echoed across the air until the helicopter was shredded apart into shards of metal. The presence of 4 more helicopters deluged his senses. Naruto clicked his teeth in unconcealed annoyance and formed a truth-seeking orb. It expanded itself into some type of wall. Naruto noticed the van had parked itself next to the entrance of a subway station. His feet touched down on the concrete and he followed behind his fellow questers. Where are we going? Somewhere. Talia gave him a flippant smirk and rummaged through her pockets for money. What the hell was that gold glow? Kyuubi Chakra mode and Sage of Six Paths mode. A proud grin beautified Naruto's whiskered features. My most powerful form. The six of them purchased their tickets and entered a rather fast train. Naruto lounged on his seat and planted a calloused palm beneath his chin. Humming, he gazed out of the window of the vehicle. They exited the train and hopped onto two more before they reached an isolated sector. This sector was filled by warehouses and train tracks. Naruto paused when he felt a divine presence. All of them were somewhat cold since the entire sector was covered in an inundation of snow. Naruto gathered a clump of snow into his hand and tossed it in Talia's direction. She grunted, amused. Naruto smirked at a snow-covered Percy, who shivered and hugged himself. This reminded Naruto of his mission in the land of snow. A nostalgic breath escaped his mouth. Those were good times. Zoe had been the one in front of them all until she stopped. A homeless man was squatted down next to a hot fire. He gave them a bright smile and chuckled. Don't be a stranger, come and join me. Biana immediately settled herself down on the cold concrete and luxuriated in the flames. Grover mimicked her. Zoe remained on her feet and Talia stretched her hands forward, into the warm fire. Naruto noticed how the homeless man stared at him in bemusement and unconcealed curiosity. The Uzumaki opened his mouth, but the divine man lifted a finger to his lips and gestured at a freight train. Percy's luminous eyes widened in raw surprise. When he had turned in the direction of the man, the son of the seas realized he had vanished. Percy shivered. Am I having a hallucination or something? Indeed, young Perseus. Naruto nodded and folded his arms, a serious countenance decorated his face. I am from your imagination. Really? Percy trembled and gave Talia a furtive glance. Does this mean all of you are figments of my imagination? Naruto and Percy stared at each other for the briefest of minutes before an endless amount of cacophonous laughter rolled out from their mouths. Talia rolled her blue eyes. You're all idiots. I'm not an idiot. Naruto is. Hey. An hour had passed. The members of the quest squad had isolated themselves into the compartments of the freight train. These compartments also contained a various number of cars within them. Naruto stood inside of one of the multitudinous compartments of the expensive train. He heard his phone beep and tapped the answer button. Sasuke Uchiha spoke into his ear. Dumbass. Bastard. Naruto had an irritated grin on his whiskered face. What the hell are you calling me for? Did you miss your best friend? Shut up. Sasuke rolled his obsidian-hued eyes and chuckled. I'm checking up on you. How is the assignment going for you? Annoyance glistened in the luminous azure of his gaze. I have a much bigger issue than Atlas right now. These titans want Kurama. Kurama. Concealed interest shimmered within his ebony-hued irises. What would they gain from having the Nine Tails' power? Kronos wants his power. Naruto snorted in disgust and frustration. Prometheus wants to become Kurama's newest Jinchuriki. I will not have him be my vessel. Kurama's disgruntled baritone filled Naruto's head. If need be, I shall eliminate him myself. Do not underestimate them. Sasuke warned Naruto, a prudent inflection inside of his cold voice. They are still powerful deities. Of course. The Uzumaki grinned and ended the call. He slipped his calloused hands into his pockets. Oi, Kurama. Are you listening? I am. The Kyuubi growled. The growl was a lazy and raucous rumble of sound. What is it, you brat? I haven't slept for 14 hours. I won't let you be used again. Naruto transmitted to his most trusted partner. Bloodlust leaked from his form. You're my friend. Naruto stepped forward and dispelled his incredible inundation of bloodlust. Conviction cemented itself into his iridescent gaze. Kurama opened one of his crimson eyes and snorted. How cheesy of you. The Uzumaki paused in his confident gait and sat down onto a chair. Irritation filled his mind as he crossed his arms. Shut the hell up. I'm trying to cheer you up and this is how you treat my speech. A rattle trembled throughout the entirety of the freight train. Naruto was propelled off of his seat and landed on the ground. He groaned and climbed to his feet while he touched the top of his head. Ouch. Another rattle pulsed through the train. Naruto stumbled forward, gritted his teeth in annoyance, clenched his mouth, and gathered an abundant mass of nature energy into his system. He opened his eyes. Naruto channeled a massive amount of chakra into his muscles and bashed his shoulder against the metal door. Within 2 seconds, Naruto had crumbled the door into fragments of steel. Percy stumbled out from a compartment alongside Talia, who possessed a tired expression. Bianca and Zoe entered the hallway. Both of their arrows were knocked. The Uzumaki blinked. Outside of the window, the members of the quest saw some type of individual in the cold air. Naruto stepped forward and activated Sage Mode before he grouched. "I'll take care of this." "How?" Talia lifted a confused eyebrow. "What? Are you going to launch yourself out of the train's window to fight whoever that is?" Naruto gave her a mischievous smirk and bashed himself through the train window. Blinking, Talia watched him tackle the cloaked individual down into some type of ravine underneath them. "Naruto!" Percy yelled out to him and cupped his mouth. "I'll call you through an iris message to tell you where we are." Naruto and the concealed individual stumbled down into the ground. A harsh cough of pain escaped the man's masked mouth. The Uzumaki cracked his neck and squinted in the direction of his latest foe. The mask of the man had been destroyed from their fall down into the ravine. He possessed pale skin, black hair, and luminous eyes of sapphire color. This was Hybris, the spirit of outrageous behavior. "I had orders to test you." Hybris had a rather delicate and gentle voice. "My lord desires to learn about all of your abilities." "What the hell?" Naruto grouched to himself. Annoyance presented itself on his whiskered face. "Why are you so interested in me?" "Do not misunderstand my intentions." Hybris shrugged. "My initial orders were to slaughter your friends. My new ones are to test you." The Uzumaki blurred forward and slammed a fist into Hybris' cheek. Hybris rolled backwards, crashing into a massive boulder. Naruto's body flickered in front of him and drilled a foot into his face. He grabbed onto Hybris' neck midair before he propelled him downwards into the soil-covered ground underneath them. Naruto summoned a Rasengan, smacking it into his abdomen. Naruto was relentless in his ruthless barrage of punches and kicks. Hybris vomited out inundations of aureate blood. A heel kick to the face from Naruto hurtled him back into a giant tree trunk. "I thought you'd learn your lesson when I throttled Prometheus and Luke." Naruto groused, irritated. "I'm tired of this already." A massive Rasen Shuriken materialized itself onto his calloused palm. Naruto closed his eyes and threw it at Hybris. Wind hissed and rotated as it dismantled Hybris into chunks of flesh. He disintegrated. Naruto produced an annoyed breath from the cavern of his mouth and body flickered forward. Once he was back in Japan, none of these titans or deities would be able to interfere in his personal life. The Uzumaki slipped his hands into his pockets and leapt onto the train track. Sage Mode was still active. A pulse of his chakra alerted him of Percy and Talia's electrical and oceanic presences. "I'm gonna be running for a long time, huh?" An indiscernible outline of a luminous crimson sprinted through the sequestered roads of the country. Naruto stumbled and stopped himself when he caught sight of the victims of the oracle's prophecy. Sapphire eyes scanned their features of veiled and concealed despair. Naruto arched a confused brow before he approached a downtrodden Percy, who grunted. "Bianca died, Naruto." A sympathetic expression decorated his whiskered features. Naruto glanced around and inspected the inventions within the secluded junkyard. Talia growled. "We can't waste any more time." Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and let out a gentle hum. Despite the lack of friendship between Bianca and him, he understood how terrible it was to lose a cherished friend. Neji Hyuga had been one of his more work-related friends, but his death had encouraged Naruto enough to end the War of the Divine. A single sigh filtered out from his mouth. Naruto closed his blue eyes. Talia stretched a hand in front of them and pointed in the direction of an ancient truck. Naruto's body flickered towards it before he flicked a meager kick into its rusted wheel. "You sure this is going to work?" "Nope." Talia shrugged and opened the rust-covered door of the vehicle. "If it doesn't, you can carry all of us and fly." "Not happening." Naruto shouted in response and shook his head. "I ain't carrying all of you at once. I have major back problems." "I somehow can't believe that." Percy interrupted their banter-filled conversation. He snorted. "I see you doing front flips all the time." Naruto tilted his head before he touched his chin. "Okay, you caught me. But I'm still not going to carry all of you while flying." The sound of an engine rumbled into their ears. Talia rolled down the window and slapped the metal-constructed door of the truck. A smirk graced her features. Good news. This old hunk of junk works. Naruto watched the four of them enter the truck and drive off into the distance. Aureate motes of chakra cloaked his muscled body. He bounced on the balls of his feet and ascended into the bright skies. Golden irises of unadulterated luminosity peered down at the ancient truck from the junkyard. There were no gray-tinted or white-hued clouds within the heavens. Naruto flew forward and smiled. Naruto had split off from the group of questers to explore some type of secluded town. The Uzumaki seated himself down on the wooden chair inside of a cafe and ordered a simple hot coffee. A fast pulse of his sensory abilities alerted him of the multitudinous presences of his fellow quest-takers. They had left for Hoover Dam and were taking a break in its snack bar. He crossed his arms. The chime of a bell filled the warm atmosphere of the peaceful establishment. Naruto gandered in the direction of a well-dressed man, who possessed an expensive bowler hat. Hades. Naruto Uzumaki. Hades nodded. There was a palpable despair on his handsome face. I was told by my sources that you faced Atlas. Indeed. A casual inflection was present within his baritone. Naruto lowered his sunglasses and his blue eyes glinted. He's powerful. True. Hades lowered himself down onto a wooden seat and called the waitress for a drink of her selection. Bianca was my child. Naruto raised a somewhat surprised eyebrow. My condolences. I've been meaning to ask you something if we met again. Ask your questions. The god of the underworld flourished his pale and calloused hand. I have to be leaving soon for a vital operation. Curiosity flickered across the luminescent sapphire of Naruto's gaze. The Uzumaki hummed. What's the real reason you hired me? Hades remained silent for more than 15 seconds and drank his cold coffee. Touching his jaw, the deity gave Naruto an enthusiastic smile of despondency. Can a parent not care for their children? Naruto tilted his head. A little smirk of concurrence beautified his whiskered visage. Hades snapped his fingers and disappeared into a hurricane of obsidian-tinted particles. Kurama. Let's head back. The Uzumaki pulled a golden credit card out from his pocket before he paid for his hot coffee. He stepped forward and disappeared within a crimson-colored distortion. A small smile replaced his smirk. He landed on the rooftop of a rather luxurious cabin and felt multiple presences. Naruto glanced at the skies above him before he noticed supernatural angels in the air. They carried his group in their arms. Amusement filled his eyes at the sight of Percy, whose black hair buffeted itself against the powerful winds. Naruto activated Sage of Six Paths mode and Kyuubi Chakra mode both at once. Naruto hovered himself into the skies and saluted at one of the angels. It blinked its steel-constructed eyes in surprise. What the hell? Chuck, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Yo. The Uzumaki had a wide grin on his whiskered features. I'm a hallucination named Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet ya. Chuck directed its gaze over to Naruto and blinked in confusion. Hank. I think I'm hallucinating a flying blonde boy in the sky. Naruto flicked himself forward and flew across the beautiful heavens. The golden shimmer of light from his body illumined the atmosphere. Percy planted a calloused palm beneath his chin and yawned. Grover and Chuck had somehow entered a conversation about how delicious metal pipes were while Zoe had her eyes closed. Once 20 minutes had passed, Hank and Chuck dropped them down. Recognition brightened the azure depths of Naruto's vibrant gaze. Naruto dispelled his chakra cloak and body flickered forward. Percy watched him disappear, confused. Where is he going? Leave him be. Zoe brandished her hand and snorted. The child of the Shinto can sense us. He shall find us at another time. Okay. Percy glanced into the distance before he sighed. There is someone we have to find. Old man of the sea or something. Jason Grace patrolled the monster-infested alleyways of San Francisco. Blue eyes of unadulterated prudence glanced at a hellhound, who had its sharp teeth primed for his neck. Flecks of luminous light graced his calloused palm. Jason rolled forward and buried his hand into the creature's skull. The hellhound whimpered and crumbled into a vortex of aureate particles. The sound of an enthusiastic clap streamed through the atmosphere. Jason gazed at the source of such a loud noise. His azure-tinted eyes widened at the sight of an impressed Naruto Uzumaki. He smiled. Naruto. Jason yelled, a hint of unconcealed recognition within his smooth baritone. I haven't seen you in a while. What are you? Naruto interrupted Jason and grinned. I was in the neighborhood and sensed your presence. I wanted to see how you were doing. I'm doing good. An appreciative smile graced his handsome features. Jason tilted his head. You disappeared last time. I disappeared? The Uzumaki shouted. Hey! I came back to the alleyway and you had left. I did see you fighting another hellhound. Oh, yeah. The Son of Thunder nodded and dispelled the electricity on his unsmooth hand. Reina was helping me out in killing them. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and vanished while he disregarded Jason's yell of absolute confusion. He appeared next to Talia, who no longer possessed her luxurious fur coat. The Uzumaki flicked his sunglasses down and peered into the distance. Percy walked towards him before he raised a curious eyebrow. Where the hell were you? You disappeared on us. Sorry. Naruto flourished a nonchalant hand and smirked. I had complete faith in you and your incredible abilities. Really? Percy blinked. Thanks, I think, you're welcome. Naruto shrank his grin into an amicable smile. Where are we going? We're on some type of schedule, right? We are. Zoe nodded in response. We must complete the quest before the winter solstice. I hope that the satyr succeeds in his task. Come on. Talia nudged Naruto and Percy on their shoulders. We're heading over to Annabeth's dad. He may be able to help us. Road trip. There had been a lot of small events that had occurred. Annabeth's father had lent them his car. They had met Zoe's sisters and the garden's powerful dragon. They had reached the summit. Naruto immediately blurred forward and slammed himself into Atlas. Everyone on the summit mountain were confused at his aggression. The Uzumaki head butted him in the abdomen. Atlas coughed. The Titan of Endurance glanced at Luke, who summoned his mana and leapt towards an enraged Talia and an annoyed Percy. Zoe unveiled her bow and embedded several arrows into Luke's chest. Aureate particles of mana touched his wounds. Luke healed himself before he smacked a ruthless punch into Talia. She channeled electricity throughout her body and materialized it into the atmosphere. Luke staggered backwards as he was electrocuted. Percy unsheathed Riptide from its pen form and slashed at his neck. The demigod grunted. Really, Percy? You're not even going to say anything? Zoe appeared behind him in a burst of incredible speed, arrow in hand. Luke groaned in concealed agony at the arrow stabbed into his shoulder blade and bashed his head into Zoe's face. Once thou and my father are eliminated, Zoe growled, we can free my lady from the burden of holding the sky. Come hither. Hither. An expression of controlled insanity graced his face. Luke laughed. At least try to adjust your words. Luke gritted his teeth and gathered mana into the soles of his feet. Zoe detected the buildup of magical power. The hunter shoved herself into Luke and propelled him backwards. Talia and Percy squinted their eyes in his direction. Bending her knees, the daughter of thunder disappeared in a flash of luminescent blue while Percy morphed himself into a blur. Percy heel kicked Luke in the chin and watched him stumble. Clenching both of his fists, Percy utilized the divine strength from his lineage and slammed his knuckles into Luke's exposed abdomen. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Talia materialized above him before she knocked a thunder-covered palm down on his head. Luke trembled at the power from her strike and vomited out more blood. A laceration had opened up on his head. Luke stretched a hand forward and summoned a portal behind Zoe. The hunter turned around, but a spear flew out from the portal and stabbed her leg. Luke twirled his blade and let out a mad chuckle. The demigod rushed at an irritated Percy until he was surrounded by a dome of electricity. Lightning leaked out from Talia's fingertips. Luke. Talia. Sweat covered his forehead. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, huh? Hey, how about the two of us? Percy stood next to Talia and nodded in her direction. They transmuted themselves into two distortions. A powerful punch drilled itself into Luke's jaw. Luke staggered back. Ouch. Talia and Percy converged on him at once. Luke unveiled his blue gaze to them and unleashed an endless amount of mana. Enough. He murmured and grinned. You two are not strong enough. An orb of golden energy manifested itself onto his palm. Luke transformed it into a small cube and flicked it into Percy, who lurched backwards in pain. Luke smiled. That was a new spell of mine. I took some inspiration from Naruto Uzumaki's Rasengan, he explained. I changed it from a sphere into a condensed cube. Percy ignored him and clicked his teeth in aggravation at himself. Ruthless determination glinted in his emerald-tinted gaze. He grunted and rushed forward, absolute adrenaline and rage fueling his mind. There was an endless amount of silence between both Atlas and Naruto. They had similar expressions of vigilance on their features. Naruto crouched down into the low stance of a wild boxer. Atlas adopted the stance of an experienced and aged battler. Obsidian eyes glistened in unadulterated elation. He smiled. Naruto Uzumaki. I was told by my brother that you planned to kill and eliminate me. Naruto gave him a simple nod of confirmation and remained mute. Atlas flipped forward until he was in front of the Uzumaki, who possessed an unbothered countenance. Can you tell me something? The Titan of Endurance lowered his blood-thirsty gaze down to Naruto and produced a mirthful chuckle from his mouth. Do you truly think you can win this battle? I am a perpetual creature of violence. Naruto closed his eyes and smirked. Atlas chortled. The Uzumaki rushed forward and drilled a chakra-enhanced punch into his abdomen. Atlas slanted his head. I am no longer holding back. Funny. Naruto spoke for the first time since their conversation started. Orange pigmentations covered his face. Neither am I. The Uzumaki bounced on the balls of his feet for 10 seconds while Atlas stretched his arms in anticipation. These two monsters of power vanished within distortions of crimson and obsidian. Atlas grinned. Naruto appeared behind him and flicked a powerful kick into the back of his head. Atlas turned around before his knuckles embedded themselves into Naruto's solar plexus and drove him backwards. Atlas manipulated his divine energy and materialized an ebony-hued tendril. The tendril grabbed onto Naruto's ankle, drilling him downwards into the concrete beneath them. Naruto groaned. I'm disappointed. Atlas gritted his teeth, annoyed. Prometheus told me you were the strongest of your people. You're an utter weakling. The Titan turned his back to Naruto and walked towards the battle between Luke and Percy. An indiscernible outline unveiled itself above him. A ginormous blue-tinted orb of chakra touched his entire body. Naruto back flipped down onto the ground and let out an exhausted breath. Crimson motes of chakra healed his more severe wounds. The Uzumaki smirked. I ain't that weak. But, maybe you're right. He gandered at the cloud of dust created from his massive Rasengan. Atlas emerged from it while he regenerated his destroyed body. A gargantuan grin of unhinged battle lust blemished the Titan's face. Naruto squinted his eyes and watched as Atlas vanished. The Uzumaki blocked his punch before he smacked an elbow into his chest, hurtling him backwards and into a ginormous boulder. Atlas teleported himself in front of Naruto and axe kicked his face. Naruto's head snapped back at an unnatural angle. He shrugged off the damage from the kick and summoned a golden chakra arm. Naruto slammed a Rasen Shuriken into Atlas and dissolved his chakra-constructed arm. The Titan healed himself, clenched his fists, clicked his teeth, shook his body, blurred forward, and grunted. It's time to speed this up. Atlas shouted in unconcealed glee. Are you capable of matching me? Prove to me that you are strong. The horizontal line within Naruto's eyes from Sage Mode morphed into crosses when Kurama's chakra filled his inner system. Naruto flicked his hand forward and produced an endless shockwave. Atlas endured the shockwave and punched Naruto in the chin before he grabbed his shoulder and dragged him down into the ground. Naruto summoned a Rasengan as Atlas called for his divine energy. Obsidian claws of divine energy graced Atlas' hands. Atlas folded his arms and stretched them forward. Naruto's eyes widened in endless excitement. He yelled, "You bastard! You were still holding back? I have no intention of using my divine form." Atlas wreathed his body in some type of impenetrable cloak of energy. This cloak shall do. Naruto grinned and blurred at Atlas, who had somehow calmed himself from his earlier battle lust. Unperturbed, Atlas gripped onto Naruto's fist and slammed him into his knee. The Uzumaki grunted. Instinct fueled Naruto. He canted his head and disappeared. Atlas sensed his powerful presence above him until he gasped in pain. A shadow clone had stabbed a Rasengan into his neck. When? Not telling. Naruto grinned. Come on. The shadow clone infused wind-natured chakra into the Rasengan and transmuted it into a wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Atlas groaned as his neck was obliterated. He grew himself a new neck and turned. Naruto propelled himself down from the air and summoned a massive Rasengan, enhanced by nature energy and Kurama's chakra. Atlas materialized a gargantuan claw of divine energy. The Uzumaki drove his massive Rasengan forward even more. Atlas channeled more of his divine power into his ginormous claw. Naruto let out an unintelligible yell of exhaustion and exerted his arm. Atlas felt the concrete beneath them shatter into a crater of endless size. Mount O3's itself trembled and shuddered. Naruto produced another shout of annoyance and gritted his teeth in determination. The titan of endurance and the strongest shinobi in history clashed. Naruto's eyes evaporated into two blue abysses of luminosity. He strained his body for a second time and, at last, succeeded. Naruto flicked his massive Rasengan into Atlas' claw of divine energy and destroyed it. He reappeared in front of Atlas and slammed his fist into his blood-covered abdomen, launching him backwards. Atlas rolled backwards until he was grabbed by Zoe and Talia and shoved back beneath the skies. Percy stumbled forward and hissed in concealed agony for 3 minutes. "My everything hurts." Naruto appeared in front of them and noticed the crimson motes of magic within the atmosphere. Luke had escaped through a portal again. The Uzumaki stretched his arms and cracked his neck. Oh well. A small smile was on Naruto's face. The loud roar of an aggressive creature inundated the hostile silence between the blood-lusted Raiju and Naruto Uzumaki. Motes of luminous electricity surrounded the monster's blue-hued tail. Sapphire eyes of unadulterated luminosity scanned the weak spots of the yokai. The Raiju opened its wide maws and produced a bolt of endless thunder. Naruto stretched a calloused palm forward. A golden glow of chakra graced his hand. Naruto suppressed the electricity, pulled a kunai out from his sleeve, and sliced it into the creature. The Raiju grunted in perpetual agony before it crumbled into particles of azure energy. Naruto twirled his kunai and flicked it down onto the concrete of the sequestered sector within Tokyo. Slipping his unsmooth hands into his pockets, Naruto stepped forward and vanished in a crimson blur. The Uzumaki materialized himself in front of the metal-constructed door of an office. Humming to himself, Naruto entered the office without permission from its stoic owner. Sasuke Uchiha sighed. "Has the Raiju in District 4 been eliminated?" Sasuke asked him and raised an eyebrow in concealed anticipation. "It killed 6 people. Eliminated." Naruto gave Sasuke a casual thumbs up of confirmation before he tilted his head. "We've had a rise in yokai-related deaths." "Indeed." Sasuke nodded and intertwined his pale fingers. "I have some reason to believe Izanami has reawakened herself." The Uzumaki's eyes widened in absolute surprise. "Izanami? How? I thought we sealed her into Yomi when she possessed Kaguya." "We did." Sasuke's response was a contemplative one. He touched his chin. "The uprise of yokai may be connected to her revival." "That can't be possible." Naruto shook his head and grunted. "Amaterasu would have told us if Izanami had been unsealed." The Uchiha had an expressionless face. "We no longer possess the means to seal her a second time." "Yeah, that's true." Naruto clicked his teeth, frustrated. "We lost the Sun Seal and the Moon Seal once Kaguya and Izanami were sealed." Amusement filled Sasuke's obsidian-colored eyes. "Even if Kaguya returned, she would stand no chance against either of us in battle." "True." A wide smirk beautified his whiskered features. Naruto hummed. "The real threat against us is a full-powered Izanami." Sasuke twirled the pen in his calloused hand and sighed. "If Izanami has returned, then I suspect she has selected her latest vessel." Sasuke, How about a little spar?" Naruto and Sasuke stood in the middle of an artificial arena within the basement of the office building. The Uzumaki stretched his legs in unadulterated anticipation while the Uchiha cracked his neck. Sasuke blocked a powerful punch from Naruto. The Uchiha slammed himself forward and flicked a knee into his abdomen. Blood bubbled out from Naruto's mouth before the top of his head was grabbed. A pale hand of unmatched strength drove him downwards. Naruto summoned 3 shadow clones and watched them kick Sasuke back. Chakra gathered itself into the pit of Sasuke's stomach. The Uzumaki grinned at the sight of the fire-style, fireball jutsu. His shadow clone body flickered in front of it and endured the endless ball of warmth. Naruto felt the memories of his clone fill his head. Sasuke blurred behind him and launched a chakra-enhanced kick into his head. Naruto turned until he felt the pulse of Sasuke's Rinnegan. The Uzumaki was propelled backwards by a telekinetic pulsation. The last 2 of his shadow clone's body flickered in front of Sasuke and kicked him into the air. Naruto materialized above him, slamming both of his clenched fists down onto Sasuke's muscled body. Naruto appeared beneath Sasuke, but grunted when small needles of electricity stabbed themselves into his exposed patches of skin. Sasuke smirked, whirled around, and slammed a kick into his neck. A bruise constructed itself on his neck. Naruto ignored his wounds and channeled an abundant amount of chakra into his knees. Sasuke closed an eye, opening it and unveiling his Sharingan to all. An inundation of obsidian-tinted flames touched the concrete around Naruto and trapped him within some type of fire-created cage. Naruto swung his hand across the air and dispelled the flames of his friend. Naruto disappeared in a torrent of luminous crimson and appeared behind him. The Uchiha bashed the back of his head into Naruto, who let out a loud groan of unhidden frustration. Sasuke smirked. The Uzumaki summoned a Rasengan before Sasuke manifested himself an iridescent Chidori. They both smiled and blurred forward. A blade of unadulterated thunder clashed against a sphere of energy. Sasuke flipped backwards and deactivated his crimson-accentuated eye while Naruto touched his scorched hand in annoyance. The Uzumaki produced a gentle yawn from his mouth. That was fun. Indeed it was. Sasuke chuckled. I have to complete some paperwork and arrange a meeting between myself and Amaterasu. Annoyance glinted in the sapphire depths of his gaze. Naruto grunted. I have some paperwork to ignore back at home. See y'all later. The sound of a refreshed breath filled the cold atmosphere of his living room. Naruto was seated down on his sofa and was watching some type of detective series on a simple television. Naruto flicked a multitudinous number of popcorn shards into his mouth and let out a tired yawn. He glanced in the direction of the cloak on his wall before he turned off his television screen. Time for bed. The Uzumaki walked into his somewhat small bedroom and sank himself down into the soft embrace of his mattress. He closed his eyes and fell into the endless realm of nightmares, dreams, and slumber. How amusing, a mature and entertained voice rasped. It is rather ironic of me to watch the one who sealed me live such a happy life. An indiscernible silhouette unveiled itself to him. Naruto crouched down into the stance of an unhinged boxer and squinted at the outline. Confusion filled his head for 3 seconds until he gritted his teeth. He had somehow been summoned to a dimension in his dreams. Crimson clouds streaked across the obsidian skies. A luminescent sun illuminated the mirthful features of Izanami, the goddess of death. The Uzumaki called for the chakra of his most trusted partner. Izanami stretched a pale hand in his direction and cut off the connection between him and Kurama. Naruto scowled in pure irritation. You shall not rely on the power of the Kyuubi this time. Izanami's obsidian eyes possessed a bloodlusted light. Naruto Uzumaki. A grin of unadulterated mockery graced his whiskered features. Naruto glared at Izanami and unleashed Sage of Six Paths mode upon her. The dream-constructed realm around them trembled. I can still take you on without Kurama's help. A serious expression blemished Naruto's annoyed face. Lava style, Rasen Shuriken. The Uzumaki propelled himself forward at Izanami and slammed the lava style, Rasen Shuriken into her stomach. Izanami flourished a pale hand. Naruto hummed as Izanami dispelled his technique. Some type of suppression ability. Naruto pondered to himself before he touched his chin. I have something for you to suppress, Izanami. Golden flecks of chakra enhanced the strength within his fists. Izanami was rattled when Naruto slammed his knuckles into her chest. She chuckled, rolling backwards and landing down onto the ground. She climbed to her feet and established a gargantuan distance between them. Unhinged amusement glistened in the obsidian pits of her gaze. Izanami had a wide smirk on her face. I understand now. The Sage of the Six Paths has blessed you in the Uchiha. Izanami hummed in pleasure. What happens if you lose your power? Chaos. She yelled at herself. Insanity evident within her smooth soprano. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, this time I shall succeed. Be warned. Izanami directed her insanity-filled gaze at Naruto and grinned. Once I regain my full power, you shall be the first to perish. Good luck. Naruto glared at the goddess of death and crossed his arms. I've been told by a few people that I'm rather unbeatable. Your confidence is a foolish trait to possess. Izanami chuckled. Tell the Uchiha I have returned. He was pathetic when we last battled. The dream-constructed dimension around Naruto crumbled into obsidian particles of mana. Naruto blinked his luminescent eyes open and groaned in pure frustration. Kurama, Izanami's back. How fun. The Kyuubi drawled in the isolated depths of his vessel's mind. If you don't mind, I'm going to get some more sleep. Naruto ignored his partner and contemplated over the words Izanami had imparted onto him when they had talked. The Sage of Six Paths was mentioned in another topic of ginormous concern. Izanami intended to strip him and Sasuke of their powers. She had somehow suppressed his connection to Kurama while speaking to herself about them losing the abilities Hagoromo had gifted them. Wonder if I can talk to the old man again. Naruto hummed to himself and transmitted a mental signal into his head. Kurama. How'd I? My old man is dead. Kurama snorted. The only reason you met him was because you were on the verge of death alongside the Uchiha. Naruto produced an irritated breath from his mouth and performed his rituals for the morning. Once he had changed into his standard outfit, he body flickered over to Sasuke's sequestered office. Naruto blurred through the isolated paths within Tokyo and recollected the conversation he had 20 minutes ago. Sasuke was rather unperturbed from the news of Izanami's confirmed resurrection. The Uzumaki sensed the aggressive presence of a foreign yokai and materialized himself behind the creature. It was some type of kappa, who feasted on the arm of an unconscious human. He blinked. An enraged scream echoed throughout the cold atmosphere. The kappa gritted its teeth in unhinged anger and yelled. Naruto silenced it when he propelled a humorless glance in its direction. Quiet. Naruto summoned a shadow clone and watched his duplicate take the unconscious human to the hospital funded by the Uchiha clan. The Uzumaki clasped his calloused hands and disconnected them. A Rasengan formed itself onto his palm, accompanied by a number of even smaller chakra-constructed spheres. Naruto slammed it through the kappa's skull and felt it crumble into green particles. The Uzumaki ignored the memories from his shadow clone and body flickered out from the alleyway. He appeared on a rooftop before he folded his arms in curiosity. A smile adorned his face. He still remembered when he had left America once his commission was completed. Despite the unfortunate death of Bianca D'Angelo, Naruto had subdued Atlas by returning him to the sky. The tattoo Hades had gifted his calloused palm had remained, even at the completion of his mission. Naruto touched the obsidian-colored mark on his hand by mistake and fell through a small portal. Confusion flickered within the sapphire depths of his gaze. Hades had removed the portal abilities of the tattoo once he had returned to Japan. Naruto gritted his teeth and landed down onto some concrete. Naruto rubbed his head in annoyance until he sensed a familiar presence in the atmosphere. Two pink eyes glowed in the unlit air of the gargantuan room while brown eyes of amusement shimmered. The Uzumaki gazed down at his ebony-hued tattoo and watched it pulse for another 3 seconds. A smooth voice echoed into his ears. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. It has been a while since we last met. Naruto grinned at his old foe. Met? Don't you mean it's been a while since I throttled you, your monsters, and all of your comrades? I suppose. Prometheus revealed himself to Naruto and adjusted the tie clipped onto his shirt. I summoned you to tell you this. Lord Kronos still seeks the Kyuubi. He chuckled. My lord has offered you a chance to give up the fox. Never took you for the blunt type. Believe me. Prometheus' smile waned for 3 seconds. I would much rather be performing my more important duties. I won't give you Kurama. You have declared your demise. Another smooth baritone filled his ears. Hecate snapped her fingers. We shall meet again soon. Naruto tipped himself down into the portal beneath him and reappeared on the rooftop within a sequestered sector of Tokyo. Ruthless resolve illuminated his blue-tinted gaze. Damn it all. Sapphire eyes rippled into vermilion abysses of aggression. Thin whiskers thickened themselves. Teeth sharpened themselves into short fangs. Naruto growled. They won't leave us alone, huh? Indeed. Kurama grunted. If you desire, I can take control of your body and eliminate all of them. They seek me and my power. The Uzumaki stepped forward and descended onto the concrete of the ginormous city. Naruto touched his feet down onto the terrain beneath him before he slipped his calloused hands into his pockets. He closed his eyes in a brief flash of contemplation. Naruto had visited Percy over the few months that had passed since the completion of his mission. Annabeth Chase and him had struck up an amicable friendship. It was written by the fates themselves about how Percy was the child of prophecy. Naruto shook his head and entered an isolated cafe in one of the concealed districts of Tokyo. He adjusted his sunglasses. Naruto seated himself down on a wooden chair. This wooden chair was beautified by its illustrations of constellations and stars. A waitress walked over to his table. "May I have your order, sir?" A casual smile grew onto Naruto's whiskered features. "I'll have a cappuccino and some chocolate cake, please." The waitress nodded at him and sauntered through a concealed door at the back of the establishment. Naruto leaned forward, scanning the customers within the small cafe. Sapphire irises of unadulterated nonchalance glanced in the direction of a rather odd man. This individual possessed black hair and amused eyes of an incandescent blue. This was Susanoo, god of storms. Naruto arched a perplexed eyebrow at the Shinto deity of the seas. Susanoo sensed his presence and gave him a casual smile while planting himself down on the wooden seat at Naruto's table. My. An entertained chuckle erupted out from Susanoo's mouth. "I wasn't expecting to see you of all people in this cafe." Susanoo. A mild amount of irritation glinted in the blue pits of his gaze. Naruto grunted. "I haven't seen you since the Divine War." Susanoo hummed. "Ah, yes. The War of the Divine. The same war where you defeated Hachiman and gained the title of the strongest. The same war where Neji Hyuga died at Hachiman's hands." Susanoo stuck his tongue out. "Man. Those were fun times, huh?" "Whatever." Naruto rolled his iridescent eyes and watched the waitress settle his meal down on the table. "I have to stay calm." The deity of storms tilted his head in unconcealed curiosity. "I heard one of those Greek gods commissioned you. What was that about?" "Who the hell told you about my commission?" Suspicion laced the Uzumaki's tone. "Sasuke and I were the only ones who." "Oh, please." A laugh of endless mockery escaped Susanoo's lips. "Everyone in the Shinto pantheon heard about your little escapade. Why the hell are you in Tokyo?" Naruto took an aggressive sip from the rim of his coffee mug. "You never leave Takamagahara." "Amaterasu had some important meeting." Susanoo gave him a facetious shrug of nonchalance. "I was curious what it was about." "I'm guessing it was about Izanami." Ferocity illuminated the beautiful blue of his gaze. "She told me I would be the first one she'd kill." "Ha." An amused chortle rumbled out from Susanoo's mouth. The deity stole Naruto's cake from his plate. "I ain't scared of her." "You should be." Naruto grunted in unveiled annoyance. When Izanami possessed Kaguya, she surpassed the concept of power. Susanoo shook his head, baffled. "You over-exaggerate her abilities." He smirked. "Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and I could have beaten her." "I don't doubt that." The Uzumaki's response was a casual one. "But the three of you were preoccupied when Izanagi was corrupted." "My father is much stronger than her." Susanoo chewed the chocolate cake in his mouth. "They would be equals in power at best." "Sure." Naruto snorted. "Sasuke and I had some trouble against Izanami. In the end, the two of us sealed her back into Yomi." "Yomi, huh?" Susanoo murmured to himself. Skepticism blemished his smooth baritone. "You should have sealed her into another realm." "The Six Paths geezer told us it was best to seal her into Yomi." Naruto flourished a calloused hand. Even Sasuke doubted him. "The Uchiha was right to doubt that damn Otsutsuki." Susanoo grouched. "Those divine aliens think they're better than us deities. You do realize I'm descended from one of those damn Otsutsuki?" Naruto lifted his eyebrow. "My ancestor is Ashura Otsutsuki himself." "I remember Ashura." The Shinto deity of the seas smiled. "He was one of the only tolerable out of the bunch. He was a kind individual." "You Uzumaki and Senju are his descendants, right?" Susanoo asked Naruto. He smirked. "I remember that damn gambler, Hashirama." "Hashirama Senju was into gambling." The Uzumaki laughed. "I guess that explains why Granny is such an addict for those casinos." "Indeed, Hashirama was a compulsive gambler." Susanoo nodded. His wood style was still rather powerful out on the battlefield. "My Rasen Shuriken is stronger." Naruto shouted in response. "I bet I could destroy those wooden giants of his in no time at all." Yeah. The deity rolled his bright eyes of absolute amusement. "Tell me more about when Izanami claimed she would kill you first." "I was in some type of dream realm." Naruto sipped his coffee. "Izanami appeared. The two of us fought and she ran from me." "How eloquent of you." Susanoo crossed his arms, annoyed. "You suck at telling stories. I'm surprised Izanami didn't kill you there." "Same." Naruto hummed to himself before he grunted. I'm pretty sure she's still weakened from the seal Sasuke and I gave her last time. Maybe. Susanoo devoured the last crumbs of his stolen cake and rolled his muscled shoulders. I have some business to take care of. Susanoo clapped his calloused hands and vanished within an iridescent whirlwind of sapphire-colored particles. Sipping more coffee from his mug, Naruto grabbed his phone from his pocket. The Uzumaki tapped his finger on a news app and was met by the sight of a somewhat odd article. This article claimed there was a multitudinous amount of disappearances inside District 17. Naruto pulled out his golden credit card and paid for his coffee and his stolen chocolate cake. Stepping out into the sequestered streets of Tokyo, the Uzumaki bent his knees and jumped onto a rooftop. An indiscernible distortion blurred across the rooftops of the endless city. Naruto stumbled downwards onto the ground when he reached District 17. Some type of putrid stench polluted his senses. A bothered grunt of annoyance escaped his mouth. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and walked forward. He stopped, noticing the hooded silhouette of a deformed creature. The silhouette unveiled itself to him from the shadows of the alleyway and released a loud screech of insanity. Naruto clicked his teeth, blurring forward and burying his fist into the creature's chest. Naruto arched a confused brow as the deformed entity of a humanoid shape crumbled into nothing more than 20 shards of mana-imbued flesh. He had destroyed some type of synthetic puppet. The Uzumaki crouched down in front of the 20 shards of synthetic flesh and touched them. Interest illumined his whiskered features. This artificial puppet had the ability to wield both chakra and magic at once. He slid his unsmooth hands into his pockets and body flickered towards the main office of Sasuke's exorcist business. Naruto appeared on its front door step before he opened its entrance. An abundance of nature energy filled his chakra system. Naruto closed his eyes and stretched out his senses in the direction of Sasuke's office. Amaterasu's presence could be felt in the warm air. Naruto slipped out of sage mode before he entered the office. Sasuke had his fingers intertwined while Amaterasu had a cup of hot tea in her pale hand. The Uzumaki grinned. "Hey, Sasuke and Amaterasu." Sasuke suppressed the urge to roll his dull eyes of obsidian color in annoyance. "You can't barge into my office without permission." "Whatever." Naruto tilted his head and grinned. "Guess what? I destroyed some kinda puppet that could use magic and chakra both." "Impossible." Amaterasu interrupted Naruto. Her crimson eyes glinted an ominous vermilion. "It is impossible to combine chakra and magic." "I sensed magic and chakra in its destroyed energy system." The Uzumaki shrugged. "I think it was responsible for the disappearances." "The disappearances in District 17. Sasuke let out a somewhat surprised hum. "I had thought a yokai was responsible." "I shall leave this aberration of a puppet in your hands." Amaterasu adjusted her crimson kimono. "Sasuke, be careful of Izanami." "Of course, my lady." Sasuke nodded and observed the goddess disappear in a vortex of intangible flames. "Naruto, take a seat." Confusion flickered across the iridescent blue of his eyes for the briefest of minutes. Naruto seated himself down in front of Sasuke's chair and canted his head. "Is this about that magical puppet?" "Not at all." Sasuke possessed an amused smirk. "Amaterasu told me of her contingency plan for Izanami. It was rather unexpected." "What was the contingency plan?" Naruto folded his arms. Curiosity tainted his mischievous voice. "Oh. Was it the Halo Hurricane?" "It was not the combination technique your father named for us." Sasuke snorted, unimpressed. "The contingency plan is simple." "What is it, then?" A small smirk graced Sasuke's pale and handsome features. "The contingency plan is us. Amaterasu wants us to take care of Izanami." Unhidden annoyance glinted within the bright azure of Naruto's gaze. He groaned. "Damn it all. All I want is to sleep and eat some ramen." "Keep complaining." The Uchiha let out another undignified snort of unadulterated amusement. "I'll keep tabs on my sources for intel. I'll keep tabs on the cups of ramen in my cabinet." Naruto raised his thumb. "How about it, Sasuke? Why don't we get some ramen?" "Sure." Sasuke slipped on his expensive fedora and slid his wallet into his pocket. "Order all the ramen you want. It's my treat this time." Sick. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The multitudinous stars within the obsidian-hued depths of the incandescent night skies illuminated the enormous city of Tokyo.
Naruto slipped his hands into his pockets and walked forward.
Countless numbers of people filled the more public streets of the city. Naruto grunted when the smell of alcohol polluted his senses. The Uzumaki produced a somewhat nonchalant hum from his mouth. The uprise in yokai activity had been rather unexpected for everyone in the Shinto pantheon, excluding its gods and goddesses. Sasuke had told him about the multifarious amount of people who were killed. Naruto stepped into an isolated street and turned a corner. The fragrance of rotten flesh and mutilated limbs assaulted his nose. His eyes widened in concealed surprise at the sight of a familiar puppet. The puppet detected his powerful presence and snapped its head in his direction. Naruto crouched down into a simple stance as the synthetic puppet's teeth clattered. It rushed at him in a burst of speed. A roundhouse kick to the head propelled the puppet downwards into the concrete. Naruto felt the ground beneath them crack a little. The artificial puppet convulsed before it intertwined its inhuman fingers. Naruto sensed a buildup of fire-natured chakra and summoned a golden chakra arm. The puppet unleashed an endless torrent of heat from its mouth. He slammed his chakra arm into the stream of fire. The Uzumaki grunted when the artificial knuckles of the puppet touched his abdomen. Another aureate arm of chakra materialized out from his shoulder and stabbed itself through the puppet's head. Chunks of mana-constructed flesh dropped down onto the concrete underneath him. Naruto dispelled his two chakra arms and glanced at the mutilated corpse of a salaryman. Guilt marred his features. Naruto directed a message to the cleanup crew of the company and gave the innocent man a respectful bow. Vanishing within a crimson-hued distortion, he reappeared on an isolated rooftop. These synthetic puppets were rather strong entities. The one he had faced minutes ago possessed a much more smoother visage compared to the deformed features of the first puppet he had beaten. The Uzumaki touched his chin in brief contemplation and closed his blue eyes. Senjutsu chakra gathered itself into his system. Orange pigmentations grew themselves onto his whiskered face. He smiled. Naruto stretched his sensory capabilities out to their limits and detected a large abundance of magic and chakra within the air. He summoned 20 shadow clones, who disappeared in a simple blur. All of the nature energy inside of his chakra system dissolved itself. Naruto walked forward until memories filled his brain. His shadow clones had tracked down the puppets and eliminated them. Who the hell was capable of creating puppets who can use magic and chakra at once? No clue. The loud and languid voice of his partner inundated his mind. They aren't that powerful, you took them down in seconds. Average people would consider them powerful. Naruto responded. I'm not the best standard to use if you want to measure strength. True. True. A lethargic smirk graced Kurama's face. You are my vessel, you have to be stronger than most people your age. Whatever. May 2, 2008. Luke Castellan stepped through the endless corridors of Hecate's decorative and grandiose castle. The demigod walked into the central room of the palace and seated himself down on a brown chair. A brown-colored vortex of divine energy flooded the atmosphere of the gargantuan room and transmuted itself into Prometheus' body. Prometheus touched the tie hooked over his neck. Young Castellan. Prometheus. Luke grunted and leaned himself against his wooden chair. Hecate told me that the two of you summoned Naruto. Indeed. Prometheus nodded. A small smile presented itself on his scar-covered visage. We summoned him through Hades' sigil. Impressive. Luke clapped his calloused hands. I'm somewhat curious about what transpired between the three of you. We declared our intent to obliterate him. A smooth voice drifted into their ears. Hecate teleported into the central room. He shall perish. Good luck. Luke crossed his arms, irritated. Naruto Uzumaki defeated Prometheus and I while destroying your blade spell. I am not perturbed by his monstrous power. Hecate chuckled. I have retrieved a special rune. This shall guarantee the child's demise. The suppression rune you spoke of? Prometheus raised a curious eyebrow. I was under the impression that it wouldn't work for us. This is an improved version. Hecate smiled. I spent months on improving its design and to remove its enclosed barrier characteristic. Incredible. Luke interrupted them. A ruthless glint of anticipation shimmered in the bright blue of his irises. How long shall it last for? 50 minutes. Her pleased smile transformed itself into an indulgent smirk. By suppressing his chakra, we can kill him in no time. I wouldn't underestimate the blue-eyed boy. The Titan of Forethought murmured. He is strong, the strongest of his people and generation. Oh, Please. Luke scoffed in response. Annoyance corrupted his smooth soprano. You must be mad since you lost to him in battle. Do not underestimate the child. Prometheus raised his chin at Luke and widened his outraged eyes. He is the vessel of the Kyubi. How scary. Luke rolled his eyes and hummed. Hecate, the suppression rune will also block his connection to the Nine Tails, right? It shall, indeed. Hecate nodded. When improving on the rune, I implemented a powerful block between his and the Nine Tails link. Prometheus stood up onto his feet and disappeared in a violent distortion of mana. Materializing himself in a sequestered room of the palace, he folded his arms and gazed out of a large window. The suppression rune was an incredible creation of magic. However, Naruto Uzumaki was determined enough to defeat even the toughest of foes without access to his more versatile abilities. A low hum bubbled out from his trachea. Prometheus stretched a hand forward and summoned a somewhat old scroll. The Titan opened it and smiled when he saw the illustration of the nine-tailed fox demon. The Kyubi had been sealed into the Uzumaki's stomach. Prometheus dispelled his scroll of illustrations and planted his scar-covered palm down onto the windowsill. It cracked beneath his hand's strength. Prometheus smoothed out the abundant amount of desire in his gaze. Kronos was the one who wanted the Kyubi to empower himself for when he was resurrected in a physical form. He let out a soft sigh. Naruto had returned to Japan. Japan was in the territory of the Shinto pantheon. Ancient laws dictated how deities couldn't enter the territory of another pantheon without permission. This was a problem. Luke's status as a demigod allowed him to travel wherever he pleased. Prometheus tapped his chin in contemplation. Hecate planned to have Luke drag Naruto out into more neutral grounds. The plan would succeed. May 28, 2008. Droplets of cold rain streamed down onto the vibrant city of Tokyo. Sasuke sauntered through the empty streets of District 10, an expensive umbrella in his smooth and pale hand. He hummed. The random disappearances across Tokyo had stopped once Naruto's shadow clones had obliterated all of the synthetic puppets. Sasuke had been given a clue on the whereabouts of the puppet's creator. Sasuke kept his umbrella above his head and knocked his knuckles on the entrance to a rundown tavern. A doorknob turned before the sight of a divine individual unveiled itself to his obsidian-hued eyes. This divine individual possessed a short beard and a normal mustache. A white t-shirt adorned his slim body. Omoikane, the Shinto god of intelligence, blinked his tired eyes. Sasuke Uchiha? Omoikane. Sasuke smiled. I have come to your abode for some information. Were you the one who manufactured these puppets? Puppets. Realization flickered across his luminous eyes. Omoikane yawned. I did create 20 puppets, but I let them out of my care. Ah. I understand the situation. Sasuke thought to himself and spoke. Omoikane, your puppets have ended many innocent lives. My goodness. Guilt blemished Omoikane's wrinkled features. He touched his well-maintained mustache. I must apologize for this. It's fine. Sasuke flourished his pale hand. I must ask you this. How were you capable of creating puppets who used chakra and magic? Magic and chakra. Omoikane flinched in confusion. My dear Uchiha. The synthetic puppets I created possess no abilities. None. Sasuke lifted a languid eyebrow. I had an anonymous source tell me about how you had constructed some type of puppets. Omoikane nodded. I have created some synthetic puppets, but none of them possess supernatural abilities, except enhanced strength. I must check more of my sources, then. Sasuke grunted. I apologize for wasting your time. I shall be leaving for my office. Sasuke stepped 3 feet forward and disappeared in a distortion of multitudinous colors. An indiscernible silhouette blurred across the secluded streets of the city. Sasuke reached the door to his office.
The Uchiha closed his umbrella before he hooked it onto his wooden rack. Sasuke seated himself down onto his office chair, gazing at the multiple files strewn on his desk.
He was a little irritated. A silent sector within the sequestered depths of Tokyo was deluged by the loud noise of a meager groan. Naruto Uzumaki crossed his arms and leaned against the cold wall of an isolated alleyway. There were a multitudinous number of unconscious yokai in front of him. Naruto raised a confused eyebrow down at an anomalous type of Raiju. This Raiju had endured his Rasen Shuriken without damage. Naruto let out a contemplative hum and stretched a calloused palm out at the unconscious Raiju. Bubbles of lava constructed themselves onto his hand before they morphed themselves into a small shuriken. The lava style Rasen shuriken produced a low screech of sound. Naruto noticed how the gravelly noise woke the Raiju up. It climbed to its feet and clicked its fangs in his direction. Thunder brightened its fur. He squinted his blue eyes at the monstrous creature and flicked his smaller version of the lava style Rasen shuriken downwards. The Raiju's mouth opened and it caterwauled in unadulterated agony. Naruto watched the yokai dissipate into particles of sapphire color. The Uzumaki slipped his unsmooth hands into his pockets as he tilted his head, confusion blemishing his whiskered features. Kurama? What? Within the secluded pits of Naruto's head, a single vermilion eye opened itself up in annoyance. Why must you bother me, brat? Sorry. Naruto yelled in response. Mischief smeared his baritone. Haven't you seen how durable this Raiju was? Of course I've seen how tough these pathetic creatures have become. Kurama snorted. Or maybe, you've become weaker. Absolute frustration glistened inside of the blue of Naruto's luminous eyes. I've become weak? Remember the time when I beat you up? Oh, please. A gargantuan smirk of mockery graced Kurama's face. I would destroy you in a rematch. Name the date, brat. Whatever. Naruto flourished a nonchalant hand and grunted. I have more important duties than arguing about who's stronger. Ha. An endless rumble of acerbic laughter escaped Kurama's mouth. You must be terrified of me if you'd rather focus on work. Naruto growled into his mind. Terrified of you? Out of all the tailed beasts, you're the easiest one to beat. I can take you on. Bring it on, you brat. Sure, you overgrown furball. May 29, 2008. Naruto walked through an empty corridor until he reached the steel-constructed entrance of a little office. A knock on the door from his knuckles elicited a grunt of permission to fill the atmosphere. The Uzumaki opened the door and was met by the sight of a stressed-out Sasuke, who possessed deep bags of exhaustion beneath his eyes and a cup of cold coffee in his left hand. Naruto. A somewhat entertained countenance beautified Naruto's visage. Naruto seated himself down on a wooden chair, pulled out his phone, and snapped a picture of Sasuke. He grinned. What's up, bastard? I've discovered something interesting. Sasuke grunted, frustration evident within his unamused voice. Delete that damn picture of me. No. Naruto leaned forward. A healthy amount of amusement inundated his tone. I don't think I will delete this damn picture of you. You're such a nuisance sometimes. Sasuke shook his head. I've discovered that Izanami has been enhancing the yokai in Japan. Does this include their durability? Naruto asked his best friend. Pure annoyance glinted in his gaze. I encountered this weird Raiju. What was weird about this Raiju? Sasuke took a small sip of coffee from the rim of his mug. Was its durability unnatural in your eyes? It withstood a Rasen shuriken from me. Naruto grouched. The Rasen shuriken destroys its target at a cellular level. Most yokai can't survive that type of damage. The Uchiha nodded. This proves that Izanami has been enhancing the yokai somehow. What a bother. Naruto propped his fist beneath a whiskered cheek. I'm still curious about those puppets who had magic and chakra. I looked into those anomalous puppets. Sasuke grunted in response. Omoikane had created a few puppets, but they had no abilities. Omoikane. The Shinto god of wisdom. Sasuke answered Naruto. A pale hand touched his chin. We still have to construct a plan to defeat Izanami. True. True. Naruto's voice possessed a contemplative inflection. Maybe we could invite her to your birthday party or something. Invite her to my birthday party. Sasuke had an unimpressed expression. Sometimes I wonder if you truly are okay in the head. I'm more than okay in the head. Naruto crossed his legs on the wooden chair. Maybe we could invite Izanami to my birthday party. You are such a moron. Sasuke chuckled and shook his head in amusement. I heard you've been visiting your friends in America? Oh, yeah. Naruto grinned and hummed. I'm planning on visiting Annabeth and Percy again. Is it alright if I take a break from work? Of course. Sasuke took another sip from his mug of cold coffee. Last year, you wouldn't have even dreamed of taking a break. I'd rather not talk about last year. The wide grin on Naruto's whiskered face waned for the briefest of seconds. See you later.
Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. June 2, 2008. The beautiful skies were illuminated by the familiar glow of an aureate outline. Naruto blurred through the heavens in a golden flash of light and stopped when he sensed the oceanic presence of his friend.
A putrid stench polluted the atmosphere around him. Naruto glanced downwards and discerned some type of school. This school was covered in a somewhat large mass of hot flames of crimson color. Naruto's ears were distracted by the loud echo of sirens in the distance. Humming to himself, Naruto floated down onto the concrete of the city and deactivated his golden cloak of unadulterated energy. The Uzumaki noticed Percy Jackson and Annabeth Chase in his line of sight. A nonchalant smile grew onto his whiskered features until he noticed a few individuals, who ran at Percy while gesticulating in his direction. Naruto's body flickered towards his two friends and disregarded their alarmed voices from his unanticipated entrance. A loud click filled the warm air of the sector as Naruto manipulated the mist and sighed. The four individuals paused in their tracks and scratched their heads in absolute confusion before they walked back to the fire-covered school. Naruto tilted his head. Why the hell is that school on fire? Long story. Percy rubbed the back of his head in concealed embarrassment and chuckled. I fought some vampire chicks. Huh. Naruto blinked to himself and slipped his calloused hands into his pockets. Sounds fun. Did you at least beat those vampires? Nope. Percy stuck out his tongue, unbothered. Though, my mom's boyfriend definitely thinks I set schools on fire for fun now. Are we going to ignore how he snapped his fingers and erased their memories? A baffled voice interrupted them. What magic was that? That magic. Annabeth rolled her gray-tinted eyes and crossed her arms. As called manipulation of the mist. You can see through it. Nice. Rachel Elizabeth Dare murmured to herself in relief. Does this mean that Blondie's mind manipulation won't work on me, then? Since you can see through the mist, you have some resistance towards its influence. Annabeth grunted. Naruto. Good to see you. Good to see you and Percy again. Naruto grinned and leaned forward. My control won't last forever. True. Annabeth unfolded her arms and grabbed onto Percy's hand. Come on. The three of us have to leave before more mortals come. Wait a second. Rachel cut Annabeth off and produced a marker from one of her pockets. Percy. You still have to tell me what all of this is. And I'm telling you Percy has to leave. Annabeth clicked her teeth in annoyance. You'd be better off forgetting about all of these events. At least let me give him my number. How about this? Naruto yelled, ignoring how Rachel and Annabeth grabbed onto their ears. Random lady, give Annabeth your number. What a smart idea. Annabeth gave Naruto a sardonic glance. She groaned when she felt the marker touch her skin. Really? Really? Rachel nodded once she had scribbled down her number onto Annabeth's arm. You better call me. I want an explanation. Kurama. I'm craving some ramen. Prometheus was seated down on the cold concrete of a room within the isolated depths of Hecate's grandiose castle. A low hum of anticipation leaked out from his trachea. He opened his bright eyes. Flecks of brown-colored mana escaped his body. Prometheus manipulated the motes of magical power into some type of energy cloak. This is the cloak Atlas uses against strong opponents. The Titan of Forethought dispelled his cloak of endless mana and gandered in the direction of a concealed silhouette. Prometheus sighed. Why must you hide yourself from our lord, Menoetius? Prometheus watched as the distorted outline unveiled itself. Menoetius was a humanoid individual, who possessed blue hair and azure eyes of absolute luminosity. Blue armor adorned his body. I have no intention of hiding from Lord Kronos, brother. One of Menoetius's eyes glinted an ominous blue. I have been training myself. Training, you say? How interesting. Prometheus mumbled. Amusement illuminated his tone. What type of training, Menoetius? The Titan of violent anger and rash actions sensed Prometheus' mana stir beneath his body. A serrated spike sprouted itself out from the concrete underneath him, but Menoetius gave Prometheus a smile.
Some type of rune materialized itself onto Menoetius' feet and absorbed the spike of magical energy. Menoetius turned his back to Prometheus, entertained. Your magic is useless against my runes.
Incredible. Prometheus murmured. Shock brightened his voice. You've developed runes that can absorb energy without fail. Indeed. Menoetius nodded. Normal absorption runes would have trouble absorbing so much energy without being destroyed. I altered the design of mine. Menoetius explained to his brother. When I absorb energy, I expel that energy out into the atmosphere. Impressive idea. Prometheus complimented him. He hummed. If runes absorb too much energy, then they destroy themselves. Mine are rather different. Menoetius glanced at Prometheus and asseverated. I heard about your defeat at Naruto Uzumaki's hands. He is a monstrous child. I shall be the one to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Menoetius clenched a determined fist. That child possesses a power no one can have. My apologies, Menoetius. Prometheus interrupted his speech. Hecate, Luke Castellan, and I already have a plan to defeat him. Both of Menoetius's resolved irises glistened in ominous azure. You have failed once, brother. Lord Kronos has assigned me to the task. That was the reason why I visited you, he grunted. Lord Kronos wanted me to tell you that the capture of the Kyuubi is my task. Prometheus shrugged. If that is what our Lord desires, then I shall listen to his orders and respect them. Don't underestimate him. Trust me. Menoetius clapped his calloused hands and erupted into a vortex of blue particles. I have heard the rumors about his strength. Naruto had activated his combination of Kyuubi Chakra mode and Sage of Six Paths mode. The Uzumaki hovered forward and followed behind a yellow taxi. A small smile graced his features. Once the yellow taxi had stopped close to the hill where Camp Half-Blood was constructed, Naruto deactivated his chakra cloak and landed down onto the ground. He took in a deep breath of fresh air. Naruto blurred forward and appeared behind Percy and Annabeth. He slipped his calloused hands into his pockets while tilting his head in curiosity. Man, I wonder who the hell Sasuke's sources are. So, Naruto. Percy broke the somewhat awkward silence between the three of them. How is that exorcist job of yours treating you? Annabeth glanced at him and hummed. I've been meaning to ask you a few questions about those yokai you had mentioned the last time you visited. To answer the first question, I'm still underpaid. Naruto grunted. To answer the second one, I doubt I can answer all of your questions. That's unfortunate. Annabeth trailed off and sighed. How about this question? How exactly do you exorcise the yokai in Japan? That's simple. A nonchalant grin beautified Naruto's whiskered face. I either use a Rasengan, chakra arm, or a Rasen Shuriken. We haven't seen all of your techniques in action. Percy grouched. I have no clue what a Rasen Shuriken even is or how strong it is. It's a Rasengan and Shuriken combined. Naruto flourished a calloused hand. It also destroys its targets at a cellular level. You do realize how useful a technique that destroys at the cellular level is? Annabeth queried. It has many possible applications. It's one of my favorite jutsu. Naruto smiled. I developed a larger version of the Rasen Shuriken a while ago, Massive Rasen Shuriken.
Nice names. Thanks. I was being sarcastic. Hey.
Naruto and Percy stood across from each other in the arena within the more public sector of Camp Half-Blood. The Son of the Seas adopted a somewhat sloppy stance while Naruto took on a simple stance. Sapphire eyes of unadulterated luminosity watched Percy step forward and vanish in a meager blur. Naruto turned around before he planted his elbow into the demigod's abdomen. Percy coughed. Naruto blurred at him. Percy raised his arms and blocked a powerful punch from the Uzumaki, feeling his entire body rattle in unconcealed pain. A roundhouse kick to the jaw snapped his head backwards. Percy rubbed the lower sections of his face. Naruto gave him a mischievous smirk and smacked his elbow into his stomach for a second time. The child of the ocean sank down to one knee. Ouch. Sorry. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and chuckled. You do remember you were the one asked for training in taijutsu? Whatever. Percy grunted, veiled amounts of irritation evident within his voice. Damn. Every hit from you reminds me of a truck. Nonchalance twinkled in the sapphire depths of Naruto's beautiful gaze. Your hits are much more powerful than a normal person's. Divine heritage. Am I right? A rather sardonic laugh escaped Percy's mouth. Oh, yeah. Chiron told me Grover was on trial. Trial. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. What? Did Mr. Woodboy commit some horrific crime? Come on. What did he do? Tell me. Something about a missing nature god. Percy shrugged and scratched his chin. I can't really remember what the trial was about.
Sounds fun. I guess. Opening parenthesis dash closing parenthesis. The endless constellations inside of the night skies illuminated the entire planet. Naruto was seated down on the wooden branch of an ancient oak tree and appreciated the silence in the cold atmosphere.
A quiet cacophony of noise inundated his senses. Naruto gandered in the direction of a hidden individual and watched him unveil himself to his blue eyes. Quintus adjusted his tie. The stars truly are bright. Who the hell are you? Naruto raised an unbothered eyebrow and flicked his gaze downwards. I don't remember meeting you. Ah. Quintus possessed a somewhat smooth baritone. He let out a polite cough and smiled. My name is Quintus, Naruto Uzumaki. Who told you my name? Naruto had a confused expression on his whiskered face. This is my first time even seeing you at this camp. I'm one of the newer instructors and staff members at Camp Half-Blood. Quintus replied. I heard about you from the rumors. Rumors. Naruto slanted his head and widened his eyes. Who the heck is out there telling random people rumors about me, huh? These rumors come from your pantheon. Quintus sat down on the soil beneath his feet, cross-legged. Rumors about the divine war. People are still talking about that damn war? Naruto murmured. Susanoo already brought up enough bad memories last time. I wanted to meet you when these rumors reached my ears. Quintus interrupted Naruto's incessant mumbles. You are an incredible being. I am. Naruto snorted and revealed his abdomen to Quintus. The seal materialized itself. I think you're more interested in Kurama. Ah, yes. Quintus suppressed a loud chortle and hummed. The Kyuubi is rumored to have an endless amount of power. The latest instructor at Camp Half-Blood chuckled. You've realized how valued the Kyuubi is across every pantheon, haven't you? Kind of. Naruto bit into an apple he had unsealed from his scroll. I haven't really given it that much thought. Kurama's my friend. Friendship is a valuable treasure, so is companionship. Quintus climbed to his feet and disappeared into the bushes. Farewell. What was that all about? Be quiet, some people want to get some sleep. June 3, 2008. Naruto produced a gentle yawn from the cavern of his mouth and planted himself down onto one of the seats of an occupied table. He raised his mug before it was filled by an inundation of coffee. The Uzumaki took an over-exaggerated sip from the cold rim of the mug and gulped down all of his coffee in under 3 seconds. Another yawn escaped his lips. I've got to start sleeping more. Are you all right? Percy had an amused smirk on his wry visage. Your eye bags have eye bags. Did someone not get enough sleep? Shut up. Naruto sipped more of his coffee from the rim of his mug. I couldn't sleep much. I couldn't sleep for some reason last night. You sleep in the most random spaces. Percy shook his head, amazed. Last time you visited, you slept on a windowsill. Hey, don't disrespect the windowsills. Naruto grunted in unconcealed amusement. My back still hurts from sleeping there. Maybe you weren't lying about those major back issues of yours. Percy raised his cup of fresh water. Do you really have back issues? Naruto smirked. Perhaps. The Uzumaki glanced at the end of the table and noticed Percy's half-brother, whose name was Tyson. Tyson shoved a sandwich into his mouth and wore a satisfied smile. Naruto sensed 3 presences. Chiron and Grover Underwood approached the table. Annabeth had told him and Percy about what had transpired at Grover's trial. The trial was about Grover's claim about the time he had felt Pan's power. Naruto zoned out of the conversation. Annabeth had sat herself down on the table and had begun to speak about the legend of the labyrinth. He jolted when he felt a poke on his arm. Naruto? Huh. Sorry. I wasn't listening. I heard from Percy that you have impressive sensory abilities. Annabeth responded. Could you sense the labyrinth for us? Sure. Naruto gave her an insouciant shrug. Orange pigmentations appeared on his whiskered face above his eyes. What the hell? Naruto was bombarded by the presence of a perpetual barricade of mana. This barricade clashed against his enhanced senses. The Uzumaki stood up from his seat at the table. A barrier blocked me. Interesting. Annabeth tapped her chin in curiosity. Luke and his allies have some type of method to become undetectable, This could be bad. Percy drank more of the fresh water in his cup. I wonder if Luke recovered from the beatdown Talia and I gave him. I watched that fight from my shackles. Annabeth grunted to herself, irritated. Luke has the ability to utilize some kind of mana. He did open a portal against Zoe and opened a second one to escape. Percy tilted his head. I'm guessing his magic is a threat. An extreme threat. Annabeth nodded. The only reason Luke hasn't opened a portal in the camp is because the camp's barrier stops him. I can't wait for a rematch. Percy clicked his teeth in annoyance. This time, I've been training my hand-to-hand combat skills to defeat him. I'm still frustrated about being kidnapped. Annabeth leaned her head back and grunted for a second time. I've got to return to my table. Sure. Percy bit into his sandwich and chewed on the bread in his mouth. Hey, Naruto. How long are you planning to stay this time? Few weeks, maybe. Naruto sipped his coffee for the umpteenth time. Sasuke told me I should be going on more vacations. Brat. How much coffee are you going to drink? Naruto walked through an isolated path in the perpetual forest of Camp Half-Blood. Annabeth and Percy had left for Quintus' special game, a game that involved monsters. Fire illuminated his vision. The Uzumaki squinted his luminous eyes in the direction of the vermilion flames and was met by the unanticipated sight of a divine individual. Hephaestus, the god of fire, twirled a large hammer. Are you a deity? Naruto possessed a somewhat confused voice. Sorry, this is my third time meeting a deity from this pantheon. It's quite all right. Hephaestus nodded. There was a gruff inflection in his baritone. Naruto Uzumaki, I've heard you take commissions. I do take commissions. Naruto confirmed, stretching his arms. Sasuke's the one who handles that part of the business, though. I have come to commission you for an important task. Hephaestus' hammer scratched his beard. The retrieval of one of my children. This is an unexpected commission. Naruto blinked. Isn't it the satyr's job to retrieve demigods and bring them to Camp Half-Blood? It usually is their job. Hephaestus twirled his hammer for the fourth time since their discussion had begun. This is a special assignment. Sure. I'll accept the commission, free of charge. Naruto grinned. I was bored waiting for Annabeth and Percy to finish Quintus' game. You have my thanks. Hephaestus snapped his fingers and manifested an envelope onto Naruto's palm. Open that envelope. Naruto arched a perplexed brow, but noticed how Hephaestus had disappeared in a vortex of insubstantial flames. The Uzumaki stopped when Kurama's snort filled his head. You are such a bleeding heart. Humming to himself, Naruto opened the letter on his calloused palm before he was consumed by a hurricane of intangible heat. He stumbled forward, pressing his hand against the wall of an alleyway. A presence of incredible warmth tickled his senses. Naruto's body flickered forward and materialized himself beneath some type of bridge. There was a single boy underneath that same bridge. Leo Valdez suppressed the urge to shudder at the touch of the cold winds from the atmosphere around him. He was seated down on a wooden stool he had stolen from one of his older foster homes. He stretched an unsmooth hand forward and grabbed onto a blanket from the concrete below his feet. For the briefest of seconds, he contemplated on utilizing his pyrokinetic abilities to warm his body. The idea was snuffed out by pure prudence. Leo staggered out of his wooden stool when he heard the sound of obvious footsteps. He gripped his screwdriver and tossed it in the footsteps' direction. Leo opened his brown eyes of absolute vigilance and gaped at the outline of a blonde individual. This individual had somehow caught his screwdriver without a single trace of sweat on his forehead. Impressive skill. Naruto grinned and twirled the tool in his calloused hand. The letter in the envelope said your name was Leo Valdez. Are you some kind of assassin? Leo had a cheeky smile on his laid-back features. Am I one of your targets or something? I'm more shinobi than assassin. Naruto flicked the screwdriver down into the concrete. Your dad wanted me to retrieve you. Sorry, Mr. Blonde Shinobi. Leo shook his head. I've never met my dad once. Maybe you mistook my good looks for another Leo Valdez's. Oh, right. Naruto shouted at himself in realization. Most demigods have to be given proof about the supernatural and the divine. Naruto smirked when he heard the familiar growl of an unhinged hellhound stream into his eardrums. Leo blinked at the sight of the monster and scratched his eyes. Am I having a hallucination? A Rasengan materialized itself onto Naruto's calloused palm. The hellhound gritted its teeth at Leo and lunged forward until it was disintegrated by the touch of a sphere of azure-colored energy. Do you want to hear me out now? June 4, 2008. Naruto sank himself down into one of the bleachers of the arena inside of Camp Half-Blood. Leo was seated next to him. An enormous grin of amazement was plastered on his face of mind disbelief. When Naruto had returned to Camp Half-Blood alongside Leo, Percy had notified him about the events that had transpired. Annabeth and him had found the labyrinth while hiding from some monsters. Chiron had summoned most of the members of Camp Half-Blood for some type of war council. Naruto tuned out the entire discussion. Leo twirled his screwdriver and let out a somewhat loud hum of elation. Naruto started to listen at the mention of Luke Castellan's name. He was the one who had helped Prometheus in their battle a few months ago. Annabeth implied that Luke planned to assault the camp. The Uzumaki propped his chin onto his knuckles and listened more to their discussion. It had been decided Annabeth would take on a quest to explore the labyrinth and uncover all of its endless secrets. Naruto watched Annabeth walk out of the arena to be given her prophecy by the oracle. A fast pulse of chakra alerted him to Percy's oceanic presence. Percy had left the sector inside of the arena. Yo, Naruto. Leo leaned his head back and increased the pitch of his hum. Is this place going to be targeted by an enemy or something? You'd have to ask Chiron. Naruto's response was a nonchalant one. I'm a temporary resident. My home is somewhere in Japan. Japan. Huh? Leo mumbled to himself in curiosity. I wonder if I can get more screwdrivers in this place. Most of mine are broken. I'm sure there are plenty of screwdrivers. Naruto chuckled and tilted his head. Kurama, are you still sleeping? You lazy fur ball. Shut the hell up, brat. Kurama opened his crimson eyes and grunted. I have no intention of talking to you instead of sleeping. Naruto perked up as Annabeth and Percy returned from the big house. Annabeth told them all about the prophecy and picked Tyson, Grover, and Percy to be the members of her quest group. How about Naruto? Percy suggested to Annabeth, who stroked her chin in contemplation. If he can unblock whatever's stopping. No, Percy. Chiron interrupted him and shook his head. Annabeth cannot take any more members for her quest. 4 is risky enough. Okay. June 5, 2008. Naruto hopped down from the wooden branch of an oak tree and landed next to Percy, who was startled by his unexpected entrance. A laugh bubbled out from the depths of Naruto's mouth. He grinned. The Uzumaki glanced at all of the campers, who had covered themselves in armor and were in possession of countless weapons. Leo had met his half-siblings and was helping them construct tools. If their predictions were correct, then Luke and his comrades would be invading Camp Half-Blood through the entrance to the labyrinth. Camp Half-Blood had started to set up their defenses for the battle. I kind of wish you could come. Percy told Naruto. He scratched his head. Even Annabeth wanted to bring you along for this quest. Oh, I'm coming. Naruto flourished a casual hand and chuckled. I'm from another pantheon. My presence is ignored by the fates. I forgot to take that into account. Chiron sauntered over to them and smiled. I appreciate your help, troublemaker of the Shinto pantheon.
A somewhat small grin graced Naruto's whiskered features. Whenever it comes to helping my friends, I'm all in.
Naruto overheard the details about Luke and Quintus that Percy had told Chiron. Annabeth walked towards them, a curious expression on her face. Percy, why is Naruto? I apologize for not permitting him to join you. Chiron intertwined his hands. The fates ignore Naruto since he is from a different pantheon. Of course. Realization illuminated Annabeth's gaze. Since he is from another pantheon, Naruto's fate is in his pantheon's hands. Fate, huh? Naruto pondered to himself and hummed. Yep. My presence won't be taken into account at all, so I can come along. The Uzumaki watched as Grover, Tyson, Annabeth, and Percy stepped through the entrance to the labyrinth. Orange pigmentations beautified his whiskered face before he stepped into the maze. His senses felt the weak traces of nature energy within the cold atmosphere of the endless maze. Naruto hummed when he realized the magical barrier that blocked his senses had been enhanced. He could still use his enhanced sensory capabilities in Sage mode, but on a weakened level. Naruto felt the labyrinth restructure itself. The 5 of them had been taken to another room. Annabeth had turned on her flashlight. It illuminated the entire room for them. Naruto stepped forward, cracked his neck, squinted his blue eyes, grinned, clenched his fists, and slammed a punch into the wall. The walls around them trembled and crumbled into shards of stone. Tyson grinned and picked up one of the stones. Percy, Percy, Percy. This stone is pretty. Can I keep it? It looks really shiny. Sure, Tyson. Percy smiled and nodded. Have all the stones you want. Hey, Annabeth. Is it a good idea to be destroying these walls? I understand what Naruto intended to do. Annabeth answered. By destroying the walls, there's more space for all of us to walk. Grover trembled. I'd rather walk out of this place. Do you think it's too late for me to go back to camp and help them set up the defenses? Naruto listened to their conversation and opened his mouth to intervene, until the wall behind him opened and dragged him in. All he heard were the alarmed cries from his friends as he was taken. Naruto was dragged through a narrow tunnel and was propelled downwards through some kind of hole beneath him. Sage mode had been deactivated by a foreign source of energy. He groaned. The Uzumaki blinked his sapphire eyes open and scanned the sector around him. Candles illuminated the ginormous room. Naruto felt the warmth inside of the atmosphere tickle his exposed patches of skin. There was a brown-colored throne at the end of the gargantuan room. Naruto suppressed another frustrated growl when he noticed Prometheus, who had an amused expression. Leave me alone. I cannot leave you alone until you have relinquished the Kyuubi. Prometheus tapped the armrest of his throne. My lord desires it. I thought you wanted to become Kurama's newest Jinchuriki. Naruto smirked. Or were you lying to me about all of that? I still desire to seal the Kyuubi into myself. Prometheus chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki, you have forgotten something important. What have I forgotten? Naruto grunted when the sigil on his palm started to pulse. Crap. They can summon me through the sigil. I take it that you've realized. Prometheus asked him. The Titan smiled. We can summon you to us whenever we desire. I've also called for you to test out a prototype version of this rune. Prometheus' eyes glistened an ominous brown. Suppression rune. The atmosphere around Prometheus and Naruto crackled for the briefest of seconds. A mana-constructed pen materialized itself onto Naruto's right palm and scribbled a rune down into the middle of it. Naruto raised a perplexed eyebrow and flexed his chakra, until he sensed his lack of chakra reserves. An aggressive growl rolled off of the end of his tongue. What the hell did you write on my hand? Judging by that reaction, I guess the prototype version of the energy suppression rune had succeeded in its purpose. Prometheus disappeared within a vicious hurricane of mana and manifested his physical body behind Naruto, who gritted his teeth. Naruto bashed the back of his head right into Prometheus' nose. Naruto stretched his hand forward and scanned the anomalous rune illustrated onto his skin. The suppression rune faltered for 4 seconds, disintegrating into flecks of mana. Naruto's chakra returned. The Titan of Forethought regenerated his broken nose and watched the rune and all of its effects fade into nothing. He clicked his tongue. Naruto turned around. Sapphire eyes rippled into crimson depths. A clawed hand reached for Prometheus' face and buried him into the concrete beneath them. The labyrinth itself trembled. Naruto let out an enraged yell and constructed a Rasengan onto his calloused palm. Prometheus flipped backwards to create a fair amount of distance between himself and an aggravated Naruto. The Uzumaki gritted his teeth even more and materialized above Prometheus, who smiled. I shall fight you another time, Naruto Uzumaki. Prometheus let out a gentle chuckle. My lord has ordered someone else to take the fox. Naruto drilled his Rasengan downwards, but Prometheus had escaped through one of Hecate's pink-colored portals. He dispelled his sphere of chakra and converted the crimson in his eyes to blue. The Uzumaki summoned a shadow clone, who summoned a massive Rasengan and directed it down into the concrete. Naruto grinned before he fell through the enormous hole in the ground. Chakra channeled itself into the bottom of his feet. Naruto stuck onto one of the walls of the perpetual maze. The memories of his shadow clone filled his head. He slipped his hands into his pockets. This is going to take a long time, huh? June 27, 2008. Naruto stumbled out of the umpteenth tunnel inside of the labyrinth and clicked his teeth in unveiled annoyance. His perception of time had been altered since that was one of the labyrinth's features. The magical barricade that had blocked his sensory capabilities had become much more powerful over time for some unexplainable reason. Naruto slumped his shoulders as he saw another dead end. He had wanted to use Kurama's chakra to destroy whatever sector of the labyrinth he was in, but his most trusted partner forbade him from using his chakra for such a menial task. Kurama, please. I don't need my chakra to be used for such a simple task. Kurama's grunt of annoyance filled Naruto's mind. Use Sage Mode if you want. This damn maze restructures itself faster than I can destroy it. Naruto groaned and grabbed his head. Let me use KCM, please. Fine. Naruto produced a breath of relief from the cavern of his mouth and covered himself in a powerful cloak of chakra. He materialized multiple chakra arms from his shoulder blades. Planetary Rasengan. Multiple variations of his planetary Rasengan drove themselves into the walls of the labyrinth. The Uzumaki rushed forward in an aureate distortion of luminosity and felt the labyrinth restructure itself.
The Uzumaki rolled out of one of the entrances to the labyrinth and flew through the air until he crashed into the soil. Alarmed murmurs inundated his eardrums. Naruto dispelled KCM and groaned.
Naruto? You disappeared even longer than Percy. Naruto grabbed onto the back of his head and scratched it in brief confusion. Clarity flooded his mind as he recognized the confused face of Annabeth and the concerned one of Percy. He sighed. I ran into some trouble and got lost. Naruto had been briefed by Percy about everything that had transpired since his disappearance. They had met Nico D'Angelo again at some type of ranch and Hephaestus at his workshop. Percy told him that they had also met Briars, a Hecatenkara. The son of the seas had triggered a volcano to erupt and had stayed on an island until he was able to return to camp. I missed out on a lot since I vanished, huh? Naruto was sat down on some type of wooden chair. It was the maze's fault, not mine. Nobody blames you, Naruto. Chiron assured him and coughed. I wasn't expecting for Percy to interrupt his own funeral, though. Trust me. Percy possessed a dry voice. Neither was I, but, Annabeth. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need Rachel for this. That red-haired lady. Naruto interrupted Percy and tilted his head. Does she have some useful ability to help navigate that damn maze? She does. Percy nodded and turned to face Annabeth, who had a reluctant countenance. Annabeth, you have her number. Call her. This quest was assigned to me by the Oracle. Annabeth responded and folded her arms. I don't want nor need that Rachel's help. Is this because she's immortal? Percy pressed on. Come on, Annabeth. Give her a call. You'd still be the leader of the quest. Fine. Annabeth pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. I'll call her. This better be worth it. Or else we'd have wasted more time. Naruto grabbed onto his phone and reread the messages he had transmitted to Sasuke when he was trapped in the labyrinth. Sasuke had extended his vacation time to 3 months. He smiled. Naruto, Annabeth, and Percy had stopped for a short visit to notify Sally Jackson that Percy was still alive. They even ate some of her blue cookies. The Uzumaki stretched his arms and yawned. The three of them had entered Times Square, where Annabeth and Rachel had decided to meet. Naruto sensed Rachel's presence and was somewhat confused. She had covered her body in golden paint. Are you sure you got the right person? Naruto whispered to Annabeth, who had a complicated expression. Is this a prank? Percy tapped Naruto on the shoulder and pointed down at a sign. This sign asked for donations from the people within the area. Naruto rummaged through his pockets and produced 10 yen from them. I don't think that currency will work in this country. Annabeth snorted. How have you been paying for everything when you visit us? I use a credit card funded by my friend's family. Naruto shrugged. He puts money into the credit card every 2 weeks for me. That's nice of him. Naruto glanced behind himself in confusion as some random individual, who was covered in silver paint, stopped next to Rachel and adopted the pose of a stern teacher. The Uzumaki tilted his head. Rachel jumped off of the tarp and placed herself between an indifferent Percy and an irritated Annabeth, who clicked her teeth. Naruto detected bouts of envy and annoyance from her emotions. The four of them traveled over to some kind of small cafe. Naruto ordered himself some chocolate cake while the others ordered coffee and 2 fruit smoothies. Naruto devoured his chocolate cake. So, Annabeth. Rachel stirred the spoon inside of her cup of coffee. You promise to explain about this mythological world if I help you? I promise to answer all the questions you have. Annabeth lifted her chin at Rachel in curiosity. Why? Are you not up for the challenge? Come on, Annabeth. Percy sipped his fruit smoothie. Rachel. You don't have to help if you don't want to, but we'd appreciate your help. Excuse me. Naruto asked the waiter. Is it possible for me to have some of this chocolate cake be put into a box to eat for later? I'll help. Rachel nodded once. I've been bored since summer started. Maybe this will liven everything up for me. Alright. Annabeth held her curt tone and stood up from her chair. Percy, Naruto. We're returning to the labyrinth ASAP. Okay. Naruto responded. I'm kind of exhausted. There was a tired expression on his face. The smell of death polluted the cold atmosphere in an isolated section inside of the endless labyrinth. Naruto Uzumaki, Rachel Elizabeth Dare, Annabeth Chase, and Percy Jackson stepped into the maze. Naruto watched Percy and Annabeth follow behind Rachel, who possessed the ability to navigate through the labyrinth since she was a clear-sighted mortal. A flood of senjutsu chakra filled his system. Orange pigmentations materialized themselves on his whiskered face. Naruto stretched out his senses and felt the magical barrier in the air. The mana of the barrier held an incredible amount of potency and finesse. Whoever had cast this barricade onto his senses was an incredible practitioner in the arts of magic. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and stayed at the back of the group. He hummed. Stop. Rachel's voice streamed into Naruto's eardrums. She pointed down into the corridor. There's a door at the end. Are you sure? Annabeth had a skeptical expression on her face and squinted her eyes in concentration. I can't see any door at the end. Naruto extended his senses down into the unilluminated abyss of the corridor and his eyes widened somewhat in concealed surprise. I picked up on the presence of 3 monsters. They're hostile. When are monsters not hostile? Percy nudged Naruto on the shoulder in amusement. I'm sure the 3 of us can handle them. I'm sorry. Rachel interrupted him and blinked, perplexed. Are we going to have to fight monsters? Of course we're going to have to fight a few monsters. Annabeth snorted. Monsters track demigods down from their scents and feast on their bodies. Damn. Rachel mumbled to herself in shock. How come none of these monsters have eaten me? I've seen plenty of them. I can answer that. Percy grinned and pulled out a pair of fake glasses. Mortals don't have a divine scent for monsters to sniff out. Wait a minute. Naruto scanned the fake glasses on Percy's face. Those are the glasses I bought earlier. Hey, give them back. Enough squabbling. Annabeth rolled her gray eyes and let out an entertained huff. We still have 3 monsters to be worried about. The Uzumaki raised his hand to end their discussion and gesticulated his fingers in the direction of 2 Empusa. Percy gritted his teeth in unadulterated frustration. Those are the vampire chicks I fought. Kelly. The Empusa who Percy had battled at his middle school, slithered forward and vanished. Rachel gulped when she felt the hideous entity's talons touch her neck. Stand down. Annabeth clicked her tongue and sheathed her dagger while Percy morphed his most trusted blade into the form of a pen. Naruto leaned himself against a rock wall and gazed at the Laestrygonian giant, who let out a growl. The Laestrygonian giant lowered its head downwards and sniffed Naruto's sternum. Drool bubbled out from the depths of its mouth. Miss Kelly, can I please eat this one? He smells delicious. Naruto summoned a chakra arm out from his abdomen and materialized a Rasen Shuriken onto its palm. Kelly hissed before she tapped Rachel's neck. Now. 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 I will slit this girl's throat. The Uzumaki shrugged and dispelled his aureate arm of chakra. Percy and Annabeth were given handcuffs by the Laestrygonian giant. Kelly glanced at Naruto and nodded. Give the blonde some cuffs, giant. Naruto smirked and ducked his head down in feigned fear. If he let these monsters take them to their masters, then there was a chance he would run into Prometheus again. This was a perfect situation. The 4 of them were taken through an endless tunnel inside of the labyrinth. Naruto flexed his fingers and felt the cuffs on his wrists rattle. They were constructed by some type of divine steel. Percy grunted as he was shoved into Naruto by an acerbic Dracone, who stuck its tongue out and licked its reptilian lips. Naruto suppressed a sarcastic snort. Percy mumbled. They took Riptide. Naruto squinted his blue eyes forward and noticed how Annabeth had scoped out Rachel's whereabouts. Kelly was behind the Daughter of Wisdom. One of her talons were pressed into Rachel's neck. The Uzumaki hummed when another Dracone pushed herself into him. He faked even more fear, stumbling forward and stuttering. My deepest apologies for bumping into you. Please, forgive me. What a pathetic child. Kelly taunted him and chuckled. This chuckle was a sibilant boom of sound. How terrified can you be? You have no idea who you're talking to. Annabeth and Percy thought at the same time in amusement. They were both shoved. Hey. Percy was picked up by the Laestrygonian giant and thrown through the open doors of an ancient arena. Naruto watched his friend stagger into the arena, where Luke sat in one of the top sections. Luke Castellan. Huh. Naruto murmured to himself before he felt the tip of a spear graze the back of his neck. Please. Have mercy. The Dracone poked the back of his neck for a second time. Kelly scratched her talon across Rachel's neck and let out a laugh of absolute sadism. You truly are a pitiful creature, are you not? Naruto disregarded her entire existence and registered everything that happened around him. Antaeus was the one who ran this battle arena. He was the child of Poseidon and the child of Gaia, a primordial. Deeper into the arena, Percy grunted as he slashed Riptide at Ethan Nakamura, who raised his shield and blocked his blade. The son of the seas clicked his teeth before he threw Riptide onto the ground. What the hell? Ethan murmured to himself in confusion. Have you gone mad? How are you going to fight me without your blade? What is Percy doing? Annabeth asked in alarm once Percy had discarded the use of his most trusted weapon. He dropped Riptide. Perhaps he has lost hope. Kelly mused to herself and smirked. I cannot blame him. Luke Castellan is backed by our incredible lord. Naruto assessed his situation. From what he had heard in the conversation between Ethan and Percy, Ethan had to beat Percy to prove himself worthy of becoming a member of Kronos' monster army. Percy adopted a somewhat meager stance of combat. Ethan twirled his blade in concentration before he lunged forward. Slamming his palm into Ethan's solar plexus, Percy bashed a punch into his face. Blood erupted out from the pits of Ethan's nose. Ethan hissed in concealed agony and stumbled backwards. Percy stretched his arm forward and embedded a powerful strike from the elbow into his chest. Ethan gasped in unadulterated pain and let out a harsh cough of exertion. Percy picked Riptide up from the concrete, tripped Ethan down onto the ground, and held his blade against Ethan's neck. Antaeus bellowed out in enormous amounts of pleasure at the sight of the defeated Ethan and clapped. He opened his mouth until he was interrupted by an irritated soprano. This is where you were. Percy retracted Riptide from Ethan's neck and felt the entire arena around them crumble. Luke materialized his mana in the form of suction cups and stuck onto a wall as the labyrinth restructured itself. Kelly stumbled from the tremors beneath her feet and gasped when Annabeth stabbed a discarded spear into her stomach. She hissed. How did you escape those cuffs? They were created from. That type of metal isn't enough to hold a demigod. Annabeth pointed at the destroyed cuffs on the concrete. Good try, though. Kelly erupted into a hurricane of golden particles and screeched in aggression. Annabeth extended a hand to Rachel, who accepted. Thanks. Do you think I should schedule a therapy session? Maybe later. Annabeth steeled her gaze in concentration. What was powerful enough for its mere presence to destroy the entire arena? Antaeus growled in the direction of the armored individual. A pulse of divine energy from the armored man rendered Antaeus unconscious on the floor before his body dissolved into golden particles of dust. Annabeth's and Percy's eyes widened in absolute shock and surprise. How had he defeated Antaeus without any difficulty at all? Percy raised Riptide and stretched his legs into a stance. Who are you? The armored individual lifted an impressed eyebrow at Percy and clapped his calloused hands. A gargantuan boom echoed throughout the destroyed arena and obliterated the monsters within the sector. My name is Menoetius, the titan of violent anger and rash action. Menoetius nodded. It is a pleasure to meet the prophesied one. Percy ignored the anomalous title Menoetius had bestowed upon him and reinforced his stance. Emerald eyes glinted in suspicion. Are you one of Luke's allies? I don't remember ever seeing you once. Indeed I am. Menoetius watched Luke land next to him and twirl his blade. Luke Castellan. The capture of the Kyuubi is my responsibility. Prometheus, Hecate, and I have constructed a plan. Luke glanced at Menoetius and snorted. I doubt you bothered to create a plan. Enough of your insolence. Menoetius's luminous eyes glistened a powerful blue. You will leave this to me, return to the castle. I still have orders from our lord. Luke clicked his teeth. I hope you won't fail in the capture of the Kyuubi. Luke turned his back to Menoetius and summoned a crimson portal. Percy hurtled Riptide at him, but Luke disappeared into the magical tear in space and in the atmosphere. Menoetius cracked his neck. Menoetius pressed a calloused hand down onto the concrete. Motes of divine energy rippled beneath Percy and manifested themselves in the form of an enormous spike. Percy rolled forward and grunted. Impressive reflexes. Menoetius smiled. You truly do possess the potential to be a threat to our plans, the one who was prophesied. The Titan of rash action gazed deeper into the reconstructed room and noticed Rachel and Annabeth, who slaughtered monsters left and right. Menoetius clapped his coarse hands for a second time. Another shock wave of incredible power was produced from his clap and hurtled everyone inside of the room backwards. Annabeth stumbled downwards alongside Rachel while Percy collapsed. "Where are you? Vessel of the Kyubi?" Menoetius yelled and unleashed his powerful presence. "Come out wherever you are." Kyubi. Annabeth clicked her fingers. Naruto told us on one of his visits that the Kyubi had been sealed into his stomach. Kronos must want to utilize its endless strength to enhance himself. Menoetius blinked in mild confusion when a Laestrygonian giant was propelled in front of him. It coughed out globs of blood before it crumbled into aureate particles. An indiscernible outline unveiled itself. Naruto stepped through the silent room and faced Menoetius. The usual mischief, amicability, and nonchalance on his whiskered features had been replaced by a serious countenance. "Bring it on." Sapphire eyes twisted themselves into vermilion pits of animalistic aggression. Uncut nails sharpened themselves into claws. Thin whiskers thickened themselves. Naruto blurred forward. Rachel was in absolute awe as she watched Naruto travel across the enormous room in a crimson blur and cross the distance between him and Menoetius in an interval of a second. What is he? Percy had somehow reached Rachel and Annabeth. Upon hearing her question, a somewhat proud grin graced his face. That, Rachel, is someone who has an unhealthy appetite when it comes to ramen.
Naruto had pushed Menoetius back in their brawl and slammed a Rasengan into his sternum. Menoetius smirked. A rune materialized on his chest and consumed the Rasengan before it dispelled itself.
Is that all? Naruto crouched down into the stance of a wild boxer. I've beaten opponents who can absorb chakra. You ain't special. Oh, but I am. Menoetius chuckled and manifested a rune onto his calloused palm. My rune absorbs every single type of energy. They also turn that absorbed energy into a new type of energy. That includes stamina. Menoetius chuckled. Haven't you noticed how laborious your breaths have become? You're becoming tired. Naruto arched a confused eyebrow at Menoetius until he fell down to one knee and began to let out deep pants of exhaustion. Menoetius had a pleased smile on his pale visage. Hand over the Kyubi. Nah. The Uzumaki stuck his tongue out and performed one hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu, come on, Menoetius. 3 shadow clones materialized themselves into the enormous sector, a massive Rasengan on each of their palms. Percy rushed to help Naruto, but was stopped by Annabeth, who shook her head. Haven't you realized? Realized what? Percy glanced at one of Naruto's duplicates. He took on Atlas last winter, sure, but these are different circumstances. Naruto is distracting Menoetius for us to escape. Annabeth answered. We don't stand much of a chance against him right now. Percy opened his mouth before he closed it as the 3 shadow clones drilled their massive Rasengan downwards. Rachel, Percy, and Annabeth fell through the destroyed ground. Naruto. The Uzumaki felt the memories of his duplicates fill his head. He blocked a powerful punch from Menoetius and flicked a roundhouse kick into his jaw, propelling him into one of the maze's walls. Naruto gathered an abundant amount of senjutsu chakra into his system. Orange pigmentations appeared on his whiskered face. Menoetius emerged from the wall and let out a long-drawn hum. Another rune manifested itself onto Naruto and sapped the nature energy within his chakra system. Naruto coughed out a stream of blood at the touch of Menoetius's knuckles on his exposed abdomen. Menoetius thrust his palm forward and slapped Naruto across the face. Since most of his stamina had been drained by those runes, Naruto was unable to parry any of Menoetius's punches. Naruto channeled an endless mass of chakra into his knees. Menoetius wagged a finger in his direction and manifested an absorption rune onto his legs. You cannot win this battle, child. Pretty sure I can. Naruto head-butted Menoetius in the nose and watched him stumble backwards. Kurama. How'd I beat him? You can't use my chakra. Kurama growled in Naruto's head. Since those damn runes activate automatically when they feel energy. And whatever energy they store is expelled into the atmosphere. The Kyubi groused. I can sense traces of our chakra inside of the air. Naruto blocked a ruthless punch from Menoetius and flipped back to establish an enormous amount of distance between them. The Uzumaki flexed whatever chakra he had left in his system. Damn. Menoetius rushed at Naruto and buried his fist into his solar plexus. The Titan's beautiful eyes shimmered an ominous blue. Amusement blemished his soprano. I am your counter, child of the Shinto. However, Menoetius's skull rattled when his jaw was roundhouse kicked for a second time. This child truly is a monstrous creature. Most mortals cannot counter the blows of a divine entity. Menoetius mused. Naruto Uzumaki is able to match me in physical strength. Naruto panted even more in unconcealed exhaustion and staggered forward. A chakra arm materialized out from his shoulder blade, summoning a Rasen Shuriken onto its aureate palm. The Uzumaki drove the Rasen Shuriken downwards and fell through the hole created underneath him. He had lost too much stamina and chakra to the point where his body had started to suffer the effects. Menoetius reached a hand down to grab Naruto, but growled in annoyance as the labyrinth trembled and reconstructed itself. Menoetius was in shock. How did he survive my runes? Naruto Uzumaki possesses a ridiculous amount of energy. A normal person would have been rendered deceased if they lost that much stamina and vitality. The rumors of his power were true. Beneath the ground where Menoetius stood upon, Naruto fell through a cavity inside of the endless maze. Exhaustion had inundated his senses. Naruto closed his eyes, becoming unconscious. An incredible deluge of clarity filled Naruto's mind when he was awoken by the fragrance of a somewhat warm fire. Blue eyes of unadulterated prudence scanned the area around his prone body. Within the distance of the ginormous room, there were multiple candles embedded into the concrete. A single individual was seated down in front of them. In their hand was a bag of marshmallows. Naruto let out a gentle groan and alerted the individual of his presence. The illuminated outline turned around. Jason Grace had an amused smile on his face. I keep meeting you in weird places. Jason. Naruto grunted in absolute shock. He flexed his replenished chakra reserves. What the hell happened? My head is killing me. I can't say for sure. Jason shrugged and chewed a marshmallow. I found you unconscious in one of the many rooms of the labyrinth. Unconscious? Naruto murmured to himself, confused. All I remember is fighting Menoetius and falling through some kinda hole. Wait a minute. Naruto yelled and shook his head. Jason. Why are you in the labyrinth? Are you exploring this place or something? I was given this quest by an anonymous deity. Jason chuckled. My mission is to find out the whereabouts of Saturn's gigantic army. Jason. A rather strict and stern voice streamed into Naruto's ears. I would advise you not to give information of our task to him. Jason tilted his head and chewed his second marshmallow. Come on, Reina. I haven't even introduced you to him yet, have I? Naruto glanced towards the source of such a strict voice and yawned in fatigue. Reina Ramirez Arellano stared down at him, unimpressed. I am not interested in meeting this stranger. He is pretty strong, in my opinion. Jason grinned at Reina and laughed. Last time I met him, he was annihilating a few monsters. Truly? Reina asked Jason and raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He doesn't give off the presence of someone versed in the art of battle. Hey. Naruto mumbled in a tired tone. I'm plenty versed in the art of battle. Give me a kunai and I'll shred through an army of monsters. What happened to you, Naruto? Jason roasted his marshmallow over the flames. You were covered in wounds when I found you. You have an impressive regeneration ability. Reina remarked. All of the bruises and cuts on your skin healed at an incredible rate. If my chakra hadn't been absorbed, then I'd have healed much faster. Naruto clenched a fist for a second. It was Menoetius. Menoetius. Reina steeled her eyes in concealed surprise. He is the titan of violent anger and rash action, one of Saturn's elite warriors. He called himself that. Naruto nodded and cracked his neck until he heard an audible pop. He absorbed my chakra through his runes. Chakra. Reina tapped her chin. You must be from the Shinto pantheon, correct? Only they possess that type of energy. You're from the Shinto pantheon, Naruto? Jason bit into his marshmallow. I never would have guessed. Are you a shinobi? Huh. Naruto jolted in his position. Who told you two about chakra? You two are definitely not from the Shinto pantheon, so how? We are of the Roman pantheon. Reina responded. Our camp is kept up to date about every single pantheon out there. We're only told the basics about each pantheon by our deities. Jason smiled. The Shinto pantheon uses chakra and its warriors are ninja. That's all you were told about my pantheon? Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, you two were right. I'm from the Shinto pantheon. The Uzumaki climbed to his feet and stretched his body. Most of his chakra had replenished itself within his chakra system. He gave Jason and Reina a grateful bow. Thanks for taking care of me. Naruto closed his eyes and gathered Senjutsu chakra into his inner system. Orange pigmentations grew above his eyes. He grunted as he sank down to his knees. His stamina had yet to recover. Your body is still tired. Reina grabbed onto her spear and compressed it into a ring. It'd be smarter if you joined us.
You sure? Naruto let out a weak chuckle. The orange patches on his face disappeared. This is your first time meeting me.
I shall take Jason's word about you. Reina gandered at Jason, who nodded. Come along now. We have no time to waste. Jason walked towards Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Your body still has to recover from its exhaustion. Come on. Sure. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and grunted. How the hell am I going to defeat Menoetius next time? It's not an issue of power. Kurama's hum of intelligence filled Naruto's mind. You possess more power than he shall ever have. It's those damn runes. Naruto clicked his teeth. He reduces my physical abilities first and then targets my chakra system. He multiplies the runes to double their effects. Kurama groused. Since you're an Uzumaki, you have incredible amounts of stamina. Naruto was interrupted from his conversation when Reina touched the symbol traced into the wall of the perpetual maze. The room around them crumbled into a new area. Jason scanned the sector. The Uzumaki materialized a chakra arm from his sternum and slammed a Rasengan into a hellhound, who disintegrated into aureate particles. Reina nodded. Rather impressive abilities. Told you. Jason grinned and conducted electricity through a cyclops skull. We haven't been able to track down any of Saturn's soldiers. Indeed. Reina pressed her spear into the chest of a Dracone and watched it disappear in a hurricane of ashes. This is troublesome. Naruto extended his sensory abilities forward and focused on the emotions of every organism within the labyrinth. He laughed in triumph when he felt an area that was overridden by pure malice. A shadow clone materialized itself next to Naruto before it summoned a Rasen Shuriken. Jason tapped Naruto on the shoulder in confusion. Naruto. Why did you create a duplicate and this large shuriken? I've sensed an area covered in hatred. Naruto's answer was a nonchalant one. That's definitely where your targets are. The shadow clone drilled the Rasen Shuriken into the wall in front of itself and threw the wind-constructed shuriken forward. Reina disappeared in a blur while Jason vanished in a flash of thunder. Naruto morphed himself into an indiscernible outline and followed behind the two of them until they reached the sector where he had sensed the amalgamation of negative emotions. Jason cheered. Took us a long time. Jason transmuted his coin into a gladius and pointed it at the monsters in the room. But we've found you all. Reina twirled her spear and thumped it down on the concrete. Relinquish yourselves in the name of Camp Jupiter or else. My. An entertained soprano cut them off. A well-dressed individual emerged from another door. Who may you three be? Jason Grace, future praetor of Camp Jupiter. The son of Thunder asseverated. You must be one of Saturn's warriors, correct? I am Reina Ramirez Arellano, child of Bellona. Reina grunted. We have been given the assignment of hunting Saturn's soldiers down. Naruto remained silent and watched the well-dressed man adjust his tie and the cuffs of his expensive shirt. He chuckled. How cruel of you, young demigods. I am Epimetheus, it is my pleasure. The Uzumaki gritted his teeth and accessed Kurama's chakra when he heard the name of someone who was Prometheus and Menoetius' brother. Blue eyes twirled into crimson abysses of endless malice. Epimetheus turned to Naruto and opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted when a clawed hand slammed itself into his face. Naruto sank his claws deep into Epimetheus' red eyes of vigilance. Reina and Jason endured the shockwave produced from Naruto's incredible speed. Naruto retracted his claws from Epimetheus' face and let out a guttural growl. Epimetheus healed his lacerated vision. Such ferocity for one so blessed by strength. Epimetheus chuckled and watched Naruto grit his teeth even more. You must be him. Naruto pressed his claws into the ground and tore a chunk out from the concrete underneath him. Epimetheus summoned a shield, blocking the chunk of concrete thrown in his direction. Epimetheus could feel the unadulterated aggression within Naruto's heart and raised a hand. Bubbles of divine energy surrounded Naruto before his body was consumed by a hurricane of flames. Oh! The Uzumaki punched through the flames. Epimetheus staggered backwards as Naruto grabbed onto his neck and dragged him downwards. Naruto closed his eyes. Reina and Jason slaughtered the monsters around them. Jason called for an inundation of thunder and electrocuted the creatures. Reina dug her spear into the skulls of all of the hideous entities. Naruto opened his eyes and gathered all of the nature energy in the atmosphere into his chakra system. Epimetheus chuckled, pressing a calloused hand into Naruto's abdomen. Mana burst, activate. The Uzumaki ignored the blast of mana from Epimetheus' hand and healed the hole in his stomach. Crimson motes of chakra covered his wounds. Naruto punched Epimetheus right in the face and the nose. Epimetheus was hurtled backwards and slumped down into the ground, unconscious, before he crumbled into golden particles. Naruto let out a deep breath and calmed his enraged nerves.
That was rather incredible of you. Reina walked over to Naruto and nodded once. Even if Epimetheus was weakened in your fight,
all of Saturn's soldiers won't be able to tap into their full power until Saturn is restored. Jason explained. They are still powerful, though. Epimetheus shall reform in Tartarus. Reina murmured. When he has been restored to a suitable form, Saturn shall retrieve him. Wouldn't Tartarus intervene if Saturn accessed his realm? Jason asked. The realm itself is Tartarus and it is his domain. Tartarus is likely unbothered by Saturn's presence in his realm. Reina responded. Come on, you two. There is still work for us. All right. Naruto grinned and stretched his senses across the entirety of the perpetual maze. I've picked up on a settlement of hatred. Naruto called for his chakra and created a shadow clone, who summoned a Rasen Shuriken to open a path for the three of them. Naruto clicked his teeth. He still had to defeat Menoetius somehow. In the deepest depths of Hecate's grandiose castle, Menoetius stepped into an isolated room. All of his focus was directed towards the golden coffin within the middle of the gargantuan sector. Menoetius gazed at the coffin and sank down to his knees in absolute reverence. The smooth and sinister voice of his lord sailed into his tympanums. Menoetius, have you retrieved the Kyuubi for me? No, my lord. Menoetius pressed his head against the concrete. But the boy is rather weakened. I am confident I can capture him. Those runes of yours truly are useful. Kronos' guttural voice chuckled. I must have its power for when I am restored. Do you still intend to have Luke Castellan be your vessel? Not anymore, Kronos responded. In the coffin glinted an ominous yellow. Hecate and Prometheus have started creating me a body. One of mortal flesh and blood. It is a body of mortal flesh and blood. Kronos rasped. This shall let me use Luke Castellan for another one of my plans. If that is your desire. Menoetius nodded and vanished in a hurricane of sapphire-tinted particles. I shall capture the Kyuubi soon, my lord. Naruto tilted his head and felt the swipe of a hellhound tickle his ear. A roundhouse kick to the head propelled the creature into a wall. The hellhound let out a guttural growl before it dissolved into ashes. The Uzumaki twirled through the air and axe kicked a Cyclops in the eye to impair its vision for the briefest of seconds. Naruto summoned a Rasengan and drove it into its skull, obliterating the monster. Jason stabbed his Gladius into an Empusa. A small hurricane of wind settled onto his palm as he drilled it into the Empusa's neck. The Son of Thunder glanced at Reina, who flicked the dust off of her spear. Naruto extended his sensory abilities throughout the maze and detected no more areas that were infested by an enormous amount of hatred. He grinned. That's the last of these monster settlements. Reina produced a pocket watch out of nowhere and checked the time. 4 hours had passed since they had started their task of eliminating the settlements that belonged to Saturn's monstrous army. We must return to Camp Jupiter. Reina pressed her hand against the symbol embedded into the maze. Shall you accompany us? You could stay at Camp Jupiter for a while. Jason suggested to Naruto, who scratched his head. I doubt the others would mind. I'm not against the idea. Reina cracked a small smirk. You have been a tremendous help to us. For that, you have our gratitude. Sorry, I can't join you too. Naruto shook his head and smiled. I have some business to take care of. See you two later, alright? Reina and Jason gave Naruto nods of amicability and confirmation before they vanished through one of the corridors of the labyrinth. The area around Naruto restructured itself into another room. The nonchalance within the iridescent blue of Naruto's eyes turned into unadulterated vigilance. Naruto clicked his teeth when he felt the familiar presence of Menoetius fill the atmosphere of the sector. Kurama. Time for round 2. Naruto performed a hand sign and summoned his clone. Menoetius, I guess you tracked me down. Naruto watched his clone disappear into the corridor behind him. Menoetius emerged from a destroyed gate and clapped his calloused hands in amusement. You thought you could escape from me? I did escape from you. Naruto let out a nonchalant chuckle and widened his eyes in annoyance. Leave me the hell alone, would ya? Not until your corpse is in my hands. Menoetius clenched a resolved fist and chuckled. You were pathetic when we fought earlier. I have to apologize for my lackluster performance. Naruto smirked. Those runes of yours are pretty useful against me, aren't they? Of course they are. Menoetius responded, unimpressed. They absorb your stamina and absorb the chakra in your system. A multitude of sigils and runes manifested themselves beneath Naruto. The Uzumaki closed his eyes and pressed his hand down into them. Orange pigmentations appeared onto his whiskered face. He disappeared in a distortion of an iridescent vermilion and appeared behind Menoetius, who groaned in unadulterated pain when he was slammed through one of the walls of the perpetual maze. Menoetius dragged himself out of the rubble and the gigantic pile of rocks around him. Amusement colored his blue eyes. He stretched his hand forward before summoning more absorption runes. Take this. Naruto glanced downwards at the incredible number of runes below his feet and directed a blood-thirsty grin of mockery at Menoetius. His eyes started to twist, dance, and twirl into a void of golden color. An explosion triggered itself within the secluded room of the labyrinth. Menoetius shoved his hands onto his face to protect himself and blanched at the potent chakra that twinkled in the atmosphere. What is this power? Menoetius's scream was one of absolute befuddlement and unconcealed terror. This energy is frightening. Silence inundated the air between a prudent Menoetius and a mute Naruto, whose eyes were illuminated by a golden light. Naruto had activated Sage of Six Paths mode without Kurama's chakra. Your runes won't be able to absorb this type of chakra, Naruto murmured to himself in amusement. Kurama, let the battle begin. My runes are designed to drain all types of energy. Menoetius suppressed the urge to scowl. Your confidence truly is unimpressive. Confidence. Naruto tilted his head and grinned. Nah. I'm pretty sure my confidence is my most charming trait, wouldn't you say? Enough of these childish games. Menoetius's bright irises pulsed a malevolent and sinister blue. I am your demise, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto closed his eyes and unleashed the chakra of Sage of Six Paths mode upon Menoetius, who gritted his teeth. Menoetius clasped his hands and summoned a flood of runes. First of all, Menoetius thought to himself and squinted his eyes. I must absorb the energy he uses in this strange form of his. The Uzumaki gave all of the runes underneath himself an unimpressed glance. Menoetius stumbled backwards in endless rivers of shock. Impossible. My runes cannot absorb this energy. An aureate distortion appeared in front of him and morphed itself into Naruto. Naruto buried his knuckles into Menoetius's stomach and felt his entire body tremble at the unparalleled power in a single blow. Another punch enhanced by Sage of Six Paths mode hurtled Menoetius through several walls inside of the labyrinth's multifarious rooms. Naruto smirked and stepped forward. This is impossible. Menoetius flipped out of the remains of the destroyed walls and sank down to his knees before he coughed. How did you resist my runes? Simple. Naruto shrugged. This was more of a lucky guess on my part, but I realized that there was a potential weakness your runes had. A weakness? Menoetius climbed to his feet and shook his head. That is not possible. I developed these runes to perfection. In our earlier battle, I sensed how your runes changed my absorbed chakra into a new type of energy, but I was confused by one detail. My fur ball of a partner told me how he sensed my chakra in the air. Naruto tapped his head. I realized something then and there. Menoetius's mind was overwhelmed by a concentrated mass of bloodlust. Your runes couldn't fully convert my chakra. That means. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets. My chakra was too potent to be converted into a new type of energy. How foolish of me. Menoetius mumbled, gazed down at his hand, and flexed his fingers. I overlooked the potency of your chakra. Nevertheless. Menoetius contorted his body into the stance of an ancient warrior. You shall suffer defeat by my hands, Uzumaki. Bring it on. Naruto crouched down into the stance of an unhinged boxer before he felt the area around him rattle. What the hell? It can't be. Unadulterated glee beautified Menoetius's pale features. Lord Kronos has been restored to a physical form, at last. Kronos has been restored. Naruto tilted his head. His senses were flooded by a powerful presence. Kurama, can you feel that? I can feel a presence that bends time itself. Inside of the sequestered depths of Naruto's head, Kurama growled. The Time Lord is back. We have Menoetius to worry about. The Uzumaki responded and turned around. I have to focus more on beating him up. Menoetius's glee disappeared and was replaced by a perpetual amount of confidence. A low hum of psychotic pleasure escaped his windpipe. Naruto Uzumaki. The Kyuubi shall be taken from you soon enough. Naruto materialized himself in front of Menoetius and slammed his knee into his abdomen. A stream of ichor dribbled out from Menoetius's mouth, but the wide grin of elation on his smooth visage remained. A Rasen Shuriken, enhanced by Sage of Six Paths mode, constructed itself onto Naruto's calloused palm. Menoetius groaned as his body was shredded into chunks. Wait a minute. Naruto blinked in realization. Didn't Reina and Jason tell me that Saturn's warriors would regain their full power? Upon his restoration, Kurama interrupted and snorted. Saturn is Kronos' Roman equivalent. Menoetius has regained his full power. A strong burst of magical power shunted itself into Naruto. Naruto withstood the explosion of mana and gazed in Menoetius's direction. Blue motes of divine energy covered his entire form. Fire. Menoetius extended his hand forward and summoned a cloud of flames at Naruto, who performed a number of hand signs. A wall created from pure rock blocked and dispelled the mass of heat. His runes are useless against us now. Kurama grunted. Since his full power has been restored, he no longer has to rely on them. I can tell. Naruto grinned and channeled chakra into his fists. So, Menoetius, how does it feel to have your powers back? Refreshing. Menoetius stepped out of a cloud of dust and his body glinted a luminous blue. I have access to all of my abilities again. Menoetius swung a hand forward and produced an endless shockwave. Naruto summoned another earth-style Mudwall before he appeared behind Menoetius and flicked a kick into his head. A loud crack reverberated throughout the atmosphere as Menoetius healed the damage to his skull. Tendrils of mana materialized out from his legs and gripped onto Naruto's shoulders. Naruto grinned a little. Naruto closed his eyes and peered into the depths of the seal illustrated across his abdomen. Kokuo's chakra responded to Naruto. The Uzumaki grunted. Boil release, unrivaled strength. The titan of violent anger and rash action was propelled forward until he was grabbed by the hand of a golden outline. Naruto threw him downwards, creating a gargantuan crater within the concrete. Naruto walked towards Menoetius and constructed a wind-style Rasen Shuriken onto his palm to end the battle, but paused when he felt a foreign gaze unleash itself upon the sector he was in. Menoetius's prone body trembled in fervent determination. Lord Kronos, please, spare me in my failure to capture the Kyuubi. The Uzumaki jolted in surprise at the guttural sound of a somewhat smooth baritone in the air around him and Menoetius. Kronos' voice echoed into their ears. All is forgiven, Menoetius. Calm yourself. Naruto gritted his teeth and yelled out at the air. Hold on a minute. Are you the one who's been telling all of them to capture Kurama? Ah, we meet at last. The invisible owner of the voice chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki. The Kyuubi shall be mine in little time, I warn you. Kurama is not going to be used by you. Naruto shouted in unconcealed annoyance. Can you not leave us alone? The Kyuubi is said to have the power to destroy all. Kronos hummed. I have no intention of arguing. Farewell for now, Naruto Uzumaki. The presence of the voice inside of the atmosphere disappeared. Naruto stared down at Menoetius's prone body and hurtled the wind-style Rasen Shuriken into him. He crumbled into ashes. Naruto deactivated Sage of Six Paths mode and felt the memories of his shadow clone fill his head. He had summoned his clone to be his backup if Menoetius wanted to escape down the corridor. The Uzumaki created a Rasengan on his hand, drilled it downwards, and fell through the hole he had constructed in the concrete. Naruto landed down onto the ground and the labyrinth restructured itself. A familiar fragrance polluted Naruto's senses. Naruto slid his hands into his pockets and glanced in the direction of candles. These candles illuminated some type of path to an Orient entrance. Naruto followed the path until he was in front of it and opened the golden door. His beautiful eyes of an intense sapphire were met by the sight of a run-down room. All that was inside was a single chair. The chair was occupied by a silhouette. Prometheus turned to Naruto and gave him a somewhat pleased smile. He intertwined his coarse hands. "How were the runes my dearest brother used against you?" Prometheus flicked a hand forward and summoned a wooden chair for Naruto, who seated himself down on it. Naruto grunted. "Those runes were annoying. Though, I am kind of curious about something. Why aren't you testing out that rune of yours on me?" Naruto leaned back on his chair. "Now would be the perfect time to fight me, huh?" "Oh, please." Prometheus huffed to himself in unconcealed amusement. "I have no intention of merely fighting you, Uzumaki." "What the hell does that mean?" Naruto crossed his arms, confused. "I thought you wanted to battle me to take Kurama out from his seal." "You misunderstand me, vessel of the Kyuubi." Prometheus left his chair and folded his hands behind his back. "I shall obliterate you." "Is that a challenge?" Naruto raised a nonchalant eyebrow and canted his head. "Or are you being serious about obliterating me?" "This is a declaration." Prometheus turned to Naruto before he smiled. "The Kyuubi shall become mine once I obliterate you, of course." Naruto let out an insouciant chuckle and watched Prometheus vanish in a hurricane of brown-colored particles. Sighing to himself, Naruto climbed out of his chair and walked into another room. Naruto sighed. "I'm exhausted." A third sigh escaped his mouth. Ferocious and aggressive screams boomed throughout the cold atmosphere inside of the endless labyrinth. A hellhound dragged itself out of a pile of rubble and rocks. Blood covered its entire body. A golden glow of luminous chakra stretched itself down at the hellhound in the form of a chakra arm. The hellhound gritted its teeth when it was stabbed through the skull. An aureate inundation of dust covered the concrete beneath the feet of Naruto Uzumaki, who dispelled his chakra-constructed arm. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and let out a soft hum. Naruto walked through one of the multitudinous corridors within the labyrinth until he found another entrance to an isolated room. Opening the door, Naruto stepped into the sector and squinted. There were 10 tables set across the ground of the enormous room while 3 candles illuminated his vision. Naruto sauntered deeper into the room. He heard an entertained huff of laughter. Sapphire eyes of prudence glanced in the direction of the chuckle and discerned Quintus. Quintus' wrinkled features were blemished by a contemplative expression. Naruto widened his blue eyes. "You, huh?" "Indeed, it is me." Quintus produced a loud cough from the pits of his mouth and nodded. "I wasn't expecting to see you of all people in this room." "Trust me." Naruto suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and sighed. "Whoever built this labyrinth must really like complicated puzzles." "I'm not the biggest fan of puzzles." Quintus stroked his beard. "Most of them have become rather tasteless over the years of my long life." "Never said you liked puzzles." Naruto shrugged and leaned his head back in realization. "Wait a minute, you're the creator of this maze?" "I am the creator of the labyrinth." Quintus gave Naruto a small smile of confirmation. "My real name is Daedalus." "Screw you and your damn maze." Naruto pointed an irritated finger at Daedalus and growled. "This labyrinth keeps randomizing its rooms." "That's the point." Quintus, or rather, Daedalus shook his head in concealed amusement. "The labyrinth is one of my masterpieces." "I've been lost in this masterpiece of yours for ages." Naruto grunted, frustrated. "I had to fight Epimetheus and Menoetius." "You defeated them." Shock infected Daedalus' baritone for the briefest of minutes. "I suppose you truly are strong, aren't you?"
"I'm stronger when my friends help me." Naruto flourished a calloused hand and grouched. "How the hell do I get back to the surface, huh?"
"The labyrinth shall guide you when it sees fit." Daedalus patted a rock-constructed wall and hummed. "You must trust your destiny." "What the hell does trust my destiny even mean?" Naruto mumbled to himself in unadulterated confusion. "Can you please help me leave?" "If you insist." Daedalus had an amused expression. He patted the wall behind one of the tables. "My dearest creation, I beseech you. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but stopped when he felt the room around him tremble and rattle until a door was constructed in front of him. The Uzumaki sprinted through the door in excitement. Took you long enough. The sound of endless footsteps reverberated across the sequestered depths of Hecate's grandiose castle. A pale and ebony-haired individual walked down a corridor. Aureate eyes of unadulterated malice and conceited pleasure glinted in ominous light. Kronos stepped into the central room of Hecate's decorative palace and watched his subordinates sink to their knees. A somewhat annoyed grunt escaped his mouth. Kronos snapped his fingers and summoned himself a small mirror. He analyzed his smooth features and touched his chin. This mortal body shall suffice for now. Kronos dematerialized his handheld mirror and snapped his luminous gaze downwards at both Prometheus and Hecate, who possessed expressions of perpetual reverence. What are your orders, my lord? Hecate. Kronos clicked his teeth and stretched a smooth hand forward in appreciation. This body has incredible physical abilities. That was Prometheus' idea. Hecate responded and nodded. My lord, do you still intend for Luke Castellan to be your vessel? Not anymore. Kronos shook his head, amusement plastered across his pale face. That foolish boy shall be a backup if this body fails. What about the Kyuubi, Lord Kronos? Prometheus interrupted their conversation and lowered his head. Shall you take it yourself? No. I have no time to retrieve the Kyuubi and kill Naruto Uzumaki. Kronos created himself a golden throne. Menoetius has failed. You too and Luke Castellan have failed. Kronos slumped into his throne in concealed irritation. What has become of Epimetheus? I can answer that question, my lord. Hecate offered and coughed. Epimetheus was handling the monster settlements of your army. Monster settlements? Kronos' iridescent irises glistened a sinister yellow. Has Epimetheus manufactured his own faction in my army? Of course not. Hecate's pleasant soprano had an inflection of reassurance. Naruto Uzumaki was the one who defeated him. That child again. A wide grin of amusement graced Kronos' malice-filled features. Prometheus, I have a task for you. What are your orders for me? Veneration colored Prometheus' gentle baritone. I promise to succeed in whatever you give me. Wait a second. Kronos tapped his chin in blatant curiosity. Has Luke Castellan started the assault on Camp Half-Blood already? He has. Hecate confirmed Kronos' suspicions and hummed. Shall Prometheus and I assist him in the assault of the hero's camp?
That would be pointless. Kronos flourished his hand and sighed. You cannot harm a demigod if they don't issue the challenge first.
Prometheus. Kronos directed his gaze down to one of his most faithful subordinates. The capture of the Kyuubi is your responsibility. I shall not fail a second time. Yells filled the cold atmosphere inside of the battle-infested areas of Camp Half-Blood. Leo Valdez squinted his eyes forward and concentrated on the monsters. A hellhound lunged out from the bushes and clicked its teeth at his unsmooth face. Leo pressed a button on the helve of his screwdriver. This screwdriver expanded itself in size and word. Leo watched the hellhound for the briefest of seconds and drilled his screwdriver into its crimson-colored eyes. The foul creature caterwauled and crumbled into a hurricane of aureate particles. Luke Castellan had launched his assault on Camp Half-Blood. This battle would be between the heroes of the camp and the monsters and rogue demigods of Kronos' army. Leo turned around. Huh? An unhinged Laestrygonian giant rushed in his direction. Within one of its calloused hands was a gigantic spear. Leo adopted a somewhat amateurish stance and widened his eyes in absolute focus. All right. The giant hurtled its spear downwards and aimed it at Leo's skull. Leo disappeared in a vortex of luminous flames before he appeared behind the gigantic creature, who scratched its head in confusion. Leo stretched a coarse hand forward and gritted his teeth. Flames leaked out from his fingers and consumed the Laestrygonian giant inside of a tornado of fire. The giant's body crumbled into yellow dust. Ha! Leo crossed his arms, a massive amount of triumph and mischief evident in his baritone. Monsters. 0. Leo Valdez. 1. The child of Hephaestus paused in his reverie when he heard the loud sound of a sonic boom. All of the trees around him rattled until 3 demigods were hurtled down into the soil. What the heck? Leo rushed over to one of the demigods and checked their pulses. Good. These 3 are still alive. Another sonic boom reverberated into the depths of Leo's eardrums. Leo raised his expanded screwdriver and gazed at the source of such a cacophonous noise. A single outline walked out from the trees. This was Krios, one of the Titans who specialized in constellations and was one of Kronos' most powerful warriors. Krios cracked his neck and glanced at Leo in amusement. A fourth one, huh? Krios planted his battle axe onto his shoulder and scanned the inundation of golden dust on the soil-covered concrete beneath him. He smiled, impressed. You've defeated many of these monsters. I suppose whatever era it is. Krios paused and let out a pleased rumble of laughter. You demigods shall always be incredible. Thanks for your compliment. Leo possessed a somewhat prudent countenance on his features. What's your name? I'm kind of curious. I have held countless names over the years I have roamed this realm. Krios hummed. You shall call me Krios, child of fire. Nah. Leo stuck his tongue out and twirled his screwdriver. Since you have that fancy axe on your shoulder, how about Mr. Axe? What a simplistic nickname. Krios shook his head, disappointed. You can call me whatever you want, but give me a good battle. Silence perpetuated in the cold air between them for 3 seconds before Krios vanished within a sapphire-tinted distortion. Leo grunted in exertion, blocking a powerful swing from Krios' battle axe. Krios flipped backwards and disappeared for a second time. Adrenaline fueling his system, Leo gritted his teeth even more than earlier and raised his palm to deflect Krios' mana-imbued axe kick. Amusement illuminated Krios' passionate gaze. He slammed his head downwards and smacked it into Leo's forehead. Leo's entire body rattled as he collapsed onto the ground. Krios clicked his tongue. Krios stared down at Leo and clasped his calloused hands. Perhaps I have overestimated the demigods of this era. Krios' speech was interrupted by the sound of endless footsteps. Some type of gargantuan robot had stepped into the area. The Titan arched a rather curious eyebrow. What an interesting invention. Leo climbed to his feet and tapped the buttons of the control pad in his unsmooth hands. Krios bent his knees, but was smacked into the tree by the metal-constructed claw of the robot. Leo grinned. Ha! Impressive machinery, son of the forges. Krios emerged from the destroyed tree and cracked his neck. Shall it be enough to stop me? Krios summoned another battle axe and sprinted forward. The gigantic robot flared its sensors before it detected his divine presence. Beeping to itself, the robot slammed its claws onto Krios' body. The robot let out another beep of confusion as Krios ripped through its metal-constructed claws and propelled himself onto its shoulder. He patted the robot's radio head. Magic of the divine. Crumble. A potent burst of mana escaped Krios' palm and consumed the robot in an obsidian-tinted hurricane of destruction. Leo growled at the sight of his disintegrated creation and screamed, "Not my latest robot." Krios stuck his hand out at Leo and summoned a ball of destructive mana. Leo stumbled back, grabbing onto his most trusted screwdriver. The Titan yawned. I have grown tired of your games. The sphere of destructive energy was launched in Leo's direction until it was stopped by a vermilion outline of luminosity. Naruto Uzumaki revealed himself to them and grinned. Sorry I was late to the party. Took you long enough. Leo shoved his shoulder into Naruto, an amicable smile on his relieved features. Can you handle him? Sure. Naruto adjusted the sunglasses on his whiskered face and tilted his head. You should leave. Take those 3 out of this area. Gotcha, buddy. Leo raised a thumb in concurrence and helped the semi-conscious demigods escape the forest. I hope Naruto can win. Time to get the real party started. Krios had an entertained expression on his pale visage and analyzed the silhouette of Naruto Uzumaki in the distance. Kronos had ordered him to keep the boy alive if he were to encounter him in battle. This blue-eyed child's presence was both peaceful and monstrous. Krios watched him crouch down into the stance of an unhinged battler before he adopted his own stance of combat. He is a powerful foe. Krios had heard the multitudinous rumors and the perpetual tales about Naruto Uzumaki from the gossipers of the Shinto pantheon. He was described as the one who illuminated the path in the divine war. These rumors and tales spoke of his calamitous strength. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki's abilities combined could destroy the world itself. That was how revered Naruto's power was to everyone. Krios possessed doubts about being able to challenge this monster of commendable prowess and waited for him to strike. Naruto steeled his azure eyes in ruthless resolve while Krios tensed his muscles. A low screech of sound echoed into Krios' ears from behind. Krios turned around and was met by the sight of Naruto's shadow clone, who had constructed a wind-style Rasenshuriken onto its palm. Krios pressed his foot down into the soil to erect a magical barricade, but grunted when a roundhouse kick was embedded into the back of his head. Naruto grinned. "Take this." The shadow clone body flickered at Krios and propelled its wind-style Rasenshuriken in his direction. Krios gritted his teeth to himself, concocting some type of plan in his head. What can I do? Naruto felt his shadow clone dispel and twirled around in the air. Another kick to the back of the head shoved Krios into his Rasenshuriken. This Rasenshuriken grew in size. Impressive. Krios produced a loud scream of unadulterated pain as his body was obliterated at a cellular level before he regenerated his limbs. The Titan appeared above Naruto and summoned his battle axe, Uzumaki. He channeled an abundant amount of divine energy into his axe and aimed it down at Naruto's head. Naruto directed his sapphire-accentuated gaze at Krios, somewhat amused. Naruto pulled a kunai out from his sleeve and poured wind-natured chakra into its end. The Uzumaki clashed against Krios' battle axe before the two weapons propelled their users backwards. Krios steeled his gaze in annoyance and opted to engage Naruto in an endless match of hand-to-hand combat. Naruto lifted a calloused palm to block Krios' knuckles and head-butted him right in the nose. Ichor dribbled out from the pits of Krios' shattered nose and covered his cheeks. Naruto bashed his elbow into the Titan's solar plexus, knocking him down into the soil underneath their feet. Naruto lowered the sunglasses from his whiskered face and his luminous eyes glinted an ominous vermilion. Krios' determined irises glistened a sinister obsidian. "You cannot scare me, child." Krios jumped to his feet and disappeared in a blur. Naruto glanced at Krios and conjured a shadow clone. This shadow clone summoned a magnet-style Rasengan onto its hand. The Titan stretched his arm forward to destroy the sphere of chakra, but his body became paralyzed when he touched it. Shock-colored Krios' smooth baritone. "What type of technique is this?" Naruto materialized an aureate chakra arm out from his shoulder blade and created a lava-style Rasenshuriken. Krios closed his eyes before his body erupted into golden particles. He was a powerful opponent. The Uzumaki slipped his calloused hands into his pockets. "Kurama, are you still sleeping?" "What now, you absolute brat?" Inside of the deepest depths of Naruto's mind, Kurama grunted. "Sleeping is my favorite hobby." What a convenient excuse to be lazy. Naruto's entertained features possessed a childish expression. "You overgrown furball. Shut the hell up." Luke Castellan grunted at the touch of a steel-constructed dagger on his nose and tilted his body backwards. Annabeth Chase dove towards him. She gritted her teeth and aimed her dagger downwards. Tendrils of aureate mana leaked out from Luke's shoulders before they grabbed onto both of Annabeth's wrists. Annabeth gritted her teeth even more in aggression. Her head was slammed into his nose. A pain-filled grunt of frustration produced itself within the pits of Luke's silver-tongued mouth. Annabeth gave him a pleased smirk and shoved her shoulder into him. Luke stumbled into a tree trunk. Luke stretched a calloused hand out and summoned his most trusted blade. Backbiter glinted an ominous gold. Annabeth ripped Luke's magical tendrils from her wrists. "How dare you attack camp, Luke? When did all of you become so hostile towards me?" Luke let out an entertained chuckle and twirled his blade. "This camp shall fall soon." Blood spurted out from the deepest depths of Annabeth's lips as Luke buried his knee into her abdomen. Annabeth leaned backwards and positioned herself behind Luke, who shook his head. How futile. Annabeth smacked her palm into the back of Luke's head and propelled him in the direction of a green-eyed silhouette. Luke's blue eyes of vigilance widened in shock. "I didn't account for Percy, damn." Riptide bisected itself at Backbiter before the two blades entered an endless clash for dominance. Percy's emerald-hued irises were flooded by ruthless determination. "I will be the one to stop you." "Good luck." Luke had a maniacal countenance of mockery on his handsome features. "You and Annabeth aren't enough for me." "You sure?" Annabeth's annoyed voice streamed into Luke's ears. She snorted. "Didn't you run from Percy last winter?" "Circumstances were against me." Luke chuckled and bashed Backbiter into Riptide, amused. "The odds are now in my favor." Annabeth clicked her tongue in absolute disgruntlement and threw 7 daggers at Luke. Luke twirled around before he deflected them all. "I can anticipate your every move, Annabeth." The crazed grin of battle lust on Luke's unhinged face grew in size. Luke turned towards Percy and uppercut him in the chin. Percy's head snapped back at an inhuman angle. Doesn't that hurt? Nah. Percy ignored the damage to his head and grinned. Compared to all of Naruto's kicks and punches, that uppercut was nothing. Luke flipped backwards and landed down on an enormous tree branch. A small amount of mana materialized itself onto his calloused palm. Time for the mastered version of this technique. Annabeth watched in unconcealed interest at the mass of mana on Luke's palm. This mass of mana morphed itself into some type of cube. Percy lurched back in realization. You used that last time. Indeed I did. Luke shouted in response and shrunk the cube on his palm for a second time. I called this spell of mine, Condensed Cube. What a lame name. The loud laughter of an unfamiliar voice rolled itself into the ears of the three individuals on the battlefield. On the top of a gargantuan wooden branch, Leo Valdez crossed his arms. Who the hell are you? Luke arched a confused eyebrow. From the warmth in your presence, you must be a child of Hephaestus. I recognize you. Annabeth murmured and glanced at Leo, who grinned. You're the demigod who Naruto brought to camp, right? Bingo on both accounts. Leo directed finger guns of confirmation at Annabeth and Luke before he laughed. The name's Leo Valdez. I'm Percy Jackson. Percy grunted in pure exertion and raised his blade. Now isn't really the best time to introduce ourselves. Luke descended from his tree branch and disappeared inside of an aureate blur of mana. Percy stumbled as Luke appeared in front of him, but the son of Hermes was stopped by a fire-covered hand. The condensed cube was crushed into shards of mana at the touch of Leo's flame-consumed fingers. Leo slammed his knuckles into Luke's nose and heard a smooth crack. Damn, that's gotta hurt. Nice. Percy adjusted his battle stance and gandered at Leo in appreciation. I think you and I are gonna be great friends, Valdez. Luke healed his shattered nose and manipulated his magical energy into his knees. Annabeth snuck behind him before embedding a dagger into Luke's shoulder blade. He fell down to his knees. Percy rushed towards a prone Luke and aimed Riptide downwards at his neck. Luke opened his blue eyes, unleashing a powerful pulse of mana in Percy and Leo's direction. This one is Epimetheus' spell. Annabeth reached into the bag hooked onto her belt. She pulled out 3 more daggers and hurtled them at Luke. Luke lifted his hand. Another powerful pulse of magic emerged forth from his palm. Mana burst. Activate. Leo stared over at a discarded shield on the soil-covered concrete underneath his feet. He grabbed the shield, tensed his muscles, and threw it forward. Luke struck his palm onto the shield in pure glee. The shield crumbled into nothing more than 20 shards of metal. Luke gathered a third pulse of mana onto his palm and lunged for Percy's solar plexus. Percy gave him a somewhat cheeky smirk. A tendril of water erupted out from the soil and manipulated itself into the form of an enormous hand. This water-constructed hand grabbed onto Luke's waist. Percy crouched beneath the burst of mana. He rolled forward, clenched his fist, covered his knuckles in a layer of water, gritted his teeth, steeled his emerald-hued gaze, and punched Luke in the face. Luke growled as he was hurtled backwards. Leo jumped onto the tree branches and followed Luke before he smacked a fire-covered palm strike onto Luke's abdomen. Blood streamed out from his mouth. Annabeth had a smile on her face. Luke was slammed downwards into the grass and created the deepest of craters within the soil-covered ground. A grunt of unadulterated agony filled the open air. Damn, you three. He climbed to his feet inside of the endless crater until Annabeth slid into it and drilled her knee into his face. Luke stumbled for 30 seconds. Annabeth's axe kicked his chin and punched his nose. Luke jumped out of the ginormous crater. Exhaustion marred his agony-filled features and his blue-colored gaze. Pants of fatigue trickled out from his lips. He clenched both of his fists. I cannot lose now. Sorry to tell you this, buddy. Leo appeared behind him in a hurricane of flames and patted his shoulder. But I think you've lost this battle. I'm impressed by you. Luke glanced at Leo and smirked. You are one of the first children of Hephaestus to have developed pyrokinesis in ages. Charles told me all about my flame's rarity. Leo aimed a powerful punch of fire at Luke before his body trembled. What the heck was that? Luke buried his fist into Leo's stomach and he slumped down into the concrete. Percy widened his green eyes in absolute confusion. How is he still able to fight? He must be exhausted from battling all 3 of us. I suppose I forgot to tell you about this technique. Luke engulfed his body in a layer of impenetrable and powerful mana. This is a new ability. This is inspired by the condensed cube. Luke hummed. Instead of condensing my mana into a cube, I condense it around my body. This was my last resort. Luke's smooth baritone possessed an unhinged inflection. I'm amazed that the three of you tested me to my limits. Let me share a quote Prometheus told me to you. An amused countenance blessed Luke's features. This one is my favorite quote. Once an individual is brought down to their absolute limits, shall they bring out the most primal power inside of them. What a cliché quote. Percy responded before he gritted his teeth in concentration. He took down Leo in one blow. I have to stay focused. Annabeth emerged out from the crater and ducked her head low. Luke swung his arm across the air. He raised a rather impressed eyebrow. I'm surprised that your reflexes can keep up against my enhanced strength. The child of wisdom rolled backwards. Gray eyes of unadulterated intelligence scanned the battlefield. Leo was unconscious on the ground while Luke and Percy were engaged in a heated stare-down. Luke bent his knees. Annabeth and Percy tensed themselves. Amusement illuminated Luke's blue eyes until he began to cough out globs of blood. Confusion replaced his amusement. Everything hurts for some reason.
Annabeth produced a dagger from her pocket and aimed it towards Luke's neck, but was stopped by the powerful layer of mana wrapped around his body. Her dagger exploded. When did Luke gain such a potent mana?
Another tremor of unconcealed pain rattled throughout the entirety of Luke's mana-covered body. Luke coughed out another stream of blood and fell down to his knees. My body is still too damaged. Percy appeared in front of Luke and cleaved riptide downwards. Rolling backwards to protect himself, Luke deactivated his cloak of magical energy and transmitted a mental message to his allies. Annabeth gritted her teeth when a pink-colored portal opened beneath Luke. She heard Percy walk up to her in confusion. I thought the barriers at camp would stop people from opening portals. I suspect this portal was created by someone of divine origin. Annabeth answered. That means they could bypass the barriers. Luke escaped for a second time. Percy clenched an irritated fist. Next time, I won't let him escape and I will take him down. Annabeth turned around once the sound of a fatigued groan filtered into her ears. Percy followed her gaze and noticed Leo, who was still laid against the concrete. My stomach and chest are killing me. Leo. Percy stepped over to the Child of the Forges and extended his hand out for him to grab. Thanks for helping us out against Luke. My pleasure. Leo accepted Percy's hand and climbed to his feet before he rubbed the back of his head. Damn, everything hurts. The mana Luke imbued into that layer of magic had extreme potency. Annabeth explained. His skill in mana has grown. Last time, he could only open portals, use that cube, and heal injuries. Annabeth hummed. How powerful is that cloak of his? No clue. Percy shrugged and stretched his arms. If Luke left, then his army of monsters must have left through those portals. Probably. Leo nodded, a suppressed amount of nonchalance in his tone. Wait a second. Isn't the labyrinth still around, though? What the heck happened to Daedalus? Percy turned to Annabeth, who closed her eyes in contemplation. Isn't he on Kronos' side? I can't say for sure. Annabeth opened her eyes and shook her head. Come on, you two. We have to check on everyone else. The three of them stopped in their tracks at the sight of a crimson outline. Naruto emerged from above them and landed down on the concrete. His vermilion eyes transmuted themselves into blue. Percy smiled. Naruto, were you out there fighting monsters? Yep. Naruto flourished his calloused hand and tilted his head. I guess it will be time for me to return to Japan soon, huh? Quit talking to me. I'm tired. September 10, 2008. Naruto and Sasuke disappeared in distortions of a luminous sapphire and crimson. A massive orb of pure flames erupted out from the pits of Sasuke's mouth. The Uzumaki performed several hand signs. Slamming a calloused palm downwards, Naruto summoned a gigantic wall of rock in front of him. Sasuke watched his flames clash against the mud wall before he produced a kunai from his sleeve. Sasuke jumped over the earth-style mud wall, poured lighting-natured chakra into his kunai, and propelled it in Naruto's direction. Naruto materialized a chakra arm out from his stomach. The chakra arm created a Rasengan and obliterated the lightning-enhanced kunai. Naruto blurred toward Sasuke, giving him a somewhat mischievous smile. Sasuke had a smirk on his pale face. Naruto dispelled his chakra-constructed arm, but grunted when Sasuke slammed his knee into his nose. Another knee to the nose hurtled Naruto backwards. The Uzumaki grunted. Damn, that hurts. Sasuke manifested himself a luminous Chidori while Naruto called for his chakra and constructed a Rasengan onto his palm. The two techniques clashed to a standstill. Naruto chuckled. Good fight. Indeed. Amusement danced inside of the ebony depths of Sasuke's composed irises. I still have to sort through a few documents. I feel bad for you. Naruto slipped his hands into his pockets and let out a languid yawn. I still have to check out that Kappa sighting. I checked that for you already. Sasuke responded. The Kappa was a peaceful one. We have other problems to worry about. Izanami, huh? Yes, Naruto sighed. Obsidian eyes of endless prudence scanned the sector inside of an isolated warehouse. Soft thuds of rainfall inundated both of Sasuke Uchiha's eardrums. A somewhat vigilant expression graced his face. Sasuke pulsed out his chakra and stretched out his senses to detect any foreign presences within the warehouse. Morphing his visible eye into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he set the ground on fire. Ebony flames of perpetuity deluged the dust-covered concrete beneath his feet. Sasuke steeled his gaze in realization when an indiscernible silhouette emerged forth from his shroud of pure fire. My sources told me you had been frequenting this area. Sasuke slipped his pale hands into his pockets. Are you Izanami's ally? The veiled silhouette of a teenage boy flicked his hands at the flames of the Amaterasu and dispelled them in an interval of a second. An amused chuckle escaped the boy's mouth. I suppose I am her ally. Sasuke stepped forward and approached the divine individual, who possessed an unimpressed countenance on his pale features. His eyes were a luminous vermilion and his hair was charcoal. This divine boy smiled and his eyes glinted a bright crimson. Sasuke took another 3 steps forward until he was in front of Akutsuhikone, who was one of Amaterasu's children. You must be Sasuke Uchiha. Akutsuhikone tilted his head at a sardonic angle. I heard about how you performed in the Divine War. The Divine War? Sasuke arched an eyebrow in unadulterated indifference. I participated in that battle for the sake of necessity. Sure. Akutsuhikone let out a chuckle of childish mockery. You and Naruto Uzumaki battled in Izanami-possessed Kaguya. Impressive. I don't care much for your praise. Sasuke's smooth baritone had a monotonous inflection. You do realize I shall have to fight you? Akutsuhikone disappeared in a hurricane of crimson particles and materialized himself behind Sasuke. Sasuke grunted when he heard the child of Amaterasu laugh. I'm not scared of you at all, Uchiha. I never said you were scared of me. Sasuke scoffed in concealed amusement. He gathered lightning into his pale hand. Chidori. Sasuke turned around in a sapphire-colored distortion. Akutsuhikone suppressed a groan of agony at the touch of Sasuke's Chidori against his neck. A stream of blue blood poured out from the deity's neck. Akutsuhikone clasped his calloused hands into some type of gesticulation and called for his divine energy. Sasuke smirked, watching Akutsuhikone create an enormous orb of flames. Dispelling his blade of pure electricity, Sasuke performed the hand signs for the fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A spherical mass of heat unleashed itself from the deepest depths of his mouth. The two gargantuan spheres of warmth clashed. Sasuke dove through the flames and embedded a powerful punch into Akutsuhikone's nose. Blood streamed out of his nostrils in rivers. You're strong, Uchiha. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan illuminated the warm atmosphere of the warehouse in a hue of luminous vermilion. Akutsuhikone whistled and stretched his palm in Sasuke's direction. A calamitous dragon of heat was constructed out from the flames left within the air of the warehouse. Sasuke flipped back, extending his hand out and creating a telekinetic pulsation. Shinra Tensai. The telekinetic pulse of power drove itself into the dragon of flames and scattered it into nothing more than molecules of fire. Akutsuhikone clicked his tongue in annoyance. What do you want from me? I told you once. Sasuke answered, unimpressed. Since you are one of Izanami's latest allies, I have to fight and defeat you. Akutsuhikone clapped his hands and vanished within a vortex of insubstantial flames. Sighing to himself in annoyance, Sasuke adjusted the fedora of his hand and stepped out of the warehouse. The Uchiha jumped onto one of the multitudinous rooftops of Tokyo and deactivated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His eye drifted up until it saw the beautiful night skies. Sasuke heard a low hum. Naruto Uzumaki rolled onto the rooftop and crossed his arms in languid anticipation. Sasuke walked over to his best friend before he produced another sigh from his mouth. Akutsuhikone escaped me. Ha! Naruto pointed a flippant finger at Sasuke and suppressed his laughter. You told me you could handle his capture on your own. Shut up, you absolute moron. Sasuke rolled his obsidian eyes and grunted. I doubt you would have been able to capture him either. Whatever. Naruto flourished a calloused hand and slid it into one of his pockets. I checked out that tavern you told me Omoikane runs. What about that tavern? Sasuke had a rather interested expression on his pale face. Has something bad happened to Omoikane? Not sure. Naruto shrugged and leaned his head back. When I visited that tavern, I found out the entire place was deserted. Deserted, you say? Sasuke touched his chin in contemplation for the briefest of moments. Naruto. It's time we visit one of my sources. Visit one of your sources? Are we going on vacation? Naruto grinned before he chuckled. Man. I could totally go on another holiday. I suppose you could say we're going on vacation. Sasuke smirked in veiled amusement. Pack your bags, we're heading on over to Yomi. Yomi? Sasuke and Naruto stood within the basement of a building. This building was owned by the Uchiha clan. Beneath their feet was an obsidian-tinted seal of chakra. Naruto scratched his head, confused. Why the hell are we standing on this random seal? Naruto queried in absolute curiosity. Are you going to seal me into Yomi or something? I am not sealing you into Yomi, dumbass. Sasuke grunted and shook his head. This symbol underneath is called a transportation seal. Since the Shinto pantheon is divided into different dimensions, we will have to use this seal to teleport ourselves into a district inside Yomi. Understood. Naruto raised his thumb at Sasuke in response. What the hell are we waiting for? I haven't activated the seal. Sasuke gave Naruto an unimpressed glance. He poured chakra into the symbol. Chakra activates the seal. The Uchiha and Uzumaki disappeared in a hurricane of sapphire and crimson. Naruto grunted as he fell down onto a section of cold concrete while Sasuke landed on the ground without difficulty. Ouch, my head. Naruto grunted for the second time and rubbed the back of his head in annoyance. Damn, that teleportation seal sucks. Transportation seal. Sasuke corrected his best friend and gesticulated a smooth hand forward. Welcome to Yomi. Naruto climbed to his feet and scanned the dimension. This dimension possessed a crimson sky and ebony clouds. The district Naruto and Sasuke were in was covered by yokai and spirits. An unveiled amount of awe and fascination illuminated the sapphire depths of Naruto's gaze. Naruto jolted for a second when Sasuke patted a palm onto his shoulder. Don't forget why we visited Yomi. We're meeting one of your sources in person. Naruto nodded and hummed. I've been wondering about the identities of your sources. I don't reveal their identities since they're meant to be anonymous. Sasuke's soprano had a dry cadence. Follow me. Don't get lost. I ain't getting lost. Naruto followed behind Sasuke inside of one of Yomi's shop-infested districts. I'm craving some ramen right now. Naruto blinked to himself in confusion before he gazed at the crowds of yokai and spirits around him. Sasuke had disappeared. Groaning, Naruto grabbed onto his face. I lost the bastard. Stop being so loud. An endless growl of annoyance filled Naruto's head. You can't be silent for 1 second, can you? You brat. Whatever. Naruto stuck his tongue out. He stretched his senses forward and into the crowd of entities. I can't get a hold on him. The energy of all of these spirits and yokai are blocking my senses. Naruto crossed his arms in frustration. Where the heck is Sasuke? The Uzumaki walked through the perpetual number of individuals within the crowds of one of Yomi's most popular shopping districts. Closing his eyes and opening them, Naruto let out a soft grunt. Naruto slipped his calloused hands into his pockets and exited the overcrowded shopping district. His sight was brightened by the vermilion-colored sun of the dimension for the deceased. An hour had passed since Naruto had been transported to Yomi. Naruto was on some type of tree branch in an open meadow. He glanced downwards as he detected an unfamiliar presence. He raised an eyebrow at the sight of a black-haired and hooded individual. This was Shinigami, the Shinto god of death. Shinigami rasped out a guttural breath. I have some information for you. Information for me. Naruto jumped down from the tree branch and landed on the beautiful grass beneath his feet. What information?
Prometheus of the Greek pantheon and his allies intend to draw you to neutral territory. Shinigami groused. They intend to kill you.
They've tried to kill me multiple times. Naruto yawned, tilted his head, and his eyes glinted crimson. I'm still around, aren't I? Indeed you are. Shinigami directed an arcane smirk at Naruto, who had a confused expression. I have one more detail to tell you. Oh. Naruto crossed his arms before he lifted a curious eyebrow. Don't keep me waiting, tell me. What detail do you have to tell me? They have created an alliance between themselves and an Otsutsuki. Shinigami grunted. That is all I have for you right now. Shinigami turned around and vanished within a shroud of obsidian-colored mist. Scratching his head to himself, Naruto heard the amused chuckle of his best friend. This is where you were, huh? Sasuke. Naruto clicked his teeth. Where the hell did you wander off to? I've been looking for you for more than an hour, you bastard.
Looking for me? Sasuke suppressed the urge to roll his unimpressed eyes. You were sitting around in this meadow and doing nothing.
Whatever. Naruto slipped his hands into his pockets. Did you meet that mysterious source of yours? Did they have any useful intel? Not really. Sasuke lowered his fedora to hide his entertained gaze. We're heading back to Tokyo. Let me activate the seal for us. Sasuke channeled his chakra into the atmosphere and onto the transportation seal underneath Naruto and him. Their bodies crumbled into particles of crimson and blue. Naruto yelled. They reappeared inside of the isolated basement of the building owned by the Uchiha clan. Naruto touched the back of his head as he stretched his legs and cracked his neck. My body is killing me.
That is an extra effect of these teleportation-type seals. Sasuke adjusted the expensive fedora on his head. You'll get used to it.
Let us be serious for a second. Sasuke's monotonous gaze steeled itself in contemplation. You have created many new enemies. Not my fault. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Sasuke and grunted. All of these new enemies want to kill me and take Kurama from his seal. I overheard the information Shinigami gave you. Sasuke brushed his chin. They plan to drag you out into neutral territory and battle it out. That reminds me. Naruto tapped the temple of his head for 3 seconds. Oh, yeah. Prometheus created this suppression rune. Suppression rune? Sasuke seated himself down on a wooden chair in the basement and leaned forward. It seals off your chakra? Yep. Naruto confirmed before he growled. That damn rune even cut off the connection between Kurama and I. That was annoying. Don't forget about the sigil on your hand. Kurama's guttural baritone possessed an irritated inflection. They can summon you at any time. I forgot about the sigil. Naruto stretched his palm out at Sasuke, who arched an interested eyebrow. They can summon me through this. They really have accounted for everything. Sasuke groused. They can summon you into neutral territory and suppress your abilities. Whatever. Naruto let out a frustrated scoff and walked out of the basement of the building. I can handle them when the time comes. I'm confident you can. Sasuke followed behind Naruto and chuckled. It could be best if you looked for someone to remove that sigil. I doubt anyone in this pantheon can. Naruto cracked his neck until he heard an audible pop. Only Hades can remove this sigil. It'd be rather difficult for you to gain an audience between yourself and the god of the underworld. Sasuke mused. We still have Izanami to worry about. Naruto stepped out from the entrance of the building and sighed. I'll take care of this myself. I doubt you could take care of this issue yourself. Sasuke hiked towards Naruto and smirked. Since you're such a dumbass. Be quiet. Naruto yelled in response, feigned annoyance evident within his baritone. You're nothing more than a moron, Sasuke. The only moron I can see is you. Sasuke chuckled and rolled his eyes. Come on, we have a few more assignments to complete. Boring. Naruto groaned before realization flickered inside of his sapphire-tinted eyes. Hey. I'm still waiting for my paycheck. I'll mail it to your apartment later. Sasuke's pale features had an amused countenance. Don't worry, I won't be stealing your pay. I still think that I'm an underpaid worker. Naruto grunted. Whatever. Hey, Sasuke. I'm going to get some ramen and you're paying. I suppose I can this time. September 15, 2008. Prometheus walked through one of the endless corridors of Hecate's enormous and grand palace. Pausing at the front of an entrance to a secluded room, Prometheus opened the door and hummed. Luke Castellan was covered in bandages and plasters. Concealed amounts of agony brightened his blue eyes of pure prudence. An arduous cough escaped Luke's mouth. What do you want now? Such hostility to one of your own allies. Prometheus folded his hands behind his back and chortled. How goes your slow recovery? Terrible. Luke let out a pain-filled groan and another cough of absolute exertion. My entire body hurts. I can't move at all. These are the side effects of your condensed layer spell. Prometheus explained. Your mana has become too potent for you. Potent? What the hell does that mean? A third cough of perpetual exhaustion left Luke's lips. My mana is my most useful ability. You are a prodigy when it comes to the manipulation of mana. Prometheus nodded. But you have overused your magic power. How does that explain why my body hurts so much? Luke's shout was a ferocious one. My condensed layer spell was perfect. It was an incredible technique. Prometheus summoned himself a wooden chair and sighed. But your mana has gained a potency. Let me break this down for you. Prometheus slumped down into his chair. Mana becomes more potent when it is used out of turn. Your mana levels cannot handle the potency that the condensed layer demands, thus your body suffers the consequences. You have to increase your mana levels to restore the health of your body. Prometheus leaned back. Otherwise you shall suffer more. I don't have time to increase my mana levels. Luke grunted and grabbed onto his chest in agony. I have to grow my skills in mana. Increasing my mana levels is a waste of time when I have enough. Luke coughed before he trembled. Is there another solution? There is a temporary solution. Prometheus materialized a rune onto his scar-covered palm. I can use the absorption rune to heal you. When did you learn the absorption rune? Luke's body shuddered for a second time. Wasn't that version created by Menoetius? My brother did create this version of the absorption rune. Prometheus chuckled. Now, shall you accept this solution? I shall absorb the more potent mana in your body into the rune. However, your mana shall hurt your body if you activate it again. You're telling me my body will be healed once this potent mana leaves my body, but I'll have to use my mana less than normal. That is the situation, yes. Prometheus hummed in confirmation. You will have to raise your mana levels if you want to use it more. Sure. Luke shrugged while Prometheus absorbed his potent mana into the powerful rune. My body and organs already feel healed. There is also one more sliver of information I am inclined to tell you. Prometheus murmured. We have created a new alliance. An alliance? Luke climbed out of his bed and stretched his legs. Is that all you're going to tell me? I would appreciate more information. I am not permitted to tell you more than this. Prometheus smiled and disappeared in a hurricane of mana. Farewell, young Castellan. Within the central room of Hecate's grandiose castle was a somewhat enormous table. At the end of this table was an aureate throne inhabited by Kronos, who propped his knuckles beneath his cheek. On another turquoise-colored chair was a handsome man. This man was Toneri Otsutsuki. Toneri sipped his tea and leaned back in his seat. If I complete my end of the bargain, you shall give me it? The complete power of that unique eye of yours. Kronos snorted and smirked. Hecate can use her mana to enhance it. All I desire is the full power of the Tensagen. Toneri touched his eye socket and let out a small hum. All right, I accept your offer. I shall slaughter Naruto Uzumaki for you. Toneri climbed out of his chair before he clapped his hands. I must tell you this, though. Oh? Kronos raised a curious eyebrow and widened his golden eyes. What must you tell me? Please, enlighten me. I'm interested. I have created an alliance between myself and Izanami. Toneri called for one of his puppets. Shall that hinder our contract at all? No, Kronos shook his head, unbothered. You can create all of the alliances you want. However, you shall have a few partners. Partners. Toneri grabbed onto his puppet's hand and felt it manipulate its chakra. I assure you, partners for me are valueless. I do not doubt the power of your incomplete Tensagen. Kronos chuckled. But would you humor me and accept these partners? I suppose I can take on a few partners. Toneri sighed in haughty acceptance. Shall these partners be Hecate and Prometheus?
Indeed. Kronos' bright gaze glistened a malicious yellow. There is one more individual I want you to bring along. Luke Castellan.
These selected partners are acceptable. Toneri's puppet pulsed its chakra and they disappeared. I shall meet you again soon. Excellent. The yellow glint of malice from Kronos' eyes increased. The Kyuubi's chakra shall become mine in little time. Naruto rushed through the alleyways of Tokyo until he reached an area infested by ill-tempered and sinister yokai. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Naruto's blue irises twisted into a malevolent crimson. A vermilion blur of unadulterated indiscernibility sprinted into the sequestered sector and annihilated all of the evil yokai in the briefest of minutes. Naruto wiped off some blood on his cheek. For the past 3 days, the number of ill-natured yokai had increased in number. Naruto and Sasuke had been out slaughtering these yokai left and right, but more of them kept appearing. These evil creatures were the reason for the increased amount of human disappearances within Tokyo. Naruto bounded into another alleyway before he rolled backwards at the sight of a silhouette. Realization flickered across the sapphire pits of Naruto's gaze. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance at the sight of a Raiju. Lightning illuminated the Raiju's blue fur as it let out a screech of anger. Naruto stepped forward, summoned a Rasengan, gritted his teeth for a second time, squinted his blue eyes forward, grunted, and slammed the spherical mass of chakra into the Raiju's fur. Channeling more chakra into his Rasengan to overwhelm the Raiju's enhanced durability, Naruto drilled his sphere of energy into the creature's skull and obliterated it into particles of an azure color. The Uzumaki jumped out of the alleyway and flipped onto a several number of rooftops until he stopped at an area filled by normal people. Annoyance glistened in Naruto's eyes. 20 yokai had concealed themselves on one of the most public streets inside of Tokyo. To hide the supernatural from normal humans, the Shinto pantheon constructed a barricade on their land. This barricade would hide the supernatural from a normal person by manipulating them to ignore whatever supernatural event or entities they had seen. Naruto summoned 5 perfect duplicates. Most of the time, yokai would conceal themselves in secluded areas to catch unsuspecting people off guard. The Uzumaki directed his shadow clones at the 20 yokai and disappeared in a blur. Naruto and Sasuke converged on a rooftop close to the building of the Uchiha's sequestered office. Slipping his calloused hands into his pockets, Naruto tilted his head. What the hell is going on? This is a sign. Sasuke's obsidian-tinted gaze drifted downwards to the enormous city below them. This is a declaration of intent. I think you're looking too deep into this. Naruto rolled his blue eyes of unadulterated mischief. Izanami is responsible for all of this. She is responsible for the increase in the number of hostile yokai. Sasuke nodded. But what is the purpose of it? What's her intention? Oh. Naruto clicked his fingers in realization. She must be scheming something evil and sinister, so she has to keep the two of us busy. That must be the reason. Sasuke planted a hand onto the fedora on his head and vanished. Naruto. Carry on taking out these yokai. Understood. Naruto blurred into an alleyway and shot himself into the abdomen of an unhinged kappa. This kappa had knocked a man unconscious onto the concrete. The yokai opened its mouth and growled. Some type of green-colored energy leaked out from the kappa's mouth. Naruto materialized a Rasengan onto his calloused palm, twirled around, and embedded his jutsu into the kappa's skull. Particles of green inundated the atmosphere around him. Naruto directed a text to the cleanup crew of Sasuke's exorcism business and exited the alleyway before he entered another isolated sector. Blue eyes of pure luminosity twisted themselves into vermilion pits of endless malice. Naruto gazed at a Raiju and bisected his clawed hand through its stomach. The Raiju crumbled into sapphire molecules. Naruto applied chakra to the bottom of his feet and stuck to the walls of the alleyway. Emerging out from the ginnel, the Uzumaki climbed onto one of the rooftops of Tokyo and checked over the city. Gathering an abundant mass of nature energy into his chakra system, Naruto activated Sage Mode. A relieved breath escaped his mouth. All of the hostile yokai have been eliminated. The Uzumaki deactivated Sage Mode once Sasuke appeared next to him. Sasuke removed the expensive fedora from the top of his head and sighed. It took a long time, but Izanami's yokai are dead. Sasuke and Naruto fist bumped until they both vanished in indiscernible distortions of agility. Naruto appeared on the railing of his apartment complex, stretched his arms, and let out a fatigued yawn. What is Izanami planning? September 16, 2008. The obsidian skies of a deserted dimension were illuminated by the cold rays of luminous sunlight. A concealed silhouette walked through a narrow path inside of the realm and stopped in her tracks. Izanami unveiled herself to the dimension and stretched her hand out into the open air. A crackle of divine energy pulsed out from her pale palm. She grinned in pleasure when an average portal was opened. Stepping into the crimson portal, Izanami chuckled at the sight of an indignant Akutsuhikone, who leaned back in his crimson-colored chair. He tilted his head. "You're late to the meeting, Izanami." "My apologies." Izanami scanned the individuals seated down on the chairs around her before she smiled. "Let us begin this meeting." "Of course." Omoikane let out a harsh cough and scratched his beard. "Izanami, all of us present at this meeting have become your allies. Thank you for joining my campaign against Amaterasu." Izanami's polite smile grew into a pleased grin. "I promise our success. First of all," Omoikane pointed down at two pictures on the table. "These two individuals are the greatest threat to your plans. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha." Akutsuhikone gazed at the two pictures in amusement. "I could defeat them without trouble." "I'm sure you could." Omoikane gave Akutsuhikone a sarcastic smile. "Didn't you run from the Uchiha when you battled him?" "He was powerful, I won't deny that." Akutsuhikone shrugged and leaned deeper into his chair. "How shall you beat them, Izanami?" "You have no reason to worry about those monstrous children." Izanami chuckled. "My plan shall strip them of their blessings." "Oh." Akutsuhikone raised his pale hand in excitement. "Are you going to take Uchiha's Rinnegan and Uzumaki's Six Paths Sage Mode?" "That is only the beginning." Izanami's smooth baritone was filled by controlled insanity. "I shall kill Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Those two pathetic entities are the reason why I have become so weak." Izanami clenched a ruthless fist. "Omoikane. How can I help you?" "Notify the rest of our allies that I shall start the first part of my plan." September 25, 2008. Naruto lowered himself down in front of the entrance to Camp Half-Blood. Deactivating KCM and Sage of Six Paths mode, he was met by the sight of Leo Valdez, who had a casual expression. Since Tokyo had been infested by hostile yokai, Naruto could only visit his friends in America for shorter periods of time. Naruto glanced at the small helicopter on top of Leo's shoulder. New invention? Indeed, my good fellow of blonde hair. Leo's childish soprano possessed an overdramatic inflection. I wired a camera into it. Leo pulled out the control pad for the small helicopter out of nowhere and manipulated the helicopter to fly around Naruto. Chuckling to himself, Naruto slipped his hands into his pockets. "For spying?" "Nah." Leo shook his head and shrugged. "I've been implementing newer features into all of my inventions. The camera is one of them." "Nice." Naruto grinned and followed behind Leo before they entered the forges. "Yo, Beckendorf. How have you been lately?" Charles Beckendorf removed his visors from his coarse face and directed an amicable nod at Naruto. He smiled. "I've been pretty good. Though, Leo did blow up 27 of my tools 2 weeks ago." "That wasn't my fault." Leo's shout was a passionate and tenacious one. "I did not blow up your tools. That was someone else." "I'm sure Naruto was the one who exploded them." Charles rolled his eyes and let out a gruff laugh. "Please, you can't trick me. Maybe I did blow all 27 of your tools up." Leo trailed off and grinned. "But there's a good reason for why I blew them up." "What is this good reason of yours? If you would care to tell me." "I'm still thinking of one." Naruto raised his palm and parried a powerful strike from Leo's expanded screwdriver. Slamming a knee into Leo's abdomen, Naruto buried an elbow into his solar plexus. Leo let out an exerted cough before he head-butted Naruto in the nose. Crimson motes of chakra healed Naruto's face. Twirling his screwdriver, the son of the forges disappeared in a vortex of fire. The Uzumaki felt Leo's presence behind him and flipped backwards until he landed next to him. Naruto smacked another elbow into Leo, watching him stumble and collapse. Leo grinned. "You're good." Naruto had a smile on his whiskered features. "Thanks." September 30, 2008. Sasuke sauntered into one of the several corridors within his humble domicile until he sensed a foreign presence in an unused room. Annoyance filled Sasuke's gaze. He opened the door to the room. There was some kind of portal within the atmosphere of the unused area inside of his house. Sasuke grabbed onto his eye patch, revealed his Rinnegan, and stared in the direction of the portal. A concealed outline stepped out from the portal before she unveiled herself to Sasuke's powerful Rinnegan. Sasuke had an expression of amusement on his pale features. "I've been expecting you, Izanami." Izanami remained silent and rushed forward in a distortion of unbridled agility. Leaning himself backwards, the Uchiha watched her miss the punch intended for his face. Sasuke gave her a confident smirk. She twirled herself around, slamming her knuckles into Sasuke and shunting him into the concrete beneath them. Sasuke vanished in a meager blur and appeared behind Izanami, amused. "Is that all?" "Indeed." Izanami disappeared in a hurricane of obsidian particles. "My hunch about the abilities of the Uchiha were right. This is perfect. My plan shall succeed." Sasuke raised a somewhat bemused eyebrow at the particles around him, hummed to himself, and sauntered out of the unused room in his house. He walked into his living room and sat down on the sofa. Picking up the cup of coffee he had left on the table in front of his sofa, Sasuke took a deep sip of coffee and let out a refreshed sigh. He brushed his finger against the exhausted bags under his eyes. He still had a few documents about recent yokai sightings in less populated areas to check out. Another sigh left Sasuke's mouth. He also had to review all of the files he had been given by his sources. Sasuke took a second sip of coffee from the rim of his cup and stood up from his sofa. Grabbing onto his remote, the Uchiha turned on his television and checked through the programs on his screen. The Uchiha sank down onto his sofa and watched a television series about a squad of detectives. Sipping his coffee, Sasuke lifted one of the files from his most trusted source from the top of the table. According to the most recent file from his source, there wasn't much else happening that warranted concern for his business. Sasuke set the file down and picked up a document from one of his clients. Sasuke drank his coffee as he read the document. This document claimed there had been a sighting of a suspicious yokai in an isolated sector of the city. Sasuke grunted in contemplation. He would rather take this mission on himself, but Naruto was the most qualified for this type of task. Climbing out from his sofa, Sasuke stepped into his bedroom and grabbed onto his phone. Sasuke dialed in Naruto's phone number and listened to his phone beep until the call was accepted. A languid groan of annoyance leaked out from Naruto's mouth. "Sasuke? It's 3 a.m. right now. Sorry to call you this late." Sasuke groused. "Izanami opened a portal to a room in my house. I thought it would be best to tell you. We can talk another time." Naruto responded and ended the call. "Please, let me get some sleep." Sasuke settled his phone onto his desk and sighed. "Get some sleep, then." He walked out of his bedroom and sat onto his sofa. The hot rays of luminous sunlight illuminated the atmosphere and sector around Prometheus. He was seated down on a wooden bench within the outskirts of a rather sequestered park in a small town. Prometheus leaned his head back and gazed at the gray-colored clouds above his hooded head. A small smile of peace graced Prometheus' features until he noticed a crowd of 6 mortals. Huffing to himself in unconcealed annoyance, Prometheus ignored the group of humans and listened to the sound of nature. Wind blew into his ears while sunlight touched his scar-covered flesh. His smile grew. "Once I seal the Kyuubi into myself," Prometheus mused. He chuckled. "I shall reconstruct this entire planet to how I see fit." He climbed to his feet and slipped his unsmooth hands into his pockets. Brown particles of divine energy surrounded his form before he disappeared in a vicious hurricane. "Naruto Uzumaki shall die. That much I promise myself." Toneri Otsutsuki and Luke Castellan were seated down on 2 of the wooden chairs constructed in the isolated depths of the central room of Hecate's enormous and decorative castle. "I don't think I've had the pleasure of speaking to you." Toneri sipped his tea and smiled. "I am Toneri Otsutsuki, heir to the Tenseigan. My name is Luke Castellan." Luke's smooth baritone possessed a frustrated inflection. "I really don't give a crap about your name." "How hurtful." Toneri planted a sardonic hand onto his solar plexus. "Am I not one of your cherished allies? Your attitude wounds me." "Enough of your worthless sarcasm." Luke growled. "We share the common goal of annihilating Naruto Uzumaki and taking the fox. I do not care about the Kyuubi nor this blue-eyed child." Toneri tapped his closed eye. "All I desire is the complete power of my Tenseigan." Luke slapped a calloused palm down on the table in the central room. "Are you even powerful enough to defeat that damn monster, huh? You call Naruto Uzumaki a monster, Toneri hummed. "How interesting. To me, He is nothing more than a walking cadaver. You haven't answered my question. Unadulterated aggression fueled Luke's loud voice. I doubt you stand a chance against that monster. Why are you so prudent about his power? Toneri arched a curious eyebrow before he chuckled. Were you defeated by him? I was defeated by him. Luke clenched an enraged fist. Anger glistened in the blue of his fervent gaze. I want to obliterate him. Obliterate him. Toneri took another calm sip of his hot tea. How shall you obliterate him if he has already defeated you once? I can't obliterate him myself. Luke pointed at Toneri, who blinked in blatant amusement. That's why you're helping us out, right? I've told you. An irritated sigh escaped Toneri's mouth. Hecate shall provide me the full power of my Tensagen if I help your lord out. Whatever. Luke rolled his luminous and azure eyes. Once Naruto has been infected by the suppression rune, you'll slaughter him. I've already been notified about your intriguing plan by Prometheus. Toneri smirked. He spoke of your impressive skills and abilities. None of that is important right now. Luke shouted in absolute frustration. Where the heck are those two? We're wasting time. Calm yourself, Luke Castellan. Hecate sauntered into the central room alongside Prometheus, who had a peaceful countenance on his scar-covered features. Prometheus clapped his coarse hands. Thank you all for coming. No more riddles and puzzles, Prometheus. Luke yelled and clicked his teeth. When the hell are we starting the first phase of our plan? Prometheus glanced down at Luke, unimpressed. Luke recoiled in agony at the touch of Prometheus' rough hand on his shoulder. Please remain patient, young Castellan. We have much to discuss. The goddess of magic grunted. I have constructed a magical realm where Toneri and a weakened Naruto Uzumaki will battle it out. Pure pleasure inundated Prometheus' gentle soprano. Excellent. When Toneri has defeated him, we will take the Kyuubi for our lord. Of course. Hecate gazed at Toneri and stretched a pale palm forward. We shall stick to the agreement between us. A pink stream of endless mana flooded the cold air inside of the central room of the Gargantuan palace. Toneri gasped in pain as the torrent of magic invaded his eye socket. He groaned. My eye. Toneri knocked his chair backwards and stumbled into the table, throwing it into one of the walls in the room. The Otsutsuki let out a triumphant cheer of laughter. At last. A full-powered Tensagen. Hecate and Prometheus could feel the abundant amounts of chakra Toneri had procured from the full power of his anomalous dojutsu. Toneri's face was nonchalant. Naruto Uzumaki shall perish. Perfect. Prometheus smiled. His smile morphed itself into a smirk of perpetual malevolence. Toneri. Give me passage into Shinto territory. It would be my pleasure. An indiscernible outline rushed through the secluded alleyways of the gargantuan city of Tokyo. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth at the sight of a familiar silhouette. Blue eyes twisted into crimson pits of malice. Prometheus turned around to face Naruto. A somewhat polite smile grafted onto his scar-covered visage. He gave Naruto a little wave. How have you been since our last encounter, Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto ignored Prometheus, gritted his sharpened teeth for a second time, growled, and bent his knees before he was stopped when a pale palm tapped his shoulder. Calm yourself, you moron. Another concealed outline emerged from the shadows of the alleyway. Sasuke Uchiha gandered towards Prometheus, who clasped his hands in feigned surprise. You must be the elusive Sasuke Uchiha. I sensed his presence 3 minutes ago. Naruto murmured. His bright eyes glinted vermilion. I'm going to take care of him. How have you entered Shinto territory? Sasuke tilted his head at a contemplative angle. You are a deity from a different pantheon. An Otsutsuki granted me passage into Shinto territory. Prometheus responded and chortled. My. I can feel your endless power, Uchiha. He hasn't complimented me this much. Naruto grouched in confusion. Whatever. Why the hell are you in Tokyo, Scarface? Scarface. Prometheus stroked his shaved beard and shook his head, disappointed. Such a generic nickname, Naruto Uzumaki. Shut the hell up. Naruto shouted, true rage evident within the unnerved depths of his voice. Now, answer the damn question. Why am I in Tokyo? Prometheus hummed before he glared at Naruto in distaste. I have come to kill you and extract the fox, of course. Why must you create so many unique enemies? Sasuke pinched the bridge of his nose. I suppose the two of us shall have to end him. Your confidence amuses me. Prometheus pressed a hand down onto the concrete. You shall not be helping your friend, Uchiha. Prometheus disappeared into a crimson portal while a pink portal opened beneath Naruto, who felt the obsidian sigil on his hand pulse for the briefest of minutes. The portal dragged him into itself.
Sasuke dove into the portal and followed Naruto from above. They rolled downwards until the two of them landed on a cold surface. This surface was covered in dirt and shriveled grass. The clouds were red.
Naruto and Sasuke climbed to their feet. Neither of them spoke to each other until they heard the sound of unconcealed footsteps. 3 individuals walked out from the pink-tinted fog of the dimension. How unexpected. Hecate touched a gentle hand onto her cheek. Sasuke Uchiha, I can't believe you jumped through that portal. That was a foolish decision. Luke cracked his knuckles. Motes of mana leaked out from his body. I can't handle any more than this. You proved me wrong, Sasuke Uchiha. Prometheus chuckled. I've studied about you and Naruto Uzumaki. I learned about your strength. Prometheus' luminous eyes glowed an ominous brown. They say yours and Naruto Uzumaki's powers combined can destroy the world. I doubt that's true. Luke flexed his mana-enhanced fingers in anticipation. Naruto Uzumaki, I swear we will annihilate you. You defeated me last time. Luke's blue eyes were deluged by unadulterated belligerence. I will not lose a second time.
Naruto disregarded all 3 of them and turned to Sasuke. A somewhat prudent expression decorated Naruto's whiskered features. I sense someone powerful in the distance. Can you handle them?
Who do you take me for? Sasuke smirked at Naruto and slid his hands into his pockets. I can handle these 3, you moron. Ah. Prometheus interrupted them. He wagged a finger in their direction. I still have to impart this gift onto the 2 of you. Sasuke and Naruto glanced at the mana-constructed pen in front of them. This pen illustrated a brown-colored pattern of shapes onto their palms. Their eyes widened in annoyance. Sasuke. Our chakra has been sealed. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Is this the special rune you told me about? Your new foes are impressive. Thank you for the praise. Hecate raised a finger to her lips. Now, can you stay silent so that we can slaughter you without trouble? Kurama. Naruto glared at his 3 opponents and gritted his teeth. They've severed the mental connection between Kurama and I. Can you still access Kyuubi chakra mode? Sasuke grunted. I have to hand it to these 3. They have planned this all out rather well. Annoyance glistened within the azure depths of Naruto's beautiful gaze. Nope. I can't access Kurama's chakra at all. How about you? This suppression rune has sealed off all of my chakra. Sasuke chuckled. What now, you 3? Shall you kill Naruto and I? We have no issues against you, Sasuke Uchiha. Prometheus smiled. However, if you remain an obstacle between the Kyuubi and us. Sasuke blocked a mana-enhanced punch from Prometheus. A powerful shockwave manifested itself from their clash for dominance. Roundhouse kicking Prometheus, Sasuke hurtled him backwards. Prometheus crashed into an enormous oak tree inside of the dimension and let out an impressed hum. Aureate blood streamed out from his wounded temples. I was right about you, Sasuke Uchiha. Brown motes of mana surrounded Prometheus' body as he enhanced all of his muscles. Sasuke flipped backwards, twirled around, and landed on the top of a tree branch. He smirked. Right about what? The Titan of Forethought bent his knees and propelled himself toward Sasuke, whose features remained impassive. Prometheus screamed. You are also another creature of monstrous power, are you not? Even without the ability to use any of his chakra, Sasuke Uchiha is capable of fighting against my mana-enhanced blows. Such tremendous strength. He and Naruto Uzumaki are the blessed ones. Sasuke leapt off the tree branch of the oak tree and cartwheeled forward. Prometheus embedded a mana-empowered punch into Sasuke's abdomen. Blood spurted out from the Uchiha's mouth. Naruto rushed toward Sasuke, who grabbed onto his stomach. Amusement illuminated Prometheus' brown-tinted irises. The divine man laughed. You 2 stand no chance against us now. The Uzumaki grunted. Sasuke, can you still use your creepy eyes? No, Sasuke responded and spat out a 3rd puddle of blood onto the soil-covered surface. This rune has deprived us of all abilities. Except for our physical strength. Naruto flexed his biceps, grinning. I don't think that will be enough to defeat the fourth member of their team. Where is the fourth member of your little squad? Naruto's childish grin transmuted itself into a sardonic one. Is he hiding from us? Not at all. Hecate clasped her hands behind her back. The fourth member of our group is adjusting to his new abilities and strength. No more talking. Luke shouted and disappeared in an indiscernible distortion. He laughed. It's time for us to slaughter you, Uzumaki. Stepping forward, Sasuke bashed a ruthless punch into the middle of Luke's handsome face. Luke head-butted the Uchiha right in the nose, snapping his head backwards at a somewhat awkward angle. Sasuke directed his head forward, clenched both of his fists, let out a breath of unadulterated indifference, smirked, and drove his knuckles into Luke's solar plexus. Agony erupted throughout Luke's body. This type of pain is nothing. Luke screamed and axe-kicked Sasuke in the head. You and Naruto Uzumaki are worthless creatures. The Uchiha was propelled downwards. Luke followed him, materializing a stream of mana out from his hands. This stream of mana wrapped around Sasuke in the form of a yellow-tinged rope. Sasuke bulged his biceps to break out from the rope. Luke slammed his foot into the ground and grabbed onto a large chunk of solidified soil. He pulled Sasuke towards himself, shaking his head, amused. This spell is one of my own creation. Luke clenched a triumphant fist. The more you try to break out from it, the stronger it becomes. What a generic technique. Sasuke flexed his biceps for a fourth futile time. What other spells do you have at your disposal? Or is this all? Shut the hell up. Luke smirked. I'm not dumb enough to dispel my magical rope to use my other spells against you, Sasuke Uchiha. Luke tugged on his mana-constructed rope one more time and slammed Sasuke into the chunk of solidified soil. Lacerations opened up across Sasuke's flesh. Sasuke was unimpressed. How dull. Your confidence isn't impressing anyone. Luke's smooth baritone had an outraged inflection. You are powerless right now, Uchiha. Sasuke appeared behind Luke within a simple distortion. The demigod gandered in his direction before he slapped a mana-inflated palm into Sasuke's solar plexus. He blinked in unrestrained shock.
His palm strike had been caught by Sasuke, who arched an unimpressed eyebrow. Sasuke glanced down at the suppression rune on his hand. How long will this last for?
Luke breathed in unhidden fatigue. What is taking Toneri so long? This rune was designed to last for a short 50 minutes. Where is he? Naruto ducked his head down low and sensed a multitude of mana-constructed weapons fly over him. Prometheus stretched a scar-covered palm forward. Mana twinkled on the tips of his fingers. Flipping forward, Naruto landed in front of Prometheus before he flicked a powerful flick into the temple of his head. The Titan of Forethought chuckled. That will not be enough to defeat me, child. Prometheus created an average amount of distance between Naruto and himself. He clasped his calloused hands in an unfamiliar hand sign. I'm impressed your physical power can match mine. Naruto gazed downwards and felt the ground tremble. Small cracks formed beneath his feet. From these cracks, geysers of pure air erupted out from the surface. Prometheus squinted his eyes forward. The Uzumaki smirked in endless anticipation. Prometheus casted a second hand sign, manipulating the geysers of air into multiple cylinders. He pointed a finger forward. Wind magic, cylinder cyclone. Prometheus followed his wind-constructed cylinders from behind. A laugh of perpetual pleasure and gratitude escaped Prometheus' mouth. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. You have helped me grow. Another hand sign was cast by Prometheus. The wind-constructed cylinders expanded until they were the size of 10 mountains. The suppression rune should only last for another 5 seconds. Hecate. Prometheus bellowed out into the open air. I implore you to enhance my cylinder cyclone spell before the rune disappears. Prometheus covered himself in a layer of mana as an unseeable Hecate enhanced his spell beyond its normal parameters. The Titan materialized behind Naruto, smacking a fist into the back of his head. Naruto was propelled into the gargantuan wind-constructed cylinders. These cylinders consumed the Uzumaki and the environment around him. A powerful explosion of mana was set off. The immediate vicinity was torn apart into nothing. Massive chunks of soil, dirt, and grass flew through the atmosphere. All of the enormous trees and mountains within the distance had been obliterated. A tremor rattled throughout the entirety of the realm constructed by the goddess of magic. The obsidian-colored sun rippled for the briefest of seconds while the crimson-tinted clouds and skies trembled. Prometheus panted in unconcealed exhaustion and sank down to one of his knees. Ichor streamed out from his mouth. He had a pleased and vicious smile on his scar-covered face. He has met his demise. Hecate revealed herself to him and clapped her pale hands, amazed. The complete destruction around her attested to Prometheus' power. She hummed. You have grown in power. I'm rather impressed. Naruto Uzumaki is dead. Prometheus murmured. Unadulterated excitement brightened his voice. The Kyuubi is ours to steal. Indeed. Hecate nodded. The two of us were lucky that the suppression rune lasted long enough to land that powerful spell. How are Luke Castellan and Sasuke Uchiha? Luke stumbled out from his mana-constructed barricade. Pain pulsed throughout his muscles and organs. Blood burst forth from his lips in a river of vermilion. He climbed to his feet and let out a harsh cough. His azure eyes widened in astonishment at the perpetual amount of destruction around him. Traces of Prometheus mana were left in the atmosphere. Luke mumbled. I doubt Sasuke Uchiha survived all that. The demigod glanced in a random direction and raised a confused eyebrow at the sight of a purple-colored mass of energy. Luke staggered back in shock when the purple creature disappeared. You survived. Luke growled in outrage and disbelief. You damn shinobi. Why the hell can't you let yourself die? You're stubborn. Sasuke Uchiha deactivated his Susanoo while his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glistened a crimson light. An unamused expression graced Sasuke's pale features. That rune has worn off. Luke gasped at the touch of Sasuke's knee against his abdomen. Sasuke grabbed onto his neck and drove him downwards into one of the craters from the results of Prometheus' powerful spell. Aureate particles of mana escaped from Luke's fingers as he reached for Sasuke, who head-butted him in the nose. Sasuke tossed him out from the crater and landed on the destroyed grass. Your name? Luke Castellan. The demigod coughed in unconcealed exhaustion. Why the hell would you ask me such a pointless question? Sasuke ignored him and blurred forward. Luke directed his azure gaze towards his right, where the Uchiha had appeared. The collar of his yellow shirt was grabbed before Sasuke threw Luke into the air. Luke positioned himself downwards. Sasuke materialized himself beneath him and tugged on his ankle, hurtling Luke back down into the ground. The child of speed crashed against a few destroyed trees. Come on. Sasuke let out a somewhat psychotic yell, one of his old personality traits that had resurfaced. Is that all you have for me? The Uchiha rolled onto the ground, jumped to his feet, and blurred towards a prone Luke, whose blue eyes widened. Mana manifested out from his entire body. I won't lose now. Not to you of all people. Sasuke materialized himself in front of Luke and roundhouse kicked him in the direction of the obliterated mountains. Luke ignored the strain on his organs and clasped his hands. I won't be beaten. Luke conjured a gargantuan version of the condensed cube spell into the atmosphere around them. Blood poured out of his lips. Tremors racked his muscles. Agony flared within all of his organs. Take this. The child of Hermes raised his hands and directed the gigantic variation of the condensed cube onto Sasuke. Luke watched his spell engulf the Uchiha until a burst of chakra crackled throughout the air. Sasuke emerged from the aureate particles of the destroyed condensed cube. The Uchiha had an impressed smirk on his pale face. Indifference was evident in his gaze. Almighty pull. Luke was gripped onto by a telekinetic energy and was dragged towards Sasuke, who buried a chakra-enhanced fist into his stomach. Luke closed his eyes in bitter acceptance as he was hurtled down. An incredible sonic boom rippled throughout the entire sector once his body had crashed into the destroyed concrete. A silhouette stood next to him. Sasuke smirked. You have the potential to grow stronger. Luke was knocked out against the obliterated concrete underneath him. Sasuke squinted his eye and gazed at the powerful burst of aureate and sapphire chakra in the distance. Naruto. He's probably getting started right about now. Prometheus staggered backwards in endless amounts of denial and disbelief. Hecate was somewhat surprised and shocked. Naruto Uzumaki was seated down on the annihilated concrete, unbothered. Naruto climbed to his feet, stretched his arms, rolled his shoulders, cracked his neck, tilted his head, bounced on the balls of his feet for 20 seconds, and hummed. That was pretty powerful, huh? Impossible. Prometheus shouted in another bout of denial and disbelief. How could you have survived such a powerful technique? Simple. Naruto shrugged. Nonchalance illuminated his sapphire-colored gaze. I was able to avoid those cylinders in time. Such incredible speed and agility. Hecate mused to herself and smiled. I was confident that Prometheus had ended your life. I won't deny how strong his technique was. Naruto grinned. The connection between Kurama and I has also been restored. The Uzumaki crouched down into the stance of an unhinged boxer and disappeared in a crimson distortion. Prometheus coughed out blobs of blood as Naruto punched him 10 times in the abdomen. Prometheus' shoulder was grabbed onto by Naruto, who propelled him into a destroyed sector. Channeling his mana out into the open air, Prometheus summoned 20 mana-constructed weapons. Naruto flew through the atmosphere and slammed his chakra-enhanced knuckles into Prometheus' face. A loud crack was produced from his nose. The Titan healed his shattered nose. Flicking a coarse hand towards Naruto, Prometheus hurled all of his mana-constructed weapons in the Uzumaki's direction. A Rasenshuriken constructed itself onto Naruto's calloused palm. The Uzumaki drilled his Rasenshuriken into the magical weapons and dissolved them into particles of beige-tinted mana. Clapping his hands, Prometheus called for the last vestiges of his magical power. Fire magic. Prometheus produced a passionate shout from his mouth. Streams of the flames from misery. Take this technique. Rivers of vermilion fire shot themselves over at Naruto and morphed themselves into various shapes, spikes and triangles for example. Naruto stretched a hand forward. Kurama, you still sleeping? Indeed I am. A sardonic laugh echoed throughout the isolated depths of Naruto's head. Stop bothering me and concentrate. Naruto materialized a lava style Rasenshuriken onto his palm and aimed it for Prometheus' form until he was stopped by a turquoise outline. He chuckled. I was wondering when you'd join this fight. Toneri Otsutsuki hovered in front of an amused Naruto. His body was decorated by the cloak of the Tenseigan chakra mode. The Tenseigan brightened the realm. Silver wheel reincarnation explosion. A truth-seeking orb manifested itself into Toneri's hand. This truth-seeking orb had been flattened into a circle. Toneri covered it in a chakra-constructed hurricane. He slammed it into Naruto's body. The Uzumaki rolled downwards and crashed into an enormous crater. Climbing out from the ditch in the concrete, Naruto sprinted forward and leapt back into the air. What type of dojutsu is that? Naruto grabbed onto Toneri's ankle and dragged him down while Prometheus vacated the sector alongside Hecate. The Otsutsuki summoned more of his truth-seeking orbs and laughed. I've heard about you, Naruto Uzumaki. Toneri shouted in glee. I shall be the one to destroy you. My name is Toneri Otsutsuki. He's going crazy because of his new abilities. Naruto clenched his fists. His sapphire eyes morphed into yellow abysses. I have a plan. Toneri was bashed into the ground by Naruto before he flew up and followed the Uzumaki from behind. Naruto had activated Sage of Six Paths mode. He grinned. Why don't you come down? If you insist. Unadulterated malice permeated from Toneri's smooth baritone. I've noticed you've called for the power of your blessings. Naruto disregarded Toneri and engaged him in a match of pure hand-to-hand combat. Slamming his head into Toneri, Naruto gripped onto his shoulder and threw him backwards into a row of huge stones. An aureate arm of chakra grabbed onto Toneri, bringing the Otsutsuki back to Naruto, who smacked a Six Paths chakra kick into Toneri's nose. Toneri's Tenseigan flickered for the briefest of seconds. The Uzumaki appeared behind Toneri, watching as he turned around and aimed a powerful punch for his solar plexus. A raised palm blocked Toneri's knuckles before he was roundhouse kicked. Toneri expanded his truth-seeking orb into a shield to parry Naruto's roundhouse kick and drove a punch straight into his chin. Naruto's head snapped backwards at an unnatural and inhuman angle. This Toneri is impressive. Kurama's guttural voice echoed inside of Naruto's head. He's learning taijutsu by mimicking your moves. An axe kick from Toneri thrust Naruto into the destroyed trunk of a tree. Emerging forth from the tree trunk, the Uzumaki's fist drifted onto Toneri's chest. Toneri endured the punch. How weak can you be? Naruto ignored all of Toneri's yells until Toneri smacked his knee into his abdomen. A small amount of blood leaked out from Naruto's mouth. He smiled. Man. You're growing stronger while we fight. A truth-seeking orb materialized above Naruto and was covered by a turquoise glow of chakra. Naruto flicked his leg up, kicking the truth-seeking orb into the middle of nowhere. Toneri scowled. The Uzumaki threw his fist forward. Toneri lifted his palm to block, but groaned in unconcealed agony as he was kneed in the abdomen. Naruto drilled him against a boulder and grunted. This is fun. I wonder how Sasuke is. Sasuke slipped his pale hands into his pockets and watched Prometheus' outline land down in front of him. A rather pleased smile graced his scar-covered features. He gave Sasuke a polite bow. I apologize for intruding on you at this hour. Prometheus chuckled. Would it be too much trouble for me to take back young Castellan? The Uchiha blurred forward and aimed a chakra-enhanced kick for Prometheus' solar plexus. Blood poured down his chin. Prometheus' entire body trembled. You and your friend truly are monsters. Prometheus leaned backwards. An explosion of mana was produced from both of his hands as it engulfed Sasuke, whose Rinnegan let out a telekinetic post. The explosive burst of magic was scattered. Sasuke garnered electricity into his hand and unleashed a powerful Chidori upon Prometheus, propelling him 10 meters back. An elbow to the abdomen had Prometheus folded in on himself. He coughed. An indiscernible distortion appeared next to him. Sasuke smacked his forearm into Prometheus' neck. Running through a number of hand signs, Sasuke shot a large sphere of flames forward. Prometheus called for his divine energy and erected a shield around himself. Dispelling his barricade, he sauntered 10 feet across the sector before a punch was embedded into the back of his head. Mana erupted from Prometheus' hand as he stretched them out toward Sasuke, who hammered a front kick onto his abdomen. Prometheus had one thought in his head: he is skilled. Sasuke Uchiha is different from Naruto Uzumaki in fighting styles, ninjutsu, and even personality. One is calm and composed, whereas another is rambunctious and boisterous. I am impressed by them. Sasuke channeled chakra throughout his arm and buried his forearm into Prometheus' face. A smooth crack-type sound was produced from his entire skull. The Titan of Forethought regenerated his cranium. The Uchiha clicked his teeth and sensed Prometheus' presence from behind. A mana-inflated kick touched Sasuke's back and propelled him back. Clenching a fist, Sasuke punched Prometheus' nose. Sasuke grunted and performed several hand signs. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Indifference illuminated his features. Prometheus let out a breath of unadulterated exhaustion. Most of his energy had been depleted in his last 2 fights. Disappearing through a crimson portal, he smiled. I hope to meet you again soon. An endless explosion of chakra rippled across the atmosphere of the somewhat destroyed realm. Naruto crouched down while Toneri flicked his fist forward. Grinning, Naruto head butted his chest. Truth-seeking orbs flared to life around Naruto. Toneri smacked a silver wheel reincarnation explosion into the Uzumaki, who withstood the hurricane of chakra and chuckled. Is that everything? Not at all. Toneri grinned and summoned 3 truth-seeking orbs, all at once. My 3 techniques. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Localized Reincarnation Explosion. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. An incredible inundation of chakra overwhelmed the atmosphere within the synthetic dimension. Everything around Naruto and Toneri trembled and shuddered. The Otsutsuki let out a huff of exertion. Take all 3 of these techniques, Naruto Uzumaki. Open hollow corner bracket. Toneri Otsutsuki had underestimated the unbridled power of Naruto Uzumaki. This particular member of the Otsutsuki clan would witness the power of the strongest shinobi in history, close hollow corner bracket. Toneri observed his 3 most powerful ninjutsu engulf Naruto's body and the entire dimension. The realm around him began to crumble from his power until he felt Naruto's presence. How did he survive? Naruto stretched his palm forward and slammed a lava-style Rasen Shuriken, enhanced by Sage of 6 Paths mode, into Toneri, who was propelled through one of the many cracks in the realm. Sasuke appeared behind Naruto and grabbed onto his shoulder. His Rinnegan pulsed as he opened a portal beneath them. Naruto and Sasuke were transported into the office of Sasuke's business. Sasuke possessed an indifferent expression. It's time for us to discuss about what happened. Naruto sighed. Fine. He was a little exhausted. Thanks.